The wonderful adventures of the Warhammer elf. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. The Great Wall collapsed. In fact, Mance already knew Eddard's identity. After all, the scale of the War of the Usurper involves the entire Westeros, and even the wildlings know a little about it through those smuggling merchant ships. The reason why he mentioned the other party's brother Brandon Stark was just to make Eddard lose his mind. After all, if it weren't for these damn northerners who stopped them from crossing the wall, the wildlings would have already run to the safe southern area. However, before Eddard could speak, Ciri angrily fixed her eyes on Mance, and then pretended to be disdainful, and said to Eddard, "I have learned a lot today. These wildlings are just as unreasonable as the legend. If they are really allowed to cross the Great Wall, it will be a disaster." Ciri has never been a good-tempered girl. Even if the princes and nobles offended her, she would still confront them, let alone the wildlings with rough mouths. Hearing Ciri's ridicule, Mance turned his attention to the White Witch. After carefully looking at her, he sneered, "I heard that there is a white-haired woman who can use magic on the Great Wall. I thought you might have 3 heads and 6 arms, but I didn't expect you to be so ordinary." "Really? You will see." Ciri was naturally not to be outdone. Before the two sides officially started the talks, it seemed that they were about to fight. Seeing this situation, Ed couldn't help but frowned with a headache. He came to negotiate with sincerity, so he was ready to speak to dissuade this chaos. However, before he could speak, he suddenly heard a sweet and high-pitched voice coming from the weirwood next to him, which scared Ed and Ciri. "Can you please put aside the disputes between humans first? Time is running out. The negotiations between the Free People and the Night's Watch must be completed as soon as possible." "Who are you?" Ed nervously drew the sword at his waist. Since he came out to negotiate with the wildlings this time, he did not carry the Stark family's ice sword. Even Ciri subconsciously kept a vigilant eye on Mance, ready to take down the king beyond the wall at any time to coerce the wildlings. Heavy looking at the two people who were on guard, Mance's face once again showed an indescribable smile, and then he said to the weirwood, "Come out and meet them, Leaf, otherwise I think this negotiation can't go on normally." "Slap!" as Mance shouted, the weirwood immediately made a rustling sound, and then a dark green figure walked out under the shocked gaze of Eddard and Ciri. Under the cloak of leaves, there was a dark brown skin with spots like a doe, and the big ears hung under a messy brown-red blonde hair, like the colors of autumn tangled together. Old gods. Eddard stared blankly at the girl in front of him who was only the size of a child. As a devout believer in the old gods, he naturally knew what the creature in front of him was. So mysterious, so beautiful, it could only be the legendary messenger of the old gods, the children of the forest. "You are the son of the forest? What's your name?" Facing the cautious Duke of the North, the son of the forest had no expression on his face, but continued to speak softly. "Just call me Leaf. This time I came back here to represent the will of the Green Prophet, to persuade the Night's Watch, to lead the wildlings to the area south of the wall for refuge." Green Prophet. Looking at the magical creature in front of him, that looked like a doll, Ed felt that his worldview for decades was shattered. Ed didn't know much about the Green Prophet mentioned by Leaf. He only knew that Mr. Lewin of Winterfell had mentioned it several times, and it seemed to be a kind of human who could master magic. Could it be that the reason why Mance was so rampant was because he had the Green Prophet and those giants to back him up? Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Ed couldn't help but look at the giants who were on standby in the forest in the distance, and felt that his heart was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. I'm afraid that such an epic battle can't be dealt with by the power of the Night's Watch in the north alone. Just when Ed was lost in thought, Ciri had walked to Yeezy's side without knowing when, looked at her body curiously and asked, "Are you a little earth spirit living in the snow? Do you have other compatriots?" Facing Ciri's question, Yeezy just looked at her white hair expressionlessly, and then said with some disgust, "I heard the Green Prophet mention you, Cyril Iron Raylan. It is because of your arrival that the god of cold awakens early. You are no different from those despicable invaders. The Green Prophet once said that with the arrival of a white-haired woman, the White Frost, That is enough to cover the entire Westeros continent is about to fall, and even the entire continent will be in danger. Your existence is too dangerous. This place does not belong to you. Can you please leave this place as soon as possible? After saying that, he walked straight towards the direction of the fishbeam wood, obviously not intending to continue talking to Ciri. Looking at Yeezy's back as she left, Ciri was shocked to recall the undisguised disgust in Yeezy's eyes just now. Obviously, she did not expect the other party to say this about herself. In her opinion, she was just temporarily coming to this world to seek refuge, and she shouldn't pose much of a threat to the native world. Now after Yeezy's warning, Ciri, who was originally an outsider, couldn't help but start to back off. Could it be that the Wild Hunt would even pose a threat to the entire Westeros continent in order to search for her signs? Just as Ciri was in doubt and fear about the future, it suddenly patted Ciri on the shoulder, then looked at Yeezy unkindly and said, although I don't know what kind of connection there is between the children of the forest and the wildlings, even if it is the request of the Green Prophet, you should tell me why you let the wildlings enter the wall, right? In his opinion, although the sudden appearance of the children of the forest surprised him, it was not enough to convince him to let the wildlings enter the wall. After all, as Ciri said, most of the wildlings are rude and lawless criminals, and there are not a few desperate criminals with the blood of the northerners on their hands. In this case, if Ed rashly opened the wall to let the wildlings enter the southern region, it would really become a disaster. This is absolutely not acceptable for the Stark family who value honor. Seeing this, Yeezy did not intend to hide anything, but said very directly, the god of cold has awakened, and his servants of the White Walkers are ready to make a comeback. The wildlings must go to the south for refuge. White Walkers? Aren't they creatures that only exist in legends? Faced with Ed's confusion, Yeezy just rolled his eyes silently, and then asked in silence, in the eyes of you humans, aren't we the children of the forest also creatures of legends? Why can't the White Walkers be the same? This seems to make some sense. After hearing the explanation of the children of the forest, Ed couldn't help but glance at the woman from another world who could use magic next to him, and then tacitly accepted the fact that the White Walkers existed. After all, too many things have happened recently. Even Ed, who has always believed in the old gods, has to admit that there may really be other gods in this world. First, Ciri escaped through time and space with the help of the blood of the ancients, then the many wild hunt elves and ice elementals who also traveled through time, and now the children of the forest and the White Walkers. I'm afraid that if this continues, even the resurrection of the dragons of the Targaryen family will not surprise him, right? Looking at Ed who was immersed in his thoughts, Mance couldn't help but look at the direction of the peaks of the ancestors in the north, where strange noises were constantly coming from, and then asked impatiently, there is no extra time for us to think, Eddard Lord. After all, my people are now under threat from the White Walkers. If you really don't intend to let us pass the Great Wall, then I will blow the horn of winter given to me by the children of the forest, and then let the whole continent face the army of dead people of the White Walkers together. Hearing that the horn of winter was also given to the wildlings by the children of the forest, Eddard's face immediately became ugly. If the horn was really given to Mance by the children of the forest, then he could not doubt the authenticity of the horn of winter. After hesitating for a long time, Eddard said to Mance and the children of the forest in front of him, this matter cannot be decided by me alone. I need to discuss this matter with the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch first, and then decide whether to let you pass through the wall. Then go back and discuss it quickly. The damn winter is coming, and the White Walkers will come at any time. We can only wait for you until the afternoon at most. Hearing that Ed had actually spent time talking to the Night's Watch, Mance wanted to chop off this damn Duke of the North on the spot. However, after looking at Ciri who was still vigilant next to him, Mance decisively gave up this suicidal idea, and then sat down next to the fishbeam wood in depression. Eddard looked at Ciri, and then did not dare to delay for a moment, and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the hanging basket, ready to inform the Night's Watch and the old bear of this news. A few hours later, outside the wall it must be said, that the news brought back by Eddard and Ciri was indeed very bad. Even Mr. Eamon, who was always known for his resourcefulness, was shocked by the news. Giants, children of the forest, green seers, countless creatures that once existed only in imagination and legends have now actually come into their lives. It has to be said to be a miracle. The discussion about whether to let the wildlings cross the wall has also split the entire Night's Watch and the northern team into two factions. The conservative Night's Watch, led by Alyssa, disagreed with letting the wildlings cross the wall, even though Eddard had already made it clear that the Horn of Winter existed. In their view, even if the wall was really destroyed by that bullshit horn, the duty of the Night's Watch was to ensure that the wildlings could not cross the wall. In short, the ancestral law cannot be changed. Eddard and most of the northern nobles agreed to confiscate the weapons of the wildlings first, and then centralize them for management. After all, if the children of the forest and Mance Rayder did not lie, it would be better to resist the threat of the White Walkers together than to turn hundreds of thousands of wildlings into an undead army of the White Walkers. After consulting the opinions of both parties, Old Bear finally decided to follow the advice of Eddard and Meester Eamon, and allow the wildlings to live in the town of Queen's Crown, south of Castle Black. As soon as this order came out, everyone was in an uproar. Dozens of Night's Watch immediately asked Old Bear, hoping that the commander-in-chief could withdraw this order that blasphemed the honor of the Night's Watch. However, Old Bear did not agree to this request in the end, but he still made concessions. The wildlings could only live in Queen's Crown for 2 months. Once this period is exceeded, the wildlings living in Queen's Crown will be strangled by the Night's Watch and the Northern Army, and the bloodline of the wildlings will be directly cut off here. Although some Night's Watch still stick to their own opinions and do not allow the wildlings to cross the wall, the voices of opposition are obviously much smaller. In the end, Old Bear decided to ask Eddard and Ciri to negotiate with Mance under the weirwood, ready to test the other party's bottom line. So, during the time you live in the background, the North will be responsible for your food and necessities for 2 months, but you must return to the Beyond the Wall after 2 months. Under the weirwood, the fully armed Eddard informed Mance of this proposal. He thought that the other party, who was threatened by the White Walkers, would immediately agree to this request, but unexpectedly, Mance sneered, "Humph, it seems that you don't intend to negotiate properly at all. Since we have to listen to your command after crossing the wall, why don't we just blow the horn to destroy the wall and become an unrestrained freeman? This matter can still be discussed. You can tell me your demands and I will find a way to solve it for you." Looking at Mance, who was fearless with the Horn of Winter in front of him, Eddard felt dizzy in his head. He really hated this kind of brain-consuming negotiation. He now only hoped that Mance's request would not be too excessive. After all, in his opinion, the concessions made by the Night's Watch were already big enough. Mance snorted arrogantly, and then slowly began to list the dishes. First, the wildlings must have a piece of land in the south. Second, we are not loyal to your king, so the laws and taxes are invalid for us. Finally, that's impossible. You are too greedy. Before he finished speaking, Eddard angrily rejected Mance's unreasonable request. After all, what is the difference between such a condition and becoming the king of a separatist party? Not to mention Eddard, any noble with a brain, would not agree to such an unreasonable request. Mance obviously knew that his request was too outrageous, but it was just a means for him to lower the price. After a cordial and friendly exchange, the two sides successfully exchanged opinions and finally reached an agreement. The wildlings can finally pass through the Great Wall. However, compared to Mance, Eddard was still on guard against the Horn of Winter. Instead, he asked Jeezy next to him, "Can't the children of the forest take back the Horn of Winter? This thing is too threatening to us, and there is even a threat of falling into the hands of the White Walkers." "I'm sorry, it was the Green Seer's order to hand the horn to Mance Rayder. I will not take back the Horn of Winter solstice before receiving the order." Yeezy's refusal to Eddard made Mance smile proudly again, and then he took the initiative to pat Eddard on the shoulder, ignoring the other party's disgusted expression, and said, "Don't worry, if we wildlings can really survive the difficulty of the White Walkers, then we will not destroy the wall, right?" Hearing this, Eddard's heart was slightly relieved, and he seemed to have accepted the fate of the Horn of Winter being controlled by the wildlings. However, sometimes, fate just likes to play tricks on others, and, at this moment, waves of terrifying roars that resounded through the sky were transmitted to the wall along the snow wind, immediately attracting the attention of all the wildlings and the Night's Watch. The Night Watchmen rushed to the wall with their bows and arrows raised. The nobles of the northern border also raised their weapons, but then subconsciously dropped them. because they suddenly realized that something seemed to be beyond the reach of human power alone. Even Yeezy hurriedly raised his head and chopped at the fist of the ancestors. The cat's eyes, which were a mixture of gold and green, showed a touch of human panic and astonishment. Green Prophet. Dozens of silver dragons, as long as 100 meters, were like clouds covering the sky and the sun, and they flew towards the direction of the Great Wall, while making terrifying dragon roars. Among them, the leading silver dragon was an astonishing 150 meters long, and even the Great Wall of Despair seemed so small compared to it. Boom! The huge body of the silver dragon fell directly on the Great Wall, and then spread its wings domineeringly, as if it was going to make a deafening roar to declare its existence. However, she seemed to have forgotten that her body was not enough for the Great Wall of Ice and Snow to bear. Kalala. The sound of ice breaking suddenly came from the feet of the silver dragon, and the silver dragon quickly spread its wings and flew into the air. Woo! Looking at the Great Wall that was slowly collapsing due to its inability to bear its weight, the silver dragon couldn't help but let out a whimper. I seem to have gotten into trouble. Chapter 302. Green Prophet's Meeting Invitation. On the wall, the night watchmen all looked at the terrifying dragon that had collapsed a section of the wall, and the beautiful female mage holding a staff on the dragon's back. Woo! Looking at the wall that was accidentally broken by itself, the silver dragon was so scared that it flapped its wings and flew into the air, then looked at its back pitifully. The female mage also touched the smooth scales on the back of the silver dragon with a headache, and then said helplessly, "Carrot, you are so fat now, do you still think you are the little dragon that followed Eluoa?" This towering dragon, whose body length is even comparable to the wall, is naturally Eluohan's mount, before he had wings. Eluohan. And the woman sitting on the dragon saddle is naturally the female sorceress of the life system who inherited Eluohan's fiancé, Isabel. After hearing Isabel's accountability, Eluohan looked down at his body that had become strong because of the good food and couldn't help but let out a wronged whimper. "What? I'm not fat, I'm just plump." Fortunately, this wall didn't collapse completely. But didn't Law say that the Wall of Despair was made of magic? Why did you collapse it so easily? Isabel didn't care about Luobo's little mood, but focused her eyes on the collapsed wall, full of doubts. After all, she had also seen the newly built magic wall in Grand Town. Although it was not as magnificent as the Wall of Despair, at least it wouldn't be like this. Isabel didn't know that Luobo couldn't be blamed for this matter. It was because the Wall of Despair couldn't withstand Luobo's body blessed by the Lady of the Mist. After all, as Luohan's former mount, Luobo could be regarded as a living holy dragon among the dragons, and the blessing he received was not comparable to that of an ordinary silver dragon. In addition, Luohan would use his divine power to strengthen Luobo's body from time to time, so even some relatively weak silver moon dragons in Ulthuan were no match for her. Under such circumstances, only the upper part of the Great Wall collapsed under the heavy blow of the carrot falling from the sky, which was enough to prove its solidity. However, even so, the scene of the collapse of the Great Wall was enough to horrify everyone present. Gods, giants, children of the forest, and dragons have all appeared. Am I in an epic nightmare now? Holding the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw inherited by the Mormont family, the old bear looked bitterly at the damaged Great Wall and the dozens of dragons still hovering in the air, and didn't know what to say for a while. The reappearance of the extinct dragons in Westeros will undoubtedly bring a bloody storm to the whole world again. And even if all the dragons of the Targaryen family in history are added together, I'm afraid that they are less than half of the number of dragons in the sky, right? Even the northern nobles who followed Eddard to the Great Wall realized this, and their faces gradually began to change. They were all worried about how serious a disaster these suddenly appearing dragons would cause to the north. After all, the Targaryen family had just been overthrown not long ago, and the power of the dragon flag had not yet faded. However, not all the nobles in the north thought that the appearance of the dragon was a bad thing. What a beautiful creature. The creator is really amazing. On the wall of the Black Castle, a seemingly gentle noble in the north was looking up at the silver dragons in the sky that kept roaring horribly, and a gleam of light flashed in his dim eyes. His name was Rose Bolton, the Duke of the Bolton family in the Dreadfort, and also the logistics officer of the North entrusted by Eddard. With this power, he secretly sought a lot of wealth for the Bolton family through legal means, and even other nobles did not notice his behavior. What can be done by invitation does not need to be ordered. Power only needs to be packaged with etiquette to exert its maximum effect. No one knew how strong his desire for power was hidden under his pale skin due to frequent leeches sucking blood. Looking at the silver dragon riders riding on the dragon's back, and the beautiful woman who looked like a female wizard, Rose Bolton's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. I really don't know what kind of benefits these beautiful creatures can bring to the Bolton family. However, Rose Bolton probably didn't expect that in the cell of the Black Castle not far away from him, a young man who also inherited the blood of the Bolton family was also looking up at the sky. In the cage, countless blood and bandages were irrigated on the dark ground, and in the center of the cell, a human with his skin stripped off was hanging in the air. He was the wild man who was sent by Mance Rayder to act as an envoy. He just mocked the young man's illegitimate identity and ended up in such a pitiful end. What made people feel even more creepy was that this poor wild man was still alive, and at this time he opened his lips like a stinky fish about to suffocate on the shore. I thought that the skins of wildlings, like you living outside the wall, should be as difficult to peel as those of animals, but I didn't expect that they are almost the same as those of normal people. The young man is called Ramsay Snow. As his name suggests, he is a bastard of the Bolton family, known for his skill in skinning people alive and his cruelty and barbarity. At this moment, he was looking through the iron bars of the prison at the silver dragon flying in the sky outside, his eyes full of madness for power, and he kept muttering, "Aegon Targaryen once conquered Westeros with 3 dragons, but now there are so many dragons, which means they are definitely not native to Westeros." As a bastard, he knew that his identity was destined to make it difficult for him to inherit the Dreadfort and Duke title of the Bolton family. But because of this, Ramsay was even more crazy and obsessed with showing his Bolton bloodline, hoping to make his father recognize his identity. The Bolton family was once famous for being good at skinning defeated enemies, and even the family flag was a skinner. It can be said that skinning is a skill flowing in their blood. Even though the tradition of skinning has been banned for centuries, Ramsay is still obsessed with this behavior. He hopes that this cruel method will make people forget his bastard identity and make people pay attention to him as a Bolton. Unfortunately, even if he often does some cruel feats like those famous figures in the family history, it will only make people hate him more. Although he failed to change his identity, at least he succeeded in making people think that he is a Bolton, the cruel bastard of the Bolton family. Westeros has finally ushered in a new conqueror. I guess he will need a good dog that is familiar with the living habits of the locals. Hehahaha. Ramsay's crazy laughter filled the entire dungeon. He picked up a glass of strong wine on the table next to him and poured it on the poor Skinner, and then left the cell with a desperate scream. The land beyond the wall, the frozen coast. At this time, Rohan didn't know that he had a good dog in the dark. After all, he was busy searching for the traces of the Night King and had no time to care about the Great Wall. On the coast of Hardhome, Rohan's face twitched as he looked at the innocent wild man who was held on the ground by the elves. He asked with suppressed anger, "What do you mean by running away on a boat? I advise you to explain it clearly, otherwise I can't guarantee what kind of torture you will suffer." "Everything I said is true. I saw with my own eyes a man covered in ice and snow. He created an ice boat out of thin air and left the bay." The wild man pressed to the ground had horror in his eyes. He stared at the pointed-eared monsters in purple armor around him, then gritted his teeth and assured, "There are several servants around him who look like white ghosts. I don't know if they are the people you are looking for, but I have told you everything I know. Gods above, he just wanted to come out to find some firewood and look for food. Why did he encounter such a thing?" Looking at the savage with pleading eyes, Rohan silently closed his eyes, and after using his divine power to sense the other's heart, he couldn't help cursing. Damn it, this guy actually said all the truth. Let him go. He actually hoped that the savage could deceive him. After all, if what the other party said was all true, it would mean that the Night King actually chose to build a ship and leave the land of eternal winter. The duck boiled in the water actually built a ship and swam away. What's the matter? Let me kill you obediently and complete the task, isn't it? Looking at the savage who was struggling to get up from the ground, Rohan casually took an elven sword from the waist of the Durachi warrior next to him and threw it to the other party and then said, "Go and inform your clan. We are looking for all the information about the so-called white ghosts. As long as you can provide us with accurate information, you can get high quality weapons from us." Really? Really? Looking at the exquisite longsword in his arms, that seemed to be forged by a god, the savage pulled it out of the scabbard in surprise, and the blade emitting a domineering light made his fingers tremble slightly. After all, even bronze weapons are quite rare in the outer wall, not to mention the fine steel longsword forged by the elven craftsman. But if I'm not mistaken, there seems to be a magic rune engraved on the sword. Looking at the back of the wild man who was excitedly leaving with the longsword, Rohan looked at the Durachi warrior next to him with a frown on his face. After coughing a few times, he pretended to be calm and said, "Ahem. Go and ask the great mechanic Anson for reimbursement later. He will ask the master craftsman to customize a new longsword for you." Then Rohan stopped looking at the dead fish eyes of his subordinates, flapped his wings and left hard home, flying towards the direction of the haunted forest. The haunted forest is the snow-covered forest outside the Great Wall, and it is also the temporary base of the Durachi elves. To be honest, this location is actually not far from the Wall of Despair. The patrolling troops can even see the flying silver dragon knights on the Great Wall. However, Rohan did not plan to reunite with Isabel immediately. After all, the Night King had the ability to split himself, and the cannon fodder of the White Walkers he left behind was enough to give him a headache. Although Rohan could leave these White Walkers to the indigenous humans, if he needed to support an agent now, he could not leave too much trouble. I heard that Dario and his men have arrived at the Iron Islands, and are now leading the auxiliary army to clear out the Ironmen, who are trying to resist. It seems that I need to speed up. Recalling the report that Dario sent to him a few days ago, Rohan flapped his wings a little faster, and even his face showed a relaxed expression for the first time in a long time. After all, the hundreds of thousands of whites left by the Night King were too difficult to deal with. Even if Rohan personally used magic to deal with tens of thousands of whites, it would be useless. Recalling the tragic trembling at the time, Rohan could not help but shudder. It was a close call. The casualties almost broke 100. Quack! Just as Rohan was flying freely in the cold wind, a faint crow cry suddenly came from the side, attracting his attention. Huh? Why is there a crow? Looking at the crow below him, that was desperately chasing him, Rohan slightly slowed down his flying speed that was almost reaching the speed of sound, and then floated in the air. Seeing that Rohan's speed had finally slowed down, the crow took the time to fly in front of Rohan, first landing on Rohan's palm, and then trying to jump on his shoulder to rest. Unexpectedly, Rohan waved his hand at him with a look of disgust, and then looked at the black chicken feet with some disgust and mocked, "Go away. Do you know me well? You dare to land on my shoulder? Believe it or not, I will turn you into a roasted chicken." After that, he casually summoned a fire phoenix of the same size as the crow, and then let the fire phoenix land on his shoulder. Clang! The fire phoenix seemed to understand what its master meant, so it rubbed Rohan's cheek affectionately with its warm and fluffy little head, and then looked at the crow provocatively. "Quack!" Exclamation mark. Looking at the gorgeous feathers and slender tail feathers of the fire phoenix, the crow felt that its bird character was insulted, so it flew to Rohan and began to shout wildly. At the same time, Rohan also noticed the third eye on the forehead of the crow in front of him, so he burned his stepped palm with flames with even more disgust and said, "Although I don't know where you came from, monster, can you please stay away from me? You are really too dirty." Quack! The little crow didn't understand this at all, and immediately began to spit out foul language, and all kinds of dirty words that only bads can understand kept coming out of its mouth, as if it wanted to show off its tongue. However, not long after, Rohan saw that the crow's eyes gradually became blurred, and then a hoarse voice came out of its mouth and said, "Come with me, the Green Prophet wants to meet a visitor from another world." Chapter 303, Begin Mao. Green Seer. Looking at the three-eyed crow in front of him, Rohan soothed the restless fire phoenix in his arms, and began to recall the memories related to the Green Seer. If he remembered correctly, this so-called green seer seemed to have a kind of ability similar to that of a druid, and even had the terrifying ability to explore the past and the future. Although it is unknown what the difference is between this ability and the great demon of Tsinj, Carlos Fatova, this does not prevent Rohan from hating and being wary of this kind of riddle man. After all, even the Lord of Change cannot predict the future, and you, the Green Seer, can predict the future. You are more awesome than Tsinj. However, compared to the Green Seer who has not yet met, Rohan is very interested in the crow with a third eye on his forehead. Seeing that Rohan's eyes were always on him, the three-eyed crow felt uneasy, and then said in a hoarse voice, "The red comet has not yet crossed the sky, and endless white frost and darkness will eventually cover the entire world. Only, wish." However, before the three-eyed crow finished speaking, Rohan suddenly came in front of the other party in an instant, and then easily crushed the neck of this noisy crow with 2 fingers. The three-eyed crow obviously did not expect Rohan to suddenly kill him, and was frightened, and began to flutter, with 3 gradually dimming eyes full of fear and confusion. A human druid whose strength is not as good as Asray Mage actually wants me to lower myself and take the initiative to find you. Who do you think you are? Looking at the crow whose fingertips were gradually losing vitality, Rohan dug out the eyeball on the other party's forehead with his sharp claws, and began to mock with disdain. What he hated most was this kind of conversation that could not be made clear at once, especially this kind of weakling who always liked to be a riddler, even though he was obviously not very strong. After all, the Durachi society has always been straightforward. If there is any problem between the two sides, everyone will go to the arena to settle it privately. There is no such thing as a riddler. It is precisely because of this straightforward character that the Durachi people often have bizarre situations where the two sides duel for absurd reasons such as, "What are you looking at? What's wrong with you?" Rohan, who has lived in such a straightforward society for more than 100 years, wants him to calm down and listen to the riddles of the Riddler and then reason. It is simply wishful thinking. There is divine power, but not much, and there is only this little amount. It is probably not enough for 1k and carrots to fill their teeth, right? After confirming that this eyeball is just an ordinary eyeball with a little divine power, Rohan casually put it into the system space and then dropped the crow corpse in his hand. He is very busy. Next, he has to deal with the remaining White Walkers in the land beyond the wall and talk with the people on the Great Wall. He has no time to care about a druid riddler. Looking at the crow's corpse gradually disappearing from his sight, Rohan took out the walkie-talkie from his waist and ordered Lysadilin in the haunted forest. "The magic of the Green Prophet may be worth studying. Send people to search all the weirwoods outside the Great Wall and then find the Riddler hiding in the tree hole for me. As you command." A cave somewhere in the land of eternal winter. Green Prophet. I saw countless dragons land on the wall with my own eyes. It's so scary. In the cave, Leaf, the child of the forest, was standing in front of a strange weirwood. His big ears, like those of a fawn, were constantly beating, showing the panic of the owner of the ears. Even the once gentle and sweet voice was filled with a touch of sadness that struck the soul, as if she was distressed because she could not see the current situation clearly. She saw with her own eyes that those magical creatures that had been extinct for hundreds of years landed on the continent of Westeros again, and there was no doubt that they would once again set off a terrifying bloody massacre. She was afraid that these dragons would destroy their only remaining home. The magic tide has dissipated. The giants and the children of the forest are almost extinct. The giant lions of the West Mountain have been slaughtered. The unicorns have almost disappeared. And even the powerful mammoths are only a few hundred. Perhaps the dire elves will exist longer than them, but their end will eventually come. In the world created by humans, there is no living space for them, or the children of the forest. And now, the old enemy, the cold god, has not yet gone away, and new invaders have come to their former home again. Who knows what the fate of the children of the forest will be? Leaf knelt in front of the withered fishbeam tree, piously stroking the dry roots of the other side with her claws, and said in a sad voice, "The last Green Prophet. We urgently need your guidance. Please tell us about the future fate of the children of the forest." Several children of the forest also came to Leaf's side. They knelt together at the roots of the fishbeam tree, closed their eyes, and began to pray to the fishbeam tree. Shalala, In the prayers of the children of the forest, the roots of the fish beamwood finally began to entangle together like several pythons, and finally revealed a grotesque body. A skinny and dry figure gradually emerged from the entangled roots. The roots pierced through his thighs and spread out from his shoulders, which looked particularly terrifying. The most eye-catching thing was the pale hair and blood-red eyes. Countless tiny roots crawled down his cheeks from his other empty eye socket, and pierced deeply into his neck. He was the object of service of the children of the forest, the last green prophet who could explore the past and the future, the legendary three-eyed crow. Prophet, your eyes? Seeing that the green prophet responded to his prayer, Yeezy couldn't help but look up at the green prophet with some excitement, and then suddenly noticed that the green prophet's missing eye socket was bleeding. Hearing Yeezy's exclamation, the corners of the green prophet's mouth, which seemed to be unchanged for eternity, could not help but twitch slightly, and then he said with great effort, "It's just a minor injury. Now the key is to deal with the 2 waves of invaders from another world." After that, he simply closed his eye sockets with tree roots, and then began to think about the intelligence he had collected about the elves during this period, through the three-eyed crow's tracking and observation for several months. He has been convinced that the Durachi elves led by Rohan and the Wild Hunt elves led by Kiranthir are 2 waves of elves of different races. Although both of them use some kind of portal to come to the continent of Westeros, the three-eyed crow could still detect the difference through the armor and language of both sides. Recalling that the three-eyed crow under his control was killed by Rohan, the green prophet immediately felt a surge of anger in his heart. "I remember this grudge." Looking at the silent green prophet with his eyes closed, Yeezy shook his ears uneasily, and then asked carefully, "Green prophet, how should we deal with those terrifying invaders? The strongest tree roots will be deep in the dark underground. We don't need to fight those terrible invaders head on, just provoke disputes between them." Hearing Yeezy's question, the green prophet slowly opened his remaining eyes, and then pretended to be deep and said, "The long summer is over, and the cold winter is coming, but the cold god who should have awakened has to flee to the unknown east, and the new enemy has made a comeback." The old and hoarse voice came from the green prophet's mouth, and all the children of the forest looked at the green prophet in confusion, thinking about these meaningless nonsense. After being poor for so many years, these children of the forest who are only a few dozen years old have long regarded the green prophet as the spokesperson of the old god, so naturally they dare not neglect it. However, Leaf interrupted the green prophet's slow talk, and then asked him curiously, "So how should we provoke a dispute between them?" The green prophet, whose preaching was interrupted by Leaf, couldn't help but open his eyes, glanced at this unique child of the forest, and then said slowly, "The messenger of the white frost is pursuing the magical blood that can travel through time and space, and the walker of the mist is trying to annex and spread his own beliefs. They originally had no conflict, but if the goal of the white frost is to become a member of the mist, then there will inevitably be a fierce battle between the 2 invaders. So that's it, worthy of being the green prophet." After listening to the green prophet's plan, the surrounding children of the forest suddenly realized that they wanted to let those invaders fight each other. After all, the reason why the Wild Hunt elves came to this world was entirely to pursue the trajectory of the ancient blood. But what if the ancient blood fell into the Durachi? Although this plan seems a bit despicable, after all, the enemy is those vicious and powerful invaders, so this unscrupulous method can only be adopted. But why can't we find a way to weaken those followers of the mist first? Obviously, their power seems to be stronger, right? However, at this moment, Yeezy's curious question came from the side again, and immediately a trace of dissatisfaction appeared in the blood-red eyes of the green prophet. As a green prophet, how could he not understand the truth of dealing with the most threatening Durachi elves first? But the problem is that he can't beat them. After all, the battle between Rohan and the Night King was so fierce that the three-eyed raven noticed the battle between the 2 sides as early as the Battle of Thurn. At first, the green prophet was still secretly happy because these invaders could weaken the power of the god of cold. After all, he and the Night King were originally hostile, so there was no such thing as lips and teeth cold. In order to weaken the power of the Night King, the Green Prophet even gave the Horn of Winter to Mance Rayder, in order to make the Night King lose an important source of troops. However, when the Night King was actually defeated and had to flee the land of eternal winter by boat, the Green Prophet realized the seriousness of the problem. These invading elves are more terrible than the Night King. When he wanted to do everything he could to weaken the military strength of the Durachi elves, he found that there was no force outside the wall that could resist, except those weak wildlings who fought on their own. As for the former ally of the North, he was pushed away by him because he gave the ice horn to the wildlings and could no longer fight for the old gods. Now, except for those wild hunt elves who are also invaders and those wildlings who have no fighting power, the old gods have lost any means to resist Durachi. As for letting the Green Prophet personally fight Rohan in a duel, that's because I'm not good at fighting. Please forgive me. Old gods, the strength of the followers of the mist cannot be underestimated. If we can't unite all the forces of Westeros, it will inevitably lead to a devastating disaster. As the Green Prophet slowly spoke, the roots on his body began to extend continuously and finally turned into a string of fishbeam wood bracelets that appeared in Yeezy's hand. Looking at the bracelet tightly attached to his wrist, Yeezy felt uneasy and then saw the Green Prophet put his blood red eyes on him. Yeezy, I need you to contact the witch pursued by the White Frost and find a way to let her join the protection of the mist so as to provoke a fight between the two parties. Yeezy! Exclamation mark. Hearing that the Green Prophet had arranged such a dangerous task for himself, Yeezy hurriedly reached out and tugged at the fishbeam wood bracelet in his hand, but found that the bracelet was already firmly tied to his wrist. Seeing this, Yeezy could only pretend to be weak and patted her legs, then looked at the Green Prophet pitifully and said, Green Prophet, my legs have been sore because of the fatigue of wandering in the world. Can you? Don't worry, I have already prepared a way for you to deal with it. This bracelet can protect your body and make your legs regain their former vigor. However, before Yeezy could say her excuse, the Green Prophet pointed at her bracelet and then immediately felt a warm current from her wrist into her legs. Seeing Yeezy's slender legs full of muscles and elasticity again, the children of the forest around them celebrated excitedly. Great, Yeezy, so you can wander around Westeros again. When you come back this time, can you bring us some local specialties from other regions? That's great. I also want to get the gift of the Green Prophet. However, compared to the innocent compatriots around her who were celebrating for herself, although Yeezy's face also showed a happy expression, her heart was full of doubts and bitterness. Decades ago, she loved adventure, but lost her legs. She had asked the Green Prophet if there was a way to treat her, but the answer she got was a rejection. At that time, she simply thought that the Green Prophet just hadn't found a way to treat her, so she stayed around the fishbeam wood to serve the Green Prophet. However, everything that happened in front of her now directly gave Yeezy a big fight. As a child of the forest who has traveled throughout the entire Westeros continent, Yeezy has witnessed the disgusting deeds between those nobles with her own infiltration skills and green vision. It was this experience that made her more sensitive and intelligent than her simple compatriots who had never left the land beyond the wall. She could feel that what the Green Prophet did this time was completely to control her. At this moment, Yeezy only felt that the warm power that was constantly nourishing her body became so cold and biting at this moment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. First hearing of Wild Hunt. The Wall. Castle Blackadder. Your place is too shabby, isn't it? Such a big living room has only an old stove. The living conditions are too poor, aren't they? In the hall of Castle Black, Isabel, wearing a velvet coat, sat in the seat of the former commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch with some dissatisfaction, looking at this shabby castle with a look of disgust. It's not that Isabel is greedy for enjoyment. After all, although her current identity is the queen of a unified world, she is not a vase that can't bear hardships. But the living conditions of the Night's Watch are really too poor. Is such a drafty environment really for people to live in? Look at the windows with wooden boards to block the wind and the creaking doors. Let alone compared with Grand Town and the Clo Empire. Even the lives of slaves in Grand Town are several times better than this. After all, since the slavery reform in Grandtown, even the lowest beastmen slaves can be assigned their own brick houses, but their lives are still miserable. They are forced to work 8 hours a day and only provide 3 simple meals a day plus 1 meat meal. At the same time, they can only take energy bars for breakfast, and they only have 1 hour for lunch. They can only get a bowl of broth as a reward for extra work, and they are forced to exercise for an hour after get off work to ensure the quality of slaves. At the same time, they can only get a short time to relax on weekends. The most terrible thing is that only slaves who can survive under this cruel slavery for 4 years are eligible to obtain the position of team leader who manages other slaves, and they have to face oppression and insults from slave owners, which is terrible. However, it is precisely because of such difficult slave life that the night watchman can't even maintain basic meat and accommodation. It's really pitiful, but Isabel didn't know that the reason why Grandtown could develop to such a scale in such a short time is inseparable from those loyal slaves. After all, compared to the current slave life, the lives of these inferior horned beasts and slave rats who were originally at the bottom of society are even more miserable. Not having enough food and clothes is just a daily routine, and being whipped by superiors is also a normal thing. Sometimes they are even horrified to find that the military rations are actually meat. In comparison, the current life is simply heaven for them. This distinguished lady, you may not understand the duties and obligations of the night watchman. This is not something worth being picky about. I wonder where you are from? Old Bear frowned and looked at Isabel, who was picking and choosing in the main seat. Under the vigilance of dozens of dragons and the other party's unknown identity, he agreed to let the other party enter the Black Castle to rest. But this does not mean that he will accept this unidentified woman's insult to the duties of the night watchman. Hearing Old Bear's questioning, the northern nobles in the audience turned their eyes to the Silver Dragon Knights who were on guard in the hall, waiting for orders from Ed at any time. In their view, these unknown knights riding dragons are likely to be the avengers of the Targaryen family's overseas branches who have returned and are ready to conquer Westeros again. As the Stark family in the north who overthrew the Targaryen dynasty during the War of the Usurper, they probably can't escape the fate of liquidation and destruction, right? A bunch of reckless men and fools. Looking at the northern nobles around him who put their hands on their weapons, Rose Bolton couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Through the brief communication during this period, he already knew that these Silver Dragon Knights and the woman were not from the Targaryen family at all, but should be another force that can command the dragon. Such foreign nobles or unknown forces are likely not to abide by the so-called guest etiquette of Westeros, right? In this unknown state, they took the lead in showing hostility, which is not courting death. Put down your weapons, mortals, and don't let us notice any dangerous actions from you. As expected, seeing the restlessness of these northern nobles, the Silver Dragon Knights, who had never eaten bread and salt, grasped the long swords at their waists, and their eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. They were young nobles of Plunders in their former lives, but they were not gentle and warm men. In addition, with the blessing of Lady of Mist and Rohan, they had already looked down on ordinary indigenous humans. If these indigenous nobles really dared to show any disrespect, they would not mind swinging their butcher knives at these unrelated fellows. Sensing the tense situation in the hall, Rose Bolton hurriedly untied the sword from his waist, quietly signaled to the Silver Dragon Knight behind him that he had no hostility, and said to smooth things over, "Everyone, there is no need to be so impatient. I suggest that everyone put down their weapons and talk calmly. May I ask this lady, why did you lead so many dragons to the wall?" Finally, there is a smart person. Seeing that there was finally a noble who could communicate normally, Isabel slowly withdrew her hand holding the staff. She was already a little disgusted with talking to the reckless men. Yesterday, she complained to the person in charge of the wall that the life of the Night's Watch was not as good as that of the slaves in Grandtown. This was a normal joke. Unexpectedly, Ed claimed that slave trade is illegal in the north and even prepared to use this as an excuse to arrest Isabel and the Silver Dragon Knights who left the dragon. If it weren't for the girl named Ciri who tried her best to stop her, I'm afraid that this Duke of the North would have been sucked dry of blood by her thorny vines and died. Thinking of this, Isabel looked gently at the white-haired girl, who was holding a wine glass and pretending nothing happened, and then said to the silent Eddard, "I came to the wall for 3 things. To prevent any living creatures from passing through the wall, to intercept the White Walkers who might escape here, and to have a normal conversation with you. But your duke doesn't seem very friendly, and seems to be very confused about our social system, so you'd better wait for law to come with the army to talk to you." White Walkers? Army? Rose Bolton keenly noticed the 2 pieces of information revealed in Isabel's words, and then sat back in his seat silently, and fell into thought. It seems that in addition to these silver armored knights riding dragons, this force also has a powerful army heading towards the wall, and can even defeat the legendary White Walkers. Rose Bolton was a little confused, because even now, he always thought that the threat of the land beyond the wall was the hundreds of thousands of wildlings. Do White Walkers actually exist? Eddard focused on the first half of Isabel's sentence, and then asked angrily, "If we don't let any living creature pass through the wall, what will happen to the free people outside the wall? Who can guarantee that they are not threatened by the White Walkers?" Click. But before Eddard could continue to question, several figures in purple armor suddenly opened the door of the Black Castle, and then the leading figure said jokingly, "Calm down, human duke, you are talking to a queen now." Isabel looked up and saw Issa Dillon leading several silver mist hunters holding double swords into the hall of the Black Castle, with disdain for the northern nobles on his face. It is not difficult to see from the bloody swords and bloodstains on the armor that they had obviously experienced a bloody massacre not long ago. Finally seeing an acquaintance after several days, Isabel looked at the blood on Lysadillon's body with some surprise, and then asked curiously, "Lysadillon, why did you come to the wall without permission? Don't we need to guard against the wandering White Walkers?" "No need, your majesty. The Night King has fled to the depths of the ocean with his vulnerable army. It's a pity that the Black Ark is not here, otherwise we will never forgive him." After saluting Isabel slightly, Lysadillon turned his gaze to the terrified northern nobles around him, and then scolded dissatisfiedly, "What are you looking at? Don't you want your eyeballs anymore?" As a refined and easygoing older elf, Lysadillon's personality finally became like that of the Darach elves under the influence of the Darach elves who get along with him day and night. Hearing this, several northern nobles hurriedly looked away, and then communicated with each other in what they thought was a quiet voice. "Hey, Gretchen, are they the elves who robbed caravans and attacked Duke Eddard?" "Yes, Umber, I heard that your son was also there at the time. He has pointy ears and can do magic. Could it be these guys?" "Old gods, I was not there. How can I know if these guys are the damn Wild Hunt?" Hearing the questions of his colleagues, Gretchen Umber shook his head in embarrassment and anger. His son is still lying in bed with serious injuries and unconscious. He doesn't know any information about the Wild Hunt. Several northern nobles are constantly whispering, completely unaware that their communication has long been heard clearly by all the elves and living saints present. Wild Hunt elves? Interesting. Could there be other elves who have come to this remote and desolate place? In the hall, Lysadillon was busy reporting to Isabel what had happened in the past few days, while secretly eavesdropping on the conversations between the nobles, preparing to collect information about the Wild Hunt. After listening for a while, Lysadillon, who was originally chatting with Isabel, suddenly became serious, and then said to Isabel in a strange way, "I think this matter has exceeded my scope of handling. I should report it directly to Lord Rohan, and ask him to send the Inquisition to intervene." "I think so too. If what they said is true, then both the little girl and these strange guys are worth our vigilance." Isabel's face also became a little ugly. The sudden change of one person and one elf immediately attracted the attention of Rose Bolton, who was peeping, but he didn't know what happened. However, if he could hear the important information just spoken by the Great John, he would immediately understand why the two of them were suddenly so nervous. "I'm now talking about the important information that Duke Ed told me. You must not tell others. Those fierce elves came to Westeros through a magical portal magic, and their target is the little girl next to the Duke. She seems to be able to use magic." At this time, the Great John, who was a little excited because of the leak of the news, did not know that at the moment he said this, half of the people and elves in the hall shared the information. After bowing slightly to Isabel, Lysadillon turned around and prepared to leave the hall. Unexpectedly, Duke Eddard, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, "Mr. Elf, may I ask whose blood is on you and your compatriots' bodies and swords?" As early as when Rasadillan and Isabel were talking, Eddard had confirmed with Ciri that these elves were not Wild Hunt elves, but an unknown new force. Ciri didn't know that she had been betrayed by the Great John at this time. She didn't want Eddard to have a conflict with these elves, and she was still hoping that these elves would leave immediately. Even Eddard didn't want to cause trouble, so he could only choose to lower his head and wait for Rasadillan to leave. However, the old bear next to him had been clenching his hands, since he saw the blood on Rasadillan and other elves, and the redness in the corners of his eyes made Eddard a little unbearable, so he took the initiative to ask, "It's over." Seeing that Ed dared to take the initiative to provoke trouble, Rose Bolton, who had been relieved and was about to stand up and lead the family guards to leave the wall, couldn't help but slap his forehead and then sat back in his seat. He knew that trouble was about to come again. Fortunately, Lysadillan just stopped and looked at the Duke, who couldn't see the situation clearly, and the white-haired woman who kept pulling the Duke's arm with interest. "You really should learn from the young man next to you. I have seen people who are courting death, but I have never seen anyone as brave as you." After saying that, he turned and left the Black Castle, preparing to find a way to report the intelligence he had just collected to Rohan, who was still floating in the air. "Duke Ed, I think the threat of the wall should have been completely resolved, so I should go back to the Dreadfort to deal with the problems of the northern clans in the territory." In the hall, Rose Bolton couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, and then touched his neck that was still on his shoulder, and took the initiative to resign to addition. After these constant tests on the brink of life and death, he really didn't dare to stay in the same place with Eddard anymore. Now he just wanted to use leeches to suck his blood and then relieve his heart that was beating faster and faster. After bowing slightly to Isabel on the main seat like Lysadillan, Rose Bolton left the hall of the Black Castle and came to the training ground without looking back. The cold air kept stimulating his hot chest, and immediately a faint smile appeared on Rose Bolton's face, which was always serious. "It feels so good to be alive. He has had enough of the conflicts between the northern nobles and the elves, and now he just wants to return to his own territory as soon as possible. In such a chaotic situation, as long as he can safely keep his own Dreadfort and become a local tyrant in a remote area, it's enough. Now we just need to take care of our own little piece of land peacefully and then wait for the next Master of Winterfell to show his loyalty." Rose Bolton casually took out a cowhide wine bag from his waist and was about to take a sip to warm himself up when he suddenly saw a scene in the corner of the Black Castle that made him furious. "My Lord Elf, I think you will need a guide who is familiar with the customs and practices of Westeros, as well as various intelligence on the road, right?" Chapter 305, Collecting Dogs. Why don't you get up first?" Lysadillan looked at the young man who was kowtowing in front of him with some hesitation and didn't know what to do for a moment. Just now, when Lysadillan just walked out of the hall of the Black Castle, this young man with a bloody smell suddenly blocked his way. Because he was blocked by some wildlings and night watchmen when he entered the Black Castle before, Lysadillan and the hunters, who were ruthless and taciturn, killed all the humans who blocked the way. And this young man wanted to follow him to the corner of the Black Castle, and the way he tried to suppress his emotions was very suspicious. Originally, Lysadillan thought that this was just a human who wanted to take revenge, so he followed the other party to the alley with full vigilance. Just when he was ready to draw his sword and behead the young man in front of him, the young man suddenly knelt in front of Lysadillan and then kissed his silver boots desperately. "My lord, please allow me, a humble man, to serve you and add fuel to the prairie fire you are about to set off on the road to Westeros." Boom boom boom. The young man smashed his forehead on the snow frantically, completely ignoring the fact that his blood had melted the thick snow on the ground and covered most of his face with blood. He was the illegitimate son of Lord Rose Bolton, Ramsay Snow, who was hated by the world as Little Peeler. As a lowly illegitimate son, he knew very well how much his father disliked his identity. In order to successfully obtain the inheritance of the Dreadfort, Ramsay had poisoned his half-brother, Dominic Bolton, not long ago. However, before Ramsay knew whether Dominic died from his poison, He followed Rose Bolton to the wall to fight against those damned wildlings. Before he could recover from this sudden change, another piece of bad news came. Dominic was not dead. Because Ramsay left in a hurry, the originally perfect plan was accidentally exposed, which eventually led to Dominic capturing several bastard boys. As a gentle and elegant young man, Dominic has always hoped to have a brother who is as close as a brother, but he didn't expect that this brother actually wanted to kill him. Ramsay still remembers that when Dominic's envelope full of disappointment and anger towards Ramsay was delivered to Rose Bolton's dining table, his father looked at him with disappointment. "How stupid you are. I once warned you. Harmonious land and quiet people are my way of ruling, but you violated this creed. After this war is over, you will stay in Castle Black and become a night's watchman with peace of mind. Never think of tainting the Dreadfort with your dirty ambitions." The gentle words were as biting as the cold wind in winter, making Ramsay at that time as scared as falling into an ice cellar naked. Because of this, Ramsay, who had been designated as a night's watcher, skinned the captured wildlings so recklessly. After all, when he becomes a night's watcher, he might lose even this last bit of fun. But now, the appearance of the Silver Dragon Knights and the elves has given Ramsay a new choice, a much brighter path than becoming a night's watcher. He wants to personally serve as a guide for these powerful Druchii elves, not seeking wealth and glory, but only hoping that he will not become an unknown Night's Watch recruit in the future. In Ramsay's eyes, at least he still has the noble blood of the Bolton family flowing in his body, so how could he be confused with all those lowly people? "Please, my lord. Although I, Ramsay Snow, am only a humble bastard, I'm willing to be your loyal hound, and will never let you down." Well, maybe Lord Rohan could really use a good dog. Looking at the prostrating human youth in front of him, Lysadillan looked at Rose Bolton, who had an ugly face not far away, and smiled after thinking for a moment. "Then, are you willing to give everything for the noble faith of the Mist and the great Saint Rohan?" "I'm willing. I'm willing." "Then in the possible future conflicts between elves and humans, are you willing to stand in the camp of Lord Rohan, and even draw your sword against your relatives and friends?" Hearing this, Ramsay, who was kneeling on the ground and kissing Lysadillan's silver boots, could not help but tremble slightly, and the thin feelings between him and Rose Bolton emerged in his mind. In the eyes of his noble father, he was just a useless bastard, especially after the failure of the plan to assassinate Dominic. The relationship plummeted. In this case, why should he care about the so-called father-son relationship that should not exist in the world? Instead of devoting himself to a brighter future, he wants to climb to the top step by step. He wants to be the Snow High and Jon Snow. Thinking of this, Ramsay suddenly rushed out a dagger from his waist, fearlessly facing the sharp blades of the elves around him on his neck, and gritted his teeth to Lysadillan. "I swear, I will offer my loyalty and soul to the Lord Rohan you mentioned, and I will offer my entire left hand as a gift of allegiance." Puff. After saying that, Ramsay actually swung the knife and cut off his entire left forearm, and then stared at Lysadillan with his eyes wide open. He also knew that his decision seemed a bit too casual, but as long as he could gain freedom and that tiny bright future, he was willing to take a gamble. Fortunately, he made the right bet. "Nice eyes. I'm afraid even some young Druchii elves can't show such courage as you." "What a good dog." Ramsay, who lost an arm due to excessive blood loss, struggled to raise his head from the snow, and then looked in the direction of the sound. "I saw a gorgeous figure emitting a faint light slowly descending from the sky, and the spread holy wings covered the dim sun in the sky, like a true god walking on earth. Could it be a god descending from heaven? It just so happens that I need a guide dog, so you can take on this responsibility." Rohan looked at the young human who was fainting due to excessive blood loss with admiration. Although he didn't know the other party's name, because he had just arrived, he admired his enthusiasm. A ball of faint blue light slowly floated out of Rohan's hand, and then slowly penetrated into Ramsay's broken left arm under the gaze of Rose Bolton. Although such a thing can usually be solved by just giving Ramsay a rebirth pill, Rohan still decided to use the more gorgeous special effects of holy praise to heal him. The reason is nothing but showing off. After all, he just accepted a good dog, so he always needs to show his strength as a dog owner. Facing this blue light that suddenly attached to his body, Ramsay, who had no power to fight back, could only watch this power enter his body and then disappear. "Gods, my wounds." Ramsay felt that his whole body was filled with pure energy, and the rough calluses on his right hand that were left when he was a farmer's son disappeared. More importantly, he could feel waves of itching coming from his left arm, as if thousands of ants were climbing on the wound. As the itching became more and more intense, Ramsay couldn't help but scream in pain, not understanding why he was suffering like this. However, Rose Bolton, who was secretly observing not far away, slowly widened his eyes, and then couldn't help swallowing his saliva and muttering, "Old gods, am I still in some kind of illusion now?" I saw that the broken part of Ramsay's arm was growing pink granulations continuously, and then it turned into the shape of a palm. And this palm was slowly getting bigger, and the color was gradually turning into the same white color as the skin, looking like a new arm. But if this scene is matched with the broken arm on the ground that was still bleeding, then not only is there no sacredness, but it is as weird as a terrifying cult ritual. Even Ed and Old Bear, who hurriedly left the castle hall after hearing the movement and came to the training ground to observe, opened their mouths in shock and looked at Ramsay's broken hand in disbelief. But then, the old bear set his eyes on Rohan's snow-white wings and the face of the Prince of Slaanesh, and murmured in fear, "Old gods, what kind of monster is this?" For them, if they just sewed the broken hand to the wound to recover, it might be more in line with their cognition, but finding a novice out of thin air is too scary. Not to mention this sudden appearance of the winged monster, the oppressive feeling faintly emanating from the other party is enough to make them feel panic from the bottom of their hearts. Even Suri followed quietly, but after just a glance at Rohan, she subconsciously pulled out a silver dagger from her waist and said in panic, "This is a harpy. No, could it be the newly researched sutured warrior of Ainel?" At the same time, Rohan also noticed Suri, who was dressed in a standard demon hunter outfit. He was stunned for a moment, and then he came to Siri and asked, "It seems that you have found an interesting little girl. You should not be a native of this world. Where are you from?" Looking at the strange elf in front of her, who was emitting a domineering aura, Siri took a few steps back nervously, not knowing how to answer for a while. Facing such an oppressive elf leader, Siri knew that, even if she denied her identity as a traverser, she would be discovered. Admit her identity as an ancient blood. None of the elves are good things at all. It seems that this will be more dangerous. Just when Siri was in a dilemma, a dark figure suddenly pulled Siri behind and then blocked Rohan. It said Ed Stark. Doesn't he know that this man can use magic? Is he so brave normally? Exclamation mark. Seeing Ed holding the hilt of the ice sword blocking Rohan's sight, Rose Bolton beside him couldn't help but secretly gasp, secretly sighing at the other party's recklessness. Such a person can also become the leader of the North and can continue for so many years. This has to be said to be a miracle. After thinking about it, he secretly moved to the side to avoid being splashed with blood later. He had guessed that Ed was going to abide by the ancient guest etiquette and was ready to use the host's life to protect the safety of the guests, but this was a joke in his eyes. He didn't know whether there were really gods in this world before, but now he is sure that these elves are at least really blessed by gods. Puff, calm down, young human. If I really want to do it, you won't have the chance to talk to me alive. And Rohan obviously didn't expect that this human who was not even half his age would dare to stand in front of him, so a faint smile immediately appeared on his face. He didn't know Ed, but that didn't stop him from treating Ed and the northern nobles as his future guides and lackeys. After all, the value of this world was at most a food world, or casting world similar to the kingdom of Clo, with very limited potential. When all the magic related value in this world was drained, he would let the local puppet king, or administrative governor be responsible for managing this world, and would not stay here for too long. Since these northern nobles would become his own people sooner or later, he might as well leave a good impression on them first and pave the way for the subsequent negotiation nicknames. However, before Ed could continue to talk to Rohan, a blood-red figure suddenly blocked between him and Rohan, and then pointed at Ed's nose, and cursed in a sharp voice, "Get out of the way, damn Stark, you are worthy of stopping the great Lord Saint Rohan, hurry up and take him to the side." Looking at the Bolton bastard in front of him who was pointing at his nose and cursing, Ed subconsciously began to look for Rose Bolton, but found that the insidious man had disappeared. Seeing that Eddard didn't pay any attention to him at all, Ramsay first looked at Rohan's face humbly, and then gritted his teeth, and scolded again with the tacit consent of his master. "Get out of the way quickly, Eddard Stark. This is your last chance to survive. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, everyone present looked at this daring bastard in disbelief, and even Rohan's mind popped up an idiom: a dog relying on the power of others? However, after being interrupted by Ramsay, Rohan had no motivation to continue asking Ciri, so he left the training ground and walked towards the hall of the Black Castle. In fact, time travelers are not uncommon. The most common task for witch hunters in the Sigmar Empire is to find and repatriate those time travelers who unfortunately came to the Sigmar Empire due to various means. Even when Rohan was in Nagaland, he personally dealt with some humans who traveled to the Warhammer world, and even met a fellow villager. But unfortunately, the fellow villager did not seem to be as lucky as himself. After all, there is no emperor in this world, and humans have no reliable savior. The fellow villager who was severely corroded by chaos was finally beheaded by Rohan with a halberd, before he turned into a chaos egg, and he also considerately affixed a homemade purity mark on his body. If the Emperor really exists, may he be blessed. Chapter 306, Ironborn Tragedy. The Wall, Castle Black Isabel. Looking at the pretty figure not far away who was waiting for him with a smile, Rohan immediately showed a happy smile on his face, and then he embraced her. According to the original plan, Isabel should be responsible for staying in the world of Pendor as the governor, and continue to suppress the older elves who were fighting guerrilla warfare in the Black Forest. However, since the magic wind in Westeros is so scarce, and Rohan needs someone to replace the vacancy caused by Anger's departure, he can only trouble Isabel. Wow, I have news to tell you about the group of wild hunts who are suspected to be elves. Isabel, who was embraced by Rohan, also gently bit Rohan's pointed ears with her teeth, and then told Rohan all her information about the wild hunt. In her opinion, the wild hunt elves who can also use the portal are even more threatening than older elves trapped in the Black Forest, and must be dealt with first. After all, no matter how tricky the guerrilla attacks of the older elves are, they are only a small force hiding in the Black Forest, and will not threaten Rohan's base in the other world. However, the wild hunt elves who travel to the other world through the time and space gate have an essential conflict of interest with Rohan, who is currently actively expanding and annexing the outside world. Who knows whether these large forces of the wild hunt elves will come to the world of Pendor, the world of dragons, or even the world of Claw in the future. After listening to Isabel's warning, Rohan also realized the seriousness of the problem. Then he couldn't help but touch his chin, muttering while recalling unknown ice magic wild hunt elves wearing iron armor, and a white-haired female witch hunter who traveled through time. I always feel a little familiar. Although hundreds of years have passed, Rohan is still deeply impressed by the sophisticated medieval fantasy game The Witcher 3. The first weapon with enchantment ability that Rohan used was the Witcher weapon from The Witcher 3, superb silver sword. Although the long sword has now been given to Marina of Alcadora, it does not mean that Rohan has forgotten the handy anti-large longsword. Thinking of this, Rohan set his sights on Ciri, who was talking to Ed outside the hall, and could not help but sigh in a low voice. I thought he was just an unknown born, but I didn't expect him to be so important. The blood of the ancients, that's a really good thing. Whether as a key to cross the gate of the world, or as a melee mage who can flash and move infinitely, Ciri can be called a powerful affairs officer. And the fantasy world of demon hunters behind him is also a treasure world worth Rohan's energy to explore. Apart from other things, all kinds of magic and demon hunter potions that can be mass produced are completely worth Rohan's efforts to get. What? You said that the mortality rate of becoming a demon hunter's trial of green grass is as high as 60%, which is not a real mass production at all. Please, a magic trial that can increase the success rate by increasing the number of people in the experiment is not a big deal for the Druchii elves in the slave society, okay? Gently stroking Isabel's smooth long hair, Rohan used his divine power to transmit his voice directly into the other party's mind in order to prevent eavesdropping. Lisa, you go to contact Ciri later and see if there is a way to let her join the ranks of the Lady of the Mist. If it doesn't work, then find a way to get the coordinates of the other party's world. After the things in this world are over, I will directly lead the army through the portal to jump to her world. This is not good. When Isabel heard that she actually needed to find a way to contact the white-haired girl, a trace of difficulty immediately appeared on her face. In the past, he naturally didn't mind making friends with a strong man like Ciri, nor did he mind backstabbing his good girlfriend for Rohan. But as a queen who has been in power for many years, asking her to lose face and talk to a little girl again made her feel a little behind the trend of the times. After all, although Isabel still looks like a young girl in her 20s, she is actually a young woman who is almost 30. This makes her look at Ciri as an excellent junior, not a friend. This is just like how most elves look at humans. They all look at humans as weak juniors instead of equals. Rohan naturally understood Ciri's inner struggle, so he comforted her. Don't worry, you just need to behave as usual. There is no need to have an extra psychological burden. After Isabel left, Rohan turned his attention to his new devout hound, Ramsay Snow. Looking at the gloomy young man who was covered in blood and kneeling silently beside him, Rohan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Little flayed. I didn't recognize him just now. How disrespectful. Through the communication with Isabel just now, Rohan finally knew that the black-haired young man in front of him was the illegitimate son who had made great achievements in the play. Little flayed. The feats he will make in the future include, but are not limited to, forcibly marrying the widowed countess of the neighboring Horwood territory and starving her to death, castrating the heir of the Iron Islands, Theon Greyjoy, and destroying his personality to make him a stink-raping and tyrannizing Sansa Stark, the eldest daughter of the Stark family, in front of Theon Reek. All these crimes, if placed in the eyes of the innocent Rohan who had just traveled through time 100 years ago, are completely the kind of existence that cannot be vented without killing. But if we judge by the standards of the Druchii elves, Ramsay is not only not a cruel villain, but he can even be called a good dog worthy of training. After all, it is rare to find a human whose temperament is so consistent with that of the Druchii elves. Rohan sat on the main seat in the hall with his legs crossed and asked Ramsay, who was still kneeling with interest, "Since you want to be my hunting dog, if you want to eat dog food, tell me what you can do for me first." "Okay master, Before he finished speaking, Rohan's body couldn't help but get goosebumps of nausea, and then he waved his hand and stopped. "Stop. Change your name." "Okay sir, I can tell you all the information and rules on the continent of Westeros. Any dirty work can be handed over to me. I'm not picky." Seeing the disgust on Rohan's face, Ramsay was frightened and hurriedly changed his words and then began to talk about the role he could play. Iron Islands. Black Tide Island. The Iron Islands are the home of a cruel seafaring nation. They call themselves the Ironborn, and they barely make a living on these barren islands by plundering and fishing. Because the waters near the Iron Islands are not only stormy and full of reefs, but also lack natural harbors, the traditional old road of the Ironborn to make a living by plundering has been created. Force is better than hard work. This is not only the family motto of the rulers of the Iron Islands, the Greyjoy family, but also a true portrayal of the Iron Islands. And it is in such a cruel archipelago that a major event that can change the fate of the entire archipelago is happening. It's the Drowned God. He must be the legendary Drowned God who will bring fire from the sea and plunder the whole world with fire and sword in the sea. On the coast of Black Tide Island, a middle-aged man with long black hair and a long beard was waving his hands almost crazily, with his eyes fixed on the black light sea not far away. On the sea surface emitting black light, a bloody and terrifying massacre was going on. Rumble, a giant floating island much larger than Kuroshio Island was seen spewing flames. The black flames instantly covered the entire sea surface and engulfed the iron and longships that were trying to approach. Above this floating island, a figure floating in the air with demonic flames all over his body and flapping his wings was casting terrible magic, evil flame entropy. With Dario's angry roar, several huge black fireballs fell from the sky with a roar and landed on the Iron and warships. However, these black flames did not explode like the Iron Man in the photo, but instead, like magma that appeared out of thin air, began to corrode their hulls and flesh. Jump into the sea. Many Iron Men covered by flames struggled to jump into the sea, but were soon swallowed by the huge waves raised when the black ark turned and disappeared in the turbulent sea. Those Ironborn who managed to enter the sea were secretly relieved, but they would soon find that they were too happy too early. This fire was not extinguished by the sea water. I can feel this fire gnawing at my arm. Save me. This is the legendary fire of the drowned god. He must be the messenger of the drowned god. Looking at the longships that kept sinking in the sea and the Ironborn who were swallowed by the black fire, even the strongest Ironborn could not suppress the fear in their hearts, so they decisively laid down their weapons and chose to surrender. After all, the reason why they chose to attack the Black Ark was entirely because they saw the gorgeous misty holy elephants and various exquisite buildings on the Black Ark, and they were ready to plunder. However, after a brief confrontation, more than half of the ships of the strongest iron fleet in Westeros had sunk, while the other side was unscathed. Some of the remaining Black Ark pirates had forcibly boarded and occupied several Ironborn ships by means of ropes and landing craft. Some pirates have even begun to enter the cabins of these Ironman longships, and are moving the gold, silver and jewelry belonging to the Ironman back to the Black Ark. I sat up in shock from my dying illness. The lamb is me. On the two giant longships at the end of the Iron Fleet, a short-haired woman in leather armor was anxiously directing the crew to avoid the black fire in the sea, and shouted to another longship, "If we continue to fight like this, the Iron Fleet will really be destroyed. Uncle, let's lay down our weapons and surrender. I love my fleet more than my wife, Yera. Do you think I want to watch my wife die?" On another longship, a middle-aged man as strong as a bull was looking angrily at the black figure flying in the air, and his hand holding the battle axe was shaking slightly. His name is Victorian Greyjoy, the younger brother of Balon Greyjoy, the ruler of the Iron Islands, and the commander of the Iron Fleet. As he said, every commander of the Iron Fleet in history basically loves his own Iron Fleet very much. After all, this is the hope of the entire Iron Islands. Not long ago, he noticed a fierce naval battle taking place near the Black Tide Island, so he hurriedly led the main force of the Iron Fleet to support. He thought that this Black Ark was a gift from the drowned god to the Iron Islands, and it was a magical weapon that the Ironborn would use to roam the sea in the future. However, it now seems that only surrender can barely hold on to the last spark of the Iron Fleet. Seeing that Daario in the air seemed to be ready to release the black fire again, Victorian no longer cared about his dignity at this time, dropped his battle axe, and shouted to the sky, "Stop, we surrender." Hearing the movement from below, Daario silently glanced at the sturdy human, then retracted the black spark in his hand, and fell towards the direction of the Black Ark. He had no intention of completely destroying the Iron Fleet. After all, the task given to him by Lord Rohan was to make the Iron Islands an outpost, not a dead place. As for the Iron Fleet, teach them a lesson, and then accept them as dogs. If the Durachi elves can barely be considered as a starts under Rohan, then the well-equipped Pendar auxiliary army can be considered the bulk of the Astra Militarum. Usually, Rohan will also recruit some garrison troops from the local native world to maintain law and order and clear bandits, which is equivalent to the local defense force. For example, the slave auxiliary army of Grantown, the town militia of the Kingdom of Clo, and the musket militia of the Pendar world. Usually, these garrison troops do not have too much heavy firepower, and usually use iron breastplates and spears that the elves and auxiliary army dislike and discard. But even so, for the poor Iron Islands in the north, it is still considered a luxurious weapon and armor. Using these backward iron weapons to buy the loyalty of the weak and backward regions is also a way that Lord Rohan came up with to expand his influence in the native world. Looks like we barely survived? Yeah, although it's a bit humiliating, at least the Iron Fleet was saved. At this time on the sea, the uncle and nephew who had luckily survived didn't know that Daario had already regarded them as running dogs to be recruited, and they were still congratulating each other. Feeling the scorching air on the sea, Victorian couldn't help but cast his eyes on the Black Ark pirates who were collecting the Ironborn's property, and then sighed secretly. Admit your mistakes, and stand at attention when you are beaten. Now that they have been defeated, they can only put aside their past posture and let others slaughter them. The crazy shouting of the drowned god's priests was still coming from the shore. Victorian couldn't help rolling his eyes, and then shouted to his niece on the other side, "Let's go, Yera, let's go meet the mysterious man chosen by the drowned god." Chapter 307 Negotiation. Okay, you can go in, but please remember to keep your hands where we can see them. On the Black Ark, Victarion and Yara were escorted by several Plender auxiliary soldiers through the military camp full of soldiers, heading towards the Black Tower castle in the center. Along the way, the two carefully observed the situation inside the Black Ark, their eyes full of surprise and fear. After their investigation, they found that these soldiers covered in steel armor were not from any force in Westeros, and the Black Dragon flag they hung was unheard of. After looking at her uncle, Yara pretended to be enthusiastic and walked to the side of the Pender soldier who led the way, and then pretended to be delicate and asked, "Brother, can you tell me who we are going to meet now? I'm so scared now, hey. Be honest, don't try to play any tricks." The Pender soldier was startled by Yara's sudden enthusiasm, and then tightly grasped the handle of the mace at his waist, and warned Yara angrily. Sensing something strange, several Pender soldiers wearing barrel helmets gathered around him, and the eerie aura they exuded made Victarion shudder. Especially since there was blood on their armor, it was obvious that they had just fought a fierce battle with the Ironborn, and they were probably still excited. If he and his niece made any unusual moves, these soldiers would probably smash them into pulp. Such a terrifying aura. I'm afraid these soldiers are excellent warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles. It seems that the armed forces of this floating island should not be underestimated. Seeing that his niece's seduction seemed to have the opposite effect, Victarion secretly sided the elite of these soldiers and raised his hands to signal the surrounding Pend soldiers, "Calm down, guys, we have no ill intentions, we just want to know what will happen next. You are just a group of defeated prisoners, there is no need to know so much, now continue to follow, don't do anything unnecessary." Looking at the unarmed Yara and Victarion, the leading Pend soldier slowly raised his hand holding the weapon, and then continued to walk towards the Black Tower. Although Yara's figure is indeed good, they are all veterans who participated in the Pend Unification War, and they will not be easily seduced like those young men who are just starting out. Watching the soldiers slowly dispersing around her, Yara's tense nerves finally relaxed. Then she looked down at her big white rabbits unwillingly and asked her uncle, "Am I almost middle-aged now, or am I no longer as charming as before?" "Don't think too much, Yara, you are still full of charm now, but that stinky man doesn't know how to appreciate it." Victarion comforted Yara softly, and then silently followed the Pender soldiers and continued to walk towards the Black Tower. Finally, after half an hour, after passing through a total of 3 city walls and gates, the two finally arrived at the Black Tower of the Black Ark, and were about to meet Dario in the hall. Knock knock knock. "Excuse me, Governor Dario. These two are the native fleet commanders who come to surrender to you, Victarion and Yara." "Got it. Take them to the reception room first. I'll deal with the distribution of the spoils first, and then see them in an hour." Dario's low voice came from behind the door. The Pender soldier who received the order turned around and said to the two people behind him, "The reception room is on the first floor. There are special toilets and hot springs inside. If you need tea or snacks, you can ask the maids. I won't take you there." After that, he turned around and prepared to leave. After all, he was just a small captain from the bottom of the army, and there were still many things he needed to deal with on the battlefield that just ended. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, Yara suddenly called out to the other party, and then nervously pointed at the figures in the shadow of the castle that were emitting strange light and asked, "Those guys, are they the legendary demons?" Hearing this, the captain of Pend looked in the direction of Yara's finger with a little impatience, and said helplessly, "Demons? How is it possible? Ah, it's Drake. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been recently?" In the corner of the castle, several humanoid creatures with demon wings on their backs like Dario were sitting on the sofa to rest. Their flesh and blood without any skin looked particularly hideous. They were the human elites selected by Dario from the believers of Pender, and then transformed into a new generation of demon warriors. Hearing the question from the Pender soldier, the demon named Drake subconsciously looked at the Pender soldier, and then a terrifying smile appeared on his exposed face. "Jack, if I remember correctly, you should still be a team leader. Why are you here in the Black Tower now? Look at what you said. As a team leader, I have more opportunities to make money than you, a vanguard. These two are the surrendered indigenous humans. I will take them to see Governor Dario." Indigenous humans? They caused the riot just now, but there was no movement at our Black Tower. The man and the demon who were chatting at this time did not pay any attention to Yara and Victarion, whose faces were gradually gloomy, and started chatting, as if no one was around. However, although the simultaneous boarding of hundreds of ironborn longships was indeed magnificent, in fact, they could not even break through the first gate of the Black Ark. This also led to the demon warriors responsible for guarding the Black Tower not knowing what was happening outside. They only knew that there seemed to be a big riot. Hearing the demon warriors' disdain for the Iron Race, Yara hurriedly pulled her uncle who was about to explode, and then went to his ear to persuade him, "Calm down, uncle. After all, we lost the battle, and we deserve to be looked down upon by others. Let's go and squander the hot spring water and snacks of these demons. Humph, I want to pee in their hot spring." Hearing his niece's admonition, Victarion could only choose to swallow his anger first, and then walked into the hot spring at the bottom of the Black Tower under the guidance of the maid on the road. Half an hour later, it's so luxurious. If I hadn't been able to feel the whistling sea breeze and the salty air, I'm afraid I would have thought I was on the mainland. Yara, who walked out of the hot spring, was stretching lazily, and then looked at the motionless water and the teacup on the table next to him, and the fresh fruitcake, and couldn't believe his eyes. As an Iron Race who has been running around on the sea for years, although Yara didn't have a handle in his pants, he was also an experienced old pirate. She knew very well that the most deadly threat on the sea was not the wandering pirates, but the ever-changing waves and reefs. Even in the Iron Islands, which had rich sailing experience, dozens of longships would fall into the arms of the drowned god every year because of the unpredictable waves. Being able to stand on the sea, like she was walking on flat ground, she even had a strange pleasure of conquering the sea. I really want to meet the man who commands this floating island soon. Dario, what a good name with deep feelings. Yara's hand was even more excited to reach into her bathrobe, obviously intending to do some embarrassing things on this Black Ark that she loved. Knock knock knock. Unfortunately, the sudden knock on the door interrupted her handicraft, forcing her to put on her bathrobe again. "Miss Yara, Governor Dario is waiting for you in the reception room. Please put on your clothes immediately and go to the reception room." A female elf walked into the dressing room and instructed Yara. Yara could only reluctantly take off the elf's gorgeous bathrobe and then changed into leather armor and trousers that symbolized her iron identity. Noticing Yara's gaze at the bathrobe, the maid's eyes showed a hint of imperceptible disdain, and then she said, "You can choose to take this bathrobe away. After all, the weapons provided to guests are all free disposable items, so you don't have to worry about spending money to buy them." "Really? Please forgive my short-sightedness. This is the first time I have seen such a soft bathrobe, so I trouble you to help me pack it up." "Thank you." Maid Yara naturally heard the elf's secret ridicule, and then glanced at the maid's outfit that once symbolized Lysadion's bad taste, and then left the dressing room. For her, the next negotiation with Governor Dario was the most important thing, and there was no need to get angry with a maid for this. Not long after, Yara came to the reception room again, but then she saw her uncle Victarion being held on the ground by several castle guards. Seeing her uncle's flushed face, Yara's face immediately changed, and then she hurriedly asked the soldiers around her, "Hey, what's going on? Could it be that these pointy-eared creatures called elves were going to attack them?" However, before Yara could continue to ask, a tall black figure appeared behind her, and then said in a gloomy voice, "Are you Yara? I have to say that your uncle is really brave. He actually planned to urinate and defecate in the swimming pool of the Black Tower, and even stole the decorative knight shining pearls in the toilet." Huh. Hearing this, Yara first looked back at Dario who was wearing a mask behind him, and then noticed that there was a knight shining pearl the size of a lead ball placed in the corner of the living room. It turned out that there was also a knight shining pearl of the same size in the women's bathroom, but Yara mistook it for an ordinary lampshade at first, so she didn't have any greed. But Victarion, who knew the goods, recognized this priceless knight shining pearl at a glance, so without saying a word, he directly moved a stool and prepared to start. Because the soldier who overheard the conversation between the uncle and nephew was worried that Victarion would really go to the toilet in the hot spring, he followed him into the hot spring and caught him in the act. "It seems that you have no awareness of being surrenderers. Do I need to cut off your palms to make you obedient? Looking at this human captive who dared to defile the Black Ark, Daario's dark pupils under the mask were filled with anger, and even the terrifying flames of hell gradually emerged from his body. Lord Rohan gave him the Black Ark to manage, not to let a group of defeated people defecate, urinate and steal in public. Mr. Daario, right? Please don't be so irritable. After all, my uncle was just obsessed with money for a while, and he didn't make a big mistake, right? Feeling the burning sensation coming from Daario, Yara suppressed her fear and came to his side, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "The Iron Islands are willing to apologize for my uncle's reckless behavior. Can you let my uncle go for my sake?" After saying that, she pulled down her chest a little bit, revealing a large piece of snow-white skin, attracting the attention of the surrounding castle guards. "This leather armor is really big. No, this bracelet is really white." Seeing the slightly surprised eyes of the surrounding Pendor auxiliary soldiers, Yara's face couldn't help but show confident joy, and she was obviously very satisfied with it. "Put away your tricks. If you still have a little dignity as a woman of the sea, you should use a sword to win my respect." Unfortunately, such a scene did not tempt Daario at all, and even made him feel a little disgusted. It's not because there is anything wrong with Daario's sexual orientation, nor is it because he has any prejudice against humans. It's mainly because the perception of the gods is too sharp. Even though Yara had washed her whole body in the bathroom in advance, Daario could still feel the faint salty and humid smell of the ocean on her body. As for the legendary Tuayo Yalan, sorry, he only smelled the sweet and greasy taste of the fruitcake that Yara had eaten before, and even a faint fishy smell. Knowing this moment, Daario finally understood why Lord Rohan had lost his sexual interest in most women since he became the chosen one of God. It turned out to be because of the smell. Maybe the reason why Lord Rohan likes Lady Isabel is because she is a wizard blessed by the Lady of the Mist. Daario sighed in his heart, and with some disdain, he distanced himself from Yara, and then said bluntly, "The Iron Islands must swear allegiance to Lady Misty and Lord Rohan, and in return, you will be eligible to wear the Black Dragon flag, and receive facility assistance from Druki." After that, he turned and walked in front of Victorian, pointed his finger burning with black flames at his head, and then continued to say to Yara, "This proposal will not harm you. I believe you have seen our military strength. It is only a matter of time to kill all the humans on the Iron Islands. Take all my words back and tell your King Balon. As long as you can agree to this condition, the Iron Islands will still be under the rule of the Greyjoy family in the future." As Rohan's most trusted lieutenant, he had already absorbed the memory of an Ironman through the soul-devouring demonic ritual during that period of time. Because of this, he firmly believed that the Ironman and Balon Greyjoy would definitely agree to his proposal. Chapter 308 Resurrection. What should we do, Uncle? Should we accept Governor Daario's proposal? Several small rafts were moving hard on the sea, and on the leading ship were the poor Greyjoy uncle and nephew, Yara and Victorian. Because of Victorian's previous blasphemy against the Black Ark, Daario confiscated their longships as compensation and only allowed them and the crew to leave the Black Ark on small rafts. Faced with the mace of the Pendor Auxiliary Army, these crew members very happily left their longships that they had sailed for many years, and then drove their small boats to leave Pike Island. Victorian was sitting alone at the bow at the moment. After hearing Yara's question behind him, he could only hammer his head in annoyance and said, "Alas, it's all because of my greed for money that I have become like this. Now the Iron Fleet has been completely annihilated. I don't know if Brother Balon will chop off my head and use it as a bowl. You know, the Iron Fleet is an important barrier used by the Iron Islands to ensure the safety of the islands, allowing the Ironmen to plunder without fear of retaliation. Now that the protection of this fleet has been lost, those forces that have been plundered by the Ironmen will inevitably launch bloody revenge on the Iron Islands." Yara naturally understood this, so she could only comfort him with difficulty. "Let's leave this problem to my father. After all, if we surrender to a powerful force like the elves, it is not a difficult thing. Uncle, think about it. These elves who were once unheard of now cross the vast ocean to Westeros and bring so many troops. They must have some plans for this continent. If we can use this opportunity to make a profit for the Iron Islands, maybe we can also occupy a real piece of land for the Greyjoy family. At this point, Yara's face couldn't help but reveal a touch of excitement. After all, being able to occupy a piece of land on a continent has always been the dream of the Greyjoy family. The Iron races have long been dissatisfied with living in the harsh conditions of the Iron Islands. If it weren't for Balin's iron-fisted methods and the belief in the drowned god to suppress many Iron people, I'm afraid the rebellion would have come long ago. But if those elves are really willing to give out a piece of land as a reward for the loyalty of the Iron people, then let alone the Iron people, even Yara is willing to be loyal to the elves. Ha, you said the Iron Fleet. I already have my own land on the Great Road, so why do I need an Iron Fleet? I just hope my brother can be more rational and not clash with those elves right away. Victorian sighed silently. After all, he saw with his own eyes the tens of thousands of fully armored warriors ready to go on the Black Ark. This is not a force that the Iron Islands can resist. I just hope my brother can't be so reckless and finally lead the Greyjoy family to an irreversible end. Winterfell in the north is a large castle used to accommodate the northerners to spend the long winter. Winterfell is not a magnificent town, but it can be regarded as warm and comfortable. However, now, the golden robes crowded outside the city have made the whole city smoky and stinking, emitting a faint stench like King's Landing. And what's worse is that these superiors from the capital seem to look down on the barbaric northerners and even have friction with the soldiers of the Stark family. The people were complaining, but the nobles of Winterfell had no time to deal with the mess because there was a more important matter before them. His Majesty the King seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Inside the castle, Barristan came to King Robert's ward on crutches, then pulled a bold old man who was mixing potions and asked, "Mr. Luwin, how is the king's injury? When will he wake up?" "My respected lord, this is the third time you have asked today. I think what you need to do most now is to find a place to sit down and have a good rest." Mr. Luwin looked at Barristan's trembling left leg helplessly, then shook his head with some regret and said, "The king's condition is not optimistic. Although the ice spear that pierced His Majesty's body did not damage his important organs, it still froze His Majesty's internal organs, causing His Majesty's body temperature to fluctuate. Although I can temporarily slow down the speed at which the injury is getting worse with the help of drugs, this is not a long-term solution after all, and he can only rely on himself to survive. The only thing we can do now is to pray for His Majesty." After that, Mr. Luwin turned and left the king's room. He still had to instruct Bran and Rickon to learn noble etiquette, and it was impossible for him to stay in the king's room all day. Looking at Mr. Luwin's receding back, Barristan's face was full of regret, and all he could think of was the scene where Robert was injured. In order to save him, "I'm really derelict in my duty as a king's guard. I failed to protect the king twice in a row, and even let the king get injured because of me." Barristan couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then he walked towards Robert's room on crutches, ready to visit the seriously injured king. However, when he arrived at the door of King Robert's ward, the regret on his face was immediately replaced by anger. "What a guts. The gold cloak dared to drink while on guard. Get up quickly and drive this guy away." At this time, Jaime was wearing a noble plate armor with borders, standing at the door of Robert's room like a proud knight, as if he was a meritorious minister who successfully rescued the king. Next to him, several golden robes reeking of alcohol were staggering against the wall. Barristan's hazy eyes made him want to kill these dereliction of duty bastards immediately. Since King Robert was in a coma, and the commander of the Capital Guard, Janis, had been hanging out in brothels and bars, no one could manage them. After seeing Barristan on crutches, Jaime came to Barristan leisurely with a cowhide wine bag, raised his eyebrows and said frivolously, It turned out to be our fearless Sir Barristan. I didn't expect you to stay in Winterfell. I thought you would leave in disgrace, because you were saved by Robert, you belated Kingslayer. You have no right to stand here. Leave the king's room immediately." Faced with Jaime's provocation, Barristan chose what he thought was the simplest way to deal with it without hesitation. Draw the sword. Swish. The sword, flashing with cold light, was pulled out from Barristan's waist, and then it was swung out from Barristan's hand like a lightning across the sky, slashing at Jaime not far away. In his opinion, the reason why King Robert was injured in the previous battle with the Wild Hunt Elves was entirely because James' reinforcement speed was too slow. The Lannisters born evil little devil, I will kill him with my own hands. Come on. Looking at Barristan rushing towards him on one foot, Jaime, who was drunk, also excitedly drew his sword and prepared to fight Barristan to the death. In a previous tournament, this old man in his 60s knocked Jaime to the ground with just 3 charges. This was his lingering shame. And now, he can finally wash away this shame with his own hands, right? Stop. Just as the two were about to meet, accompanied by a roar full of anger, a huge sword that continued to emit cold air fell from the side. Seeing this, the two could only choose to stop, and then watched their swords being instantly shattered into pieces by this huge force that came from the sky. Seeing this scene, Jaime's alcohol immediately dissipated, and then he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and looking at the giant sword on the waist of the visitor, exclaiming, "It is worthy of being the Valyrian steel sword that has been passed down by the Stark family for thousands of years. This strength of cutting iron like mud is really terrible. Put away your frivolous attitude, Kingslayer. Do you want to stain the door of His Majesty's room with blood?" The visitor was Eddard, who had returned to Winterfell in advance. Originally, he planned to stay at the wall to deal with and monitor the army of the Druchii elves, and by the way, wait for Stannis' reinforcement. However, the raven sent by Maester Luwin forced him to return early. After all, King Robert's life is related to the stability of the Seven Kingdoms, and its importance is definitely higher than the appearance of the Druchii elves. And, it's an elf again. After learning that Robert was injured by a group of pointy-eared elves wearing skeleton armor, Eddard immediately realized that the other party was a Wild Hunt elf. Now he just felt that he hated the word elf more than ever before. Jaime was keenly aware of the terrifying murderous aura emanating from Eddard. After weighing it for a moment, he decisively spread his hands and surrendered. Okay, why are you so serious all of a sudden? I don't have the time to fool around with you here, Sir Barristan. Would you please come with me into the king's room? My pleasure, Duke Eddard. As they spoke, the two of them passed the drunken golden robe shivering in the corner and entered Robert's ward under Jaime's complicated gaze. In the room the air was full of the disgusting strong smell of herbs and blood, and the stove burning next to it made this room with sealed windows like a big stove. Looking at Robert, who was covered with several layers of thick duck-down quilts on the bed, and gasping for breath with his mouth open like a dying fish, Eddard could not help but ask the flushed servant in the room, "Why don't you open the windows for ventilation? Did Maester Luwin ask you something special?" "Yes, my lord, as the icicle in His Majesty's body seems to have some kind of magic and has shown no signs of dissipating. His Majesty's body temperature is very unstable. The Maester has specifically instructed us to always keep the fire burning and to take medicines on time. All we have to do is wait for the gods to bless us." After saying that, the servant picked up a piece of firewood and threw it into the fire, not forgetting to wipe Robert's forehead with a wet towel. Looking at Robert, who was unconscious on the bed, Barristan closed his eyes in some pain and then whispered to Eddard beside him, "At that time, my leg was pierced by an ice spike summoned by magic, and I could only watch His Majesty the King fall in front of me. It's not your fault, Sir Barristan. Those Wild Hunt elves are a group of people who are good at magic. They are creatures from another world and their strength should not be underestimated." As a good brother who grew up with Robert, facing Robert lying unconscious on the bed at this time, Eddard's heart was also full of pain. Old gods, how serious sins have we humans committed to have to endure this suffering? Thinking of this, Eddard couldn't help but sit on the chair beside Robert's bed and then told Barristan all the information he knew. He was very irritable now, so he urgently hoped that there would be a resourceful person who could help him analyze the current situation, such as his adoptive father Jon Arryn. Unfortunately, even if ravens can fly in the sky day and night, it takes at least a month for letters to fly from the north to Winterfell. Therefore, Barristan, who was full of honor, naturally became one of his few choices. "I feel a little dizzy, Lord Eddard. The news you said is really too frightening." After learning the ins and outs of all this from Eddard, even Barristan, who was respected as the fearless, was also in a state of turmoil. The sudden appearance of the White Walkers, the two elven forces from another world, and even the legendary children of the forest and the three-eyed raven all appeared in the real world, just like a myth. However, this story came from the mouth of Lord Eddard Stark, who was famous for his honesty and trustworthiness. Looking at Barristan, who was lost in thought, Eddard carefully took out 3 crimson pills from his arms, then gently untied the bandage wrapped around Robert's chest and said, "I can sense that chaos is coming, Sir Barristan. If the kingdom cannot survive this difficult time, it will inevitably suffer a heavy blow in the long night to come." "Yes, Lord Eddard, what are you doing?" Barristan, who was still sighing, noticed the movement of Eddard's hand, and then hurried forward to warn, "Please do not open His Majesty's bandages casually. It has been soaked in the potion carefully prepared by Mr. Lewin, which will be of great benefit to His Majesty's recovery." Maybe that's true, but who knows how long it will take Robert to wake up. Maybe a few weeks, but what if it takes longer? These are 3 magical medicines given to me by the Elf King. It is said that they have the ability to bring the dead back to life. I have even seen with my own eyes that someone's severed arm can regenerate. Robert, the kingdom can't wait any longer. You must wake up as soon as possible. After that, Eddard pulled out the ice spike from Robert's chest under Barristan's horrified gaze. Blood spurted out from Robert's chest like a gushing spring, and immediately turned Robert's body, which only had a trace of blood left, pale. Resurrection, my dear friend. With Eddard's devout prayer, 3 rebirth pills were quickly stuffed into Robert's mouth, and then slowly entered his esophagus. Robert opened his cloudy eyes in a trance, gently raised his fat fingers to touch Eddard's palm, and then sighed, "Ned, your majesty." Looking at Robert, who had completely lost his breath, Barristan drew out the broken sword at his waist with grief and anger, and then pointed at Eddard and roared, "I thought the Warden of the North should be a man who values honor, but I didn't expect that you are no different from that despicable Kingslayer." However, facing Barristan's questioning, Eddard just stared at Robert, who had lost his breath on the bed, as if waiting for a miracle to happen. He would never forget the magical scene of Rohan stabbing the little Skinner's heart with a sharp blade in front of him, and then revived him with these pills. Faced with this situation, Barristan could only temporarily put down the broken sword in his hand and wait impatiently on the side with a cane. Time passed by minute, and just when Barristan couldn't help but prepare to question Eddard with the great sword again, Robert on the bed finally moved. "Wine. Bring me some wine." Chapter 309. Dragon arrives at Pike City. "Robert, how do you feel? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Looking at Robert's wounds on the bed, Eddard hurriedly brought him a glass of warm water, and then sat down in front of the bed and asked excitedly. The reason why Eddard was so excited was not only because Robert was his good brother, but also because his safety was related to the stability of the entire Westeros continent. Now the Wild Hunt elves are plundering and harming the north. The Druchii elves seem to intend to make the Iron Throne their vassal, and even the White Walkers in the Land of Everwinter are missing. Although these 3 magical forces have not yet posed a very serious threat to the entire Westeros, Eddard knows that this is just the calm before the storm. The only good news may be that after the wildlings learned that the White Walkers were wiped out by the elves, they took the initiative to return to the north of the wall with the permission of Rohan, and did not cause any chaos. In this case, Robert must not make any mistakes, otherwise the chaos of the transfer of power will be enough to ruin the 7 kingdoms. Robert struggled to take the cup of water handed to him by Eddard. After taking a sip, he was about to angrily scold which blind servant brought him the water, and then he saw Eddard's face. "Damn it, I want wine. Go give it to me." "It's Ned. I'm sorry to let you see me in such a mess. I'm sorry, since you just woke up, even if you order me as the king, I can't let you drink as much as you want." Seeing that Robert didn't seem to have any sequelae, Eddard smiled and brought the wine jug to pour some red wine into Robert's water cup, and then hurriedly took the wine jug away to prevent Robert from snatching it. Seeing this, Robert could only helplessly drink the fake wine with a complicated taste in his hand, then frowned and complained, "This tastes just like the low-quality wine that low-level soldiers drink. Can't you pour me a glass of good wine, even just a sip?" Faced with his friend's question, Eddard could only shake his head helplessly, then looked at Robert, whose face was gradually returning to its rosy color, and said seriously, "There is not so much time for you to lie in bed and rest now. Robert, do you remember what happened before you fainted?" "Before fainting? I only remember that I smashed the head of a pointy-eared bastard with a Warhammer, and then I lost all consciousness with a pain in my chest." Robert touched his chest in distress, and then noticed that there was only a large clump of messy chest hair on his chest, and it seemed that there was no sign of damage at all. Seeing this, Robert couldn't help but fiddle with his chest hair in surprise, and then asked Ed in disbelief, "What a miracle, doctor. Which Meester did this? There is not even a skull left. Could it be that a certain Meester has mastered some legendary magic?" Seeing that Robert's body seemed to have fully recovered, Ed had simply told him everything that had happened during this period, ready to share this distress with his good brother. "You are only half right. Your wounds can heal because of magic, but it is not from the hands of any Meester, but the magic of the elves." Half an hour later, so I hurried back to Winterfell and used these 3 magical pills to pull you back from the brink of death. After telling Robert everything that had happened recently, Ed had felt that the huge stone pressing on his heart gradually dissipated, and then he picked up the wine pot with a relaxed look and prepared to have a drink. However, he became relaxed, but the huge stone moved to Robert's chest next to him. Seeing that Ed had had the nerve to drink after causing trouble for him, Robert, who had fully recovered, immediately jumped off the bed like a wild boar, snatched the wine pot and shouted, "Damn Stark, how can there be a duke in the world who only cares about drinking and lets the monarch watch him? If you want to drink, go find another cup yourself." After that, he raised his head and began to drink without any scruples, not caring about the wine that kept falling along his chest hair. Seeing this, Ed did not intend to argue with Robert, but picked up another full wine pot from the side and poured himself a cup, and then asked Robert, "Now that you have woken up as a king, how are you going to deal with these problems in front of you?" Hiccup 7 gods, thanks to your reminder, I wish I could sleep like this forever. Robert shook his head, unwilling to accept the reality. He would rather pick up the Warhammer and fight those elves again than deal with this troublesome matter. Since he had only come into contact with the Wild Hunt elves, he had no way of judging the difference between the 2 groups of elves, let alone fully understanding their purpose. After thinking for a moment, Robert finally touched his swollen pig brain, then rolled his eyes and complained, "Tell old John about this matter through the Raven. This matter is of great importance. We need to sit down and have a good talk with those elves." "Well, let's do this for now." Ed had naturally understood that this matter was related to the future fate of the entire kingdom, so he could only leave the room helplessly and prepare to write a letter to inform King's Landing. Robert also stood up from the bed, smelled the unpleasant smell on his body, hurriedly shook his head in disgust, and then left the room together. The 2 who had been busy talking just now seemed not to notice that by the stove in Robert's room, the servant who had been pretending to be invisible had a gleam in his eyes. Isle Islands. Pike City is composed of several castles built on the cliffs of Pike Island. It is surrounded by steep cliffs and constantly rising waves, and there is no place to land. Of course, this condition is only for humans. Boom, with a loud bang, the Black Ark's hull, which is comparable to an island, directly leaned against the edge of Pike Island, and immediately docked the towering magic deck with Pike City. It's really rude, but I like it. Yara looked at Dario, who sent the army directly to her doorstep with some helplessness, but then a burst of excitement burst out in her eyes. In her opinion, Dario is indeed a strong commander, but he is definitely not an experienced naval commander. In her opinion, the elves' way of fighting at sea is too rough, either boarding or bombarding, and there is no traditional pirate aesthetics at all. A real pirate should rely on a large number of wolves to weaken the opponent like a wolf pack, and then a powerful leader will launch a fatal blow. As the Black Ark, equipped with magic turrets and a large number of armed crew members, will undoubtedly be the most powerful wolf on the sea. But where are the wolves? Can they rely on those vulnerable landing ships? Only a large fleet is the king. Just as Yara was constantly dreaming that the Black Ark would be glorious under her management, Dario suddenly appeared behind her and finally said in a gloomy voice, "It seems that your father is unwilling to cherish the chance of survival I gave him. Do you want to watch us attack the city or join us? He is my father after all. Can you give me one last chance to persuade him to surrender?" Looking at the Pendor auxiliary troops who were reorganizing their armaments not far away, Yara looked at the sea monster flag hovering over Pike City with some reluctance and closed her eyes helplessly. Although she was dreaming of commanding the Black Ark just now, returning to reality, she was just a surrendered outsider and had no right to negotiate with the elves. The cold-blooded elves would definitely not agree to her time-wasting proposal. For them, directly massacring the city was the fastest option. As expected, Dario didn't even look at Yera, but just glanced at Yera's face without any resentment and said, "The attack will start in 10 minutes. You can find a way to notify those innocent people in the city who want to leave. We will massacre the city after the battle is over." After that, he turned and flew off the deck, ready to notify the 200 Ash Dragon riders hiding in the cabin to prepare for battle. As one of the many trump cards of the Black Ark, although the flying dragon troops are not the main force in the next battle, they are still able to suppress the Iron Islands. After all, the threats that the Iron Islands have always faced are from the fleets on the sea, and they have never thought that they will be threatened from the sky. And according to the intelligence provided by Yera, the Iron Islands do not have enough anti-aircraft firepower at all, and the only threat that can be posed is the javelin and flying axe driven by manpower. Oh, Norska. The short 10 minutes passed quickly, but even though Yera tried hard to persuade the Iron races on the city wall, she only persuaded some women and children to leave the city for refuge. Some Ironborn were also moved by Yera's words, but in the end they dared not move under the tyranny of King Balon. After all, this is Pike City. Balon firmly believes that, unless the legendary dragon descends on this land, it is impossible for anyone to capture Pike City head-on. As for the huge army of tens of thousands, he doesn't care at all. Even the little brats of the Baratheon family don't have the ability to capture this castle. A floating island that came out of nowhere dares to pretend to be the messenger of the drowned god. It's just wishful thinking. Looking at the crowded Pendor auxiliary army on the Black Ark, King Balon is standing at the top of Pike City with a wine glass in his hand, his eyes full of the stubbornness and fearlessness of the Ironborn. He doesn't believe in the elves that Yera mentioned, nor does he want to believe in the magic and demons that his brother mentioned. It must be the despicable invaders on the floating island who bewitched him with tricks. On the wall, an Iron Captain saw that the atmosphere around him seemed a little solemn, so he took the initiative to speak and encouraged morale. Don't be scared by the enemy's battle. They are just a group of weak lambs relying on their numbers. Don't forget that we are the Ironborn. Dragons. No, we are sea monsters. Only Targaryens are dragons. It's a dragon. It's a dragon. Hearing the constant shouting from all around, the Iron Captain with his back against the wall immediately had veins popping out on his forehead, and then he raised his axe angrily and shouted, "Which idiot Ironborn doesn't even recognize the symbol of the drowned god? Get out of here." But before he could continue to question, he heard a series of terrifying roars that resounded through the sky behind him, and then saw the surrounding Ironborn hiding in the wall in panic. Not good. Years of naval battles have already given this captain a keen insight, so he immediately flew towards the battlements not far away, and then hugged his head and lay on the ground. Several orange-red flames instantly covered the entire Pike City. Even those at the King's Port on the other side of Pike Island could see the abnormality happening in Pike City. Crack. The crystal wine glass, which was extremely rare in Pike City, was smashed to the ground. However, at this moment, Baron had no time to care about his beloved wine glass. Instead, he stared blankly at the hundreds of giant shadows in the sky. That was the terrifying figure that once dominated the continent of Westeros, the dragon. Where did they find so many dragons? Are there giant dragons in other parts of the world? On the Black Ark, Yera also looked at the giant dragons that were rampaging over Pike City in disbelief, and couldn't help but look at Dario standing on the top of the Black Tower. If she had doubts about the sea combat capability of this Black Ark before, now she has completely understood the elves' way of fighting. With so many flying dragons assisting in the battle, there is no need for the wolf pack tactics. Just cover with firepower, and it will be over. Seeing this female human staring at her eyes like a bumpkin, Mekisha, who was preparing to operate the magic turret, couldn't help but roll her eyes and sneer. "Can you stop being so ignorant? You will be our servant of Durachi from now on. If you are always so ignorant, I will feel very embarrassed." Mekisha, who was mocking at the moment, seemed to have completely ignored the shock she felt when she first faced the Silver Dragon Knights, as if all this was his masterpiece. But it is true that, since she decisively chose to stand on the side of Rohan in the defense of Halkadora, Her treatment and experience have been much better than before. If she hadn't been worried about more of his revenge, she would have chosen to completely surrender to Rohan's Black Dragon banner. Yara didn't care about Mekasa's ridicule, but looked at the burning Pike City in a trance, and murmured to her uncle beside her intentionally or unintentionally, "TSK, TSK, TSK, it seems that my father is really going to be in trouble this time. I wonder who will be the next leader of the Iron Islands? Could it be her brother Theon who was a hostage? What a joke, an Iron Man who has been abandoned for who knows how many years. If he has not made any contributions, it is impossible for the unruly Iron races to surrender. Could it be my father's brother Eren? If a religious lunatic can also become the leader of the Iron Islands, then it is estimated that the Iron Islands will soon be scattered." As for her uncle Euron who went to explore the East Continent, Yara would not believe that the elves would choose an unknown person to be the leader. After thinking about it, her only competitor is her uncle Victarion, the commander of the Iron Fleet. Chapter 310 Collecting Dogs. Yara, the Iron Islands have never had a woman rule in the past. The king is chosen by the Ironborn. You should just be a captain of the Iron Fleet. Seeing his niece showing her ambition without hesitation, Victarion couldn't help but show a touch of admiration on his face, but he still gave her advice with some regret. As he said, there has never been a female ruler in the history of the Iron Islands, so the Ironborn will definitely not agree with Yara's ambition. Even if Yara can really become a leader with the prestige she has gained in the Iron Fleet over the years by following the ancient ways, there will definitely be other nobles in the Iron Islands who are unwilling to submit. Ancient ways, the drowned gods' followers say about plundering. In this case, it is better for me, the younger brother of King Balon and the commander of the Iron Fleet, to inherit the throne of Seaston. Seaston Seat, legend has it that it is a giant beast from the Sunset Sea west of Westeros. Legend has it that there are sea dragons and other creatures living in the sea. Hearing that her uncle did not agree with her ambition, Yara silently shifted her gaze from Pike City to Dario on the Black Tower, and then said faintly, "Who said that I must get the recognition of the Ironborn to become king? There is obviously a more direct path in front of me now, isn't it? You want to rely on the power of the elves to become king?" Noticing the strange look his niece gave Dario, Victarion immediately realized the other party's intentions, and his face gradually became ugly. Indeed, if Yara can really get the recognition and support of these elves, then let alone becoming the queen of the Iron Islands, she can even plot for the Iron Throne. Anyway, with such a powerful force of the elves as a backing, those old-fashioned Ironborn can only obey obediently, even if they are dissatisfied. Thinking of this, Victarion looked at Pike City, which was completely engulfed in flames, with some reluctance, and then began to rebuke. "Have you never thought about the disaster your actions will bring to the family? You can become the ruler of the Iron Islands, as long as you get the recognition of the elves. No Ironborn will continue to respect the Greyjoy family. Dignity is earned through fighting, not by illusory bloodline. As long as I can prove that I can lead the Iron Islands to strength and prosperity, why should they not respect me?" Regarding her uncle's rebuke, Yara looked indifferent. She didn't care about the so-called family reputation. If this thing could really be used to exchange for the Seaston position, she would sell out her honor without hesitation. Seeing that her uncle no longer refuted her, Yara turned her attention to Dario on the Black Tower again, and began to think about ways to gain the recognition of the elves. Maybe I can choose a target as my token of loyalty, such as the gold-rich Westerly and the fertile Reach, Tywin Lannister, the ruler of the Westerly, and Olenna Dwayne, the ruler of the Reach, who were busy with their own affairs, did not know that their territories had been targeted as bargaining chips. Winterfell in the north. The news that the king was awake had spread throughout Winterfell, and immediately the gold cloaks who were indulging in brothels and taverns came to the training ground crookedly, waiting to be inspected by the king. The commander of the gold cloaks, Janos Slynt, wiped the sweat from his forehead in panic, his eyes full of despair for the future. After all, the reason why Robert was severely hit by the Wild Hunt elves was that the gold cloaks who failed to arrive in time for reinforcement could be said to bear a great responsibility, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were one of the culprits. Soon, Robert's fat but strong figure appeared on the castle. Janos immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Welcome to the king, may you recover." Janice, you bastard, didn't anyone tell you that you still have a prostitute's bra hanging on your chest? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Janice immediately looked down with a guilty conscience, but found that there was nothing dirty on his body, except the gorgeous armor of the golden robe. Robert laughed at Janice's clumsy appearance. As a king, he knew very well that a scum like Janice had no sense of propriety, so he deliberately mocked him. After laughing, Robert reached out and touched the warhammer on his waist, and then asked Eddard, who was also fully armed next to him, "Are you sure that the elven army will arrive at Winterfell today and have the so-called negotiation with me?" Well, the elven army set out with me to Winterfell, and with the ravens sent by Hearth City, they should be almost here. Looking at the Stark soldiers who were already standing on the wall to guard, Eddard couldn't help but recall the terrifying army he had seen with his own eyes, and he was not sure at all. Those noble and gorgeous elven warriors, almost every one of them brought Eddard a chill from the bottom of his heart, not to mention the silver dragon hovering in the sky and the mysterious Rohan. In order to be on the safe side, Robert wrote a letter to Stannis and his 20,000 coalition forces who were originally planning to take a boat to Eastwatch to fight against the wildlings, ordering them to change their route to the White Harbor's White Knife Bay to directly reinforce Winterfell. However, Ed knew that, even if Stannis' coalition forces could reach Winterfell, they would still not be able to engage in a large-scale direct confrontation with the army of the Drucky elves. Such a powerful alien army, there is no doubt that its combat effectiveness cannot be measured by common sense. The future of the North. Thinking of this, Ed couldn't help but sigh deeply, and then set his eyes on the Direwolf flag that kept flying over Winterfell. After washing his worldview at the wall, Ed even began to feel that his knowledge was not even as good as the old nanny in the castle. After all, the old nanny had knowledge about the children of the forest and the giants. And himself had her. After lamenting his own powerlessness, Eddard turned his gaze to the white-haired woman, who was also wearing armor and standing next to him, and asked with some concern, "Miss Ciri, I wonder if my wife and children have entered the bunker for refuge now, and how are the elderly, the weak, women and children in the city?" "Don't worry, Duke. Lady Catelyn and the children have been sent to the bottom of the bunker, and the women and children have entered the safe room. Even the dragon fire can't hurt them." Hearing that the white-haired woman was Ciri, who had saved Eddard's life many times, Robert couldn't help but look at the other's face with some curiosity, then laughed and sighed. It turns out that in addition to the Targaryen family, there are really other people with white hair. I'm so sorry. If Eddard hadn't stopped me, I almost made a big mistake. At the dinner celebrating the king's awakening last night, the drunk Robert mistakenly thought Ciri, who was eating, was a remnant of the Targaryen family, so he grabbed the meat-cutting knife and was about to fight Ciri. If it weren't for Eddard and Rob, who had just recovered, trying their best to stop the runaway boar, Ciri, who was trapped in the corner, would have activated the teleportation of the ancient blood. Looking at the heroic king, who bowed his head sincerely to apologize to her, Ciri, who was also straightforward, immediately forgave him and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. After all, you didn't mean it. What's more, we still have a common enemy next, right?" "Common enemy? Yes. After we deal with the wild hunt elves in the Seven Hells, I will hold a grand farewell party for you in King's Landing. Please be sure to attend then." Since Robert already knew that Ciri was a traveler from another world, he naturally respected this gentle but powerful woman. If it weren't for the big age difference, he even wanted to choose one of his two children as Ciri's husband. It would be even better if he could leave the seeds of the ancient blood for the Baratheon family. Thinking of this, Robert couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, as a king, he couldn't really act on impulse. He always had to consider the interests of the kingdom and the family. Here they come. Just as Robert was full of wild thoughts, Eddard beside him keenly noticed the black dragon flag rising slowly on the ice field in the distance, and hurriedly reminded everyone loudly. Hearing Eddard's shout, everyone hurriedly looked towards the distant horizon, and then saw a suffocating scene. Empty, empty. What's going on? Have the reinforcement from King's Landing arrived? Jaime, who didn't know what was going on, poked his head out from the city wall with some curiosity, and then his pupils trembled subconsciously, and he didn't even notice that his wine bag had fallen to the ground. I saw a huge flag with flames burning constantly surrounded by countless black dragon flags, and hot sparks were constantly floating in the cold wind. Countless elves wearing silver armor were gathered under the battle flag, and their uniform steps resounded throughout the snowfield like a landslide, and no creature dared to appear in the sight of this army. Even the dire elves hiding in the forest looked up at the sky in panic at this moment, with their tails tucked between their thighs and constantly making low sounds of grief. As magical creatures, although these giant wolves, which are as big as horses, do not have powerful magic like dragons or children of the forest, they are still strong creatures with keen perception and tenacious vitality. But now, they can feel the death threat from the soul above their heads. What makes them even more terrified is that the monster in the sky seems to have noticed them as well. Hey, there are wolves this big in the world. The shadow of the ancient giant eagle covered the dire elves that were curled up on the ground and shivering in the forest. With the desperate roar of the wolf pack, Rohan's body slowly landed on the ground. Looking at the dire elves in front of him, which were even bigger than the Norse war wolves, Rohan couldn't help but touch his chin and began to consider whether he needed to add some cavalry troops. In fact, some areas of Nagaroth do have vehicles like wolf chariots due to limited conditions, but there are indeed not many that can be used to chase and bully long-range dogs. Although the Dark Riders riding war horses have good mobility and appearance, they are still far behind the High Elves Aryan plunderers, and can only bully Ratmen and Norsemen. Although the Harpers can use their flying advantage to carry out surprise attacks and harassment, their own strength is not very strong, and they will even be a little embarrassed when facing some human light armored infantry. Although the dragon troops can pose a huge threat to the enemy's rear line on the battlefield, the demon armies of the Chaos Four Gods either have no long-range weapons, or are ridiculously strong in long-range weapons. In this case, if the Ash Dragon Riders who have not received the blessing of the mist are used as mobile cannon fodder, even Rohan, who is now well off, cannot withstand such consumption. In comparison, these dire elves in front of him seem to be a good substitute. Thinking of this, Rohan set his sights on the only wolf in the wolf pack that was baring its teeth at him, then pulled out the sharp blade at his waist and muttered, "Although I don't know if blood clan domination is useful for such a species with slight magic, it would be great if it can succeed." After that, he exerted force with his legs, and like a giant eagle descending from the sky, he slammed his knees into the opponent's wolf head, and immediately knocked the giant wolf back. Ow! The dire wolf's shrill wail spread throughout the forest, and immediately made Eddard on the wall of Winterfell look a little ugly. He recognized the holy figure that had landed in the forest. It was undoubtedly the leader of the Druchii elves, and also a cruel and bloody elf, Rohan. The dire wolf is the family emblem of the Stark family, and it can also be regarded as a sacred creature worshipped by the Stark family. Every year, some superstitious northerners would kill chickens and sheep to sacrifice dire elves in the year of harvest. Now Rohan has not yet arrived at Winterfell, but he has slaughtered dire elves so wantonly. No matter what the reason is, it is an insult to the Stark family. You dare to stain your hands with the blood of dire elves before you meet. It seems that you are not friendly. Robert obviously noticed this. He silently looked at the neatly organized elf army outside the city wall, and then looked at the golden robes on the training ground, who could not even stand in formation. He couldn't help, but shook his head helplessly. Although the weapons and equipment of the golden robes are indeed better than most of the northern armies with the annual appropriation of the treasury, the people who operate the weapons are indeed a bit lagging. Robert had no doubt that, as long as the winged elf appeared over Winterfell, these guys would lose half of their combat effectiveness. Looking at these useless gold cloaks and the gold cloak commander Janis who was still panting, Robert raised his eyebrows and complained to Eddard, "Hey, really, I feel that I don't have much confidence even before the negotiations officially started. It seems that the gold cloaks urgently need to change a commander. What do you think of your son Robb? He is the future heir of Winterfell in the north. Do you want him to follow me to King's Landing to gain experience for a few years?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Queen of the Iron Islands. let Rob go to King's Landing to gain some experience. After hearing Robert's arrangement, Eddard could not help but be silent. He actually did not want his child to go to the smoky and money-filled southern region. Although it was a bit rude to think so, as a duke who had personally witnessed the corruption and infighting in King's Landing, Eddard did not want his eldest son to become a drunkard like Robert. Thinking of this, Eddard set his sights on Rob, who was commanding the family guards to prepare for the enemy under the city wall. He was slightly absent-minded as he watched the general's demeanor that the other party had gradually begun to show. Rob seemed to have noticed Eddard's gaze on him, so he looked up at his father, who was looking at him with Ciri in the castle, and a pure smile appeared on his face. A faint smile appeared on Eddard's face, and then he replied to Robert, "I will ask Rob's opinion on this matter. If he is really willing to go to King's Landing with you to experience it, then I have no objection. But I have a condition, that is, you can't interfere with Rob's daily life at will. I don't want Rob to be fat like a meatball the next time I see him." After that, Eddard quietly glanced at Robert's fat body that was difficult to restrain even with armor, and a flash of anxiety about the future flashed in his eyes when he thought that his son might become a fat man with unshaven beard like Robert. When they met next time, Eddard felt his goosebumps trembling uncontrollably. Robert obviously noticed Eddard's gaze towards his belly, and then he patted his shoulder with some anger and said, "Okay, this matter is settled. The most important thing now is to handle the relationship with the elves. Look, that guy is coming. Old gods, that's dire elf." Following the direction Robert pointed, Eddard also noticed Rohan walking out of the wolf forest in the distance, and dozens of dire elves around him who were as obedient as hounds. Seeing those dire elves that could tear apart humans and warhorses as easily as hounds tear apart mice, and now squatting at Rohan's feet like tame dogs, Eddard immediately felt something was wrong. Could it be that in just a few minutes, Rohan has completely dominated the dire elves? This is too fast. Faced with this situation, Eddard could only be a little shocked and secretly shocked. However, after recalling the dragons that surrendered to the elves, he could only attribute it to the unique beast controlling ability of the elves. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Ed's idea, but he made a mistake. That is, these dire elves did not completely surrender. Damn it, these dire elves obviously have no magical talent at all, and they look like larger wolves at most. Why do they belong to the category of magical creatures? Outside the forest, Rohan looked at the dire elves around him trembling under the oppression of his divine power with some annoyance, and kept compiling the useless blood clan rule in his mind. Just now, he was about to put the wolf heart dug out from the wolf king's chest on the temporary altar, and even prepared to inlay the melted runes on his bones. However, just as he placed the heart on the altar and waited patiently for it to melt, an accident happened. A dazzling blood-red flame suddenly burst out from the altar, accompanied by the violent trembling of the Wolf King's heart, and the heart actually exploded in front of Rohan. The blood splashed on Rohan's clothes and armor, and Rohan, who had developed a mysophobia, immediately used his divine power to separate the blood stains on his body before he was willing to give up. If it was just a simple magic failure, he would not be so angry, but what made him more angry was the answer given by the system test report. The reason for the failure of Blood Clan domination is that the host violated the manipulation rules and tried to manipulate a creature with magic. Please learn from your mistakes and reflect on it. Don't make such a smart mistake again. Recalling the emotionless and ruthless sarcasm of the system just now, Rohan couldn't help but recall the bruised and swollen 5-whip master in his mind, and his shame and anger in his heart could not help but rise to a higher level. In fact, this is also his fault. After all, Rohan just wanted to subdue these dire elves with a fluke mentality, and he had expected this result. But I still can't accept it. Such a huge giant wolf is really rare. Although its strength may not be comparable to that of the Cheris war lion, even this wolf skin has great value for taming. Looking at the dire elves in front of him who dared not move under his intimidation, Rohan could only look at the soft fur with magic resistance on their bodies and grin. He knew that they were just acting. As long as he retracted his pressure on them, these bloodthirsty beasts would immediately stop shaking their heads and look for the right opportunity to bite his throat. After all, as wild beasts, they could feel that the pointed-eared man in front of them was an existence that they could not afford to offend, but they could not understand the difference brought by magic. My lord, how should we deal with these dire elves? After all, they are just beasts. It is probably difficult to completely subdue them by just beating them up. They cannot be directly controlled by the dragon heart like the ash dragon. It seems that we still need to consult a professional trainer. Seeing Lysadilin riding an elven warhorse to ask about the situation, Rohan sat directly on the back of a white wolf and looked meaningfully at the dire elf flag flying over Winterfell. In his opinion, whether it was these dire elves or the Stark family, they were just a small stumbling block for him to conquer the world and could not pose much threat at all. As for the news that Dario sent some time ago that the Iron Islands had surrendered, Rohan actually didn't take it too seriously. After all, using the Iron Islands as an outpost was just to facilitate landing on the Westeros continent. As for those Ironmen who were unwilling to believe in the Lady of the Mist, if they were willing to use their lives and blood to clear some obstacles on Rohan's way forward, then he wouldn't mind giving them a chance to wash their spoons. As for where the soup and meat went, the soup belonged to those own people who were willing to surrender and believe in the Lady of the Mist, and the meat was naturally only for the Draki elves. If the upright Duke Ed was willing to surrender for the peace of the North, and was willing to lead the people of the North to change their beliefs, then Rohan wouldn't mind giving them a sip of soup. But if you are not willing to seize this opportunity to drink soup, don't let me down, Eddard. Although Joffrey, the great emperor of the ages, is the future king of Westeros that I have appointed, he still needs someone with brains to help him govern the country. Looking at the elves around who were tying up the dire elves with ropes and chains, Rohan once again set his sights on Eddard on the distant city wall, with an imperceptible mockery on his face. What he was going to do next was to tie up the Stark family with chains, and prepare to tame them as domestic dogs. Iron Islands, Pike City Hall. Iron Queen. Iron Queen. All the nobles in the Iron Islands gathered in the hall. They looked at Yara sitting on the eastern seat with numb eyes, and swore allegiance to the new queen, either voluntarily or under duress. Different from any election in the history of the Iron Islands, since the remains of King Balon, who was burnt to a skeleton, were found on the top of the castle, Yara walked into Pike City under the leadership of the Pendor Auxiliary Army. At first, some nobles who believed in the ancient ways were unwilling to let a woman rule the Iron Islands, but stubbornly wanted to hold a king's moot and elect the next ruler of the Iron Islands through a referendum. However, when hundreds of flying dragons descended on their castles and tens of thousands of fully armed Pendor soldiers landed on each island through landing craft, these iron races immediately became good at singing and dancing. Especially after seeing the unwilling King's Harbor castle being swallowed by a fireball as terrifying as the sun, no family dared to raise any objections. From today on, I'm the ruler of the Iron Islands. On the eastern seat, Yara's eyes were fixed on the unwilling Iron Islands nobles below, but a great passion surged in her heart. She knew that the reason why these families were full of resentment was nothing more than because she could rely on the powerful military force of the elves and thought that she was just a puppet with no talent. But she would use facts to tell these guys that she, Yara Greyjoy, although she didn't have a handle in her crotch, was a pure-blooded iron race. With the surging waves in her heart, Yara suddenly pulled out a battle axe from her waist and threw it fiercely at the map of Westeros engraved on the floor under the feet of the crowd. Bang, with the sound of the axe blade splitting the floor echoing throughout the hall, the iron people who were originally a little drowsy widened their eyes in fear, and then all their eyes were focused on Yara, who suddenly went crazy. What are you doing? Why don't you just be your puppet queen? Why do you suddenly brandish a sword and a gun? Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Yara nodded in satisfaction, then deliberately looked at the Ironborn below with a look of pity, and said with some regret, I thought that all the nobles present were devout believers of the ancient way, but I didn't expect that your performance was so worrying. What did you say? Pathetic woman, don't think that you can talk to us unscrupulously, just because you climbed onto the elf's big bed. Who among you is not a true devout believer of the drowned god? The nobles present were immediately aroused by Yara's ridicule, and their words were full of disdain and anger, and they did not hide their discrimination against Yara's illegitimate position. If it weren't for the fact that their weapons were confiscated in advance, and there were nearly 100 fully armed Pender soldiers around the hall, they would have rushed forward and were ready to let Yara see what a man is. Heman. Facing the accusations and clamors of many Ironborn, Yara waved her hand to stop the Pender soldiers around her who were ready to draw their weapons and start a massacre, with a playful smile on her face. Since occupying the Iron Islands, Daario has been busy building various infrastructures on these islands, waiting for further news from Lord Rohan. Facing Yara's request to become the leader of the Iron Islands, Daario refused at first. Rather than choosing Yara, who had an unstable foundation, and Victorian, who had offended him, Daario would rather choose a trustworthy living saint from the Inquisition to serve as the governor of the Iron Islands. However, Yara convinced him with a condition that he could not refuse, that is, she would personally lead the Ironborn fleet to plunder the rich Westerland in the Reach as a gift to welcome Lord Rohan. Through observing the words and expressions during this period, Yara had long known that Daario still had a superior, that is, the real commander. More importantly, she found something a little weird, that is, Daario seemed to have a fanaticism that was almost like faith for the elf named Rohan. After realizing that Daario was actually a minor king, Yara immediately changed her strategy and began to try every means to win Daario's favor by pleasing Rohan. According to her description, the wealth of the Westerlands and the Reach combined will exceed tens of millions of gold dragons, plus various mineral deposits and fields, which will undoubtedly greatly expand Lord Rohan's power. Moreover, this plan does not require Daario to expose the Black Ark's trump card in the existence of the elves. The dirty work can be completely done by the Ironborn, and the elves only need to wait for meat. Therefore, facing Yara's proposal, Daario was silent. If Yara intends to use the wealth of the Westerlands and the Reach in exchange for the throne of the Iron Islands, then although Daario will not object, he will not give too much support to the other party. But if the other party intends to use the throne of the Iron Islands to make profits for Lord Rohan, then the situation is completely different. 12,000 Pender auxiliary troops and 10 older elves who have surrendered to the king have now all become Yara's direct troops. Daario's only request is to set off as soon as possible. With this trump card, Yara finally had enough confidence to lead the Iron Islands to prosperity. Yara glanced at the few older elves who were unnoticed on the beams of the hall without changing his expression, then stood up and shouted in an excited voice, "My father, Balon Greyjoy, is a great man. He follows the faith of the ancient ways and requires all passing merchant ships to pay iron money to the Ironmen, and even makes the entire sea area the territory of the Ironmen. But are you really so easily satisfied? Are you really willing to drift on the sea all your life and end up as a dead body on the seabed?" The inspiring shouts made the Ironmen in the hall stop the noise. Everyone stared blankly at Yara, who was in high spirits on the eastern seat. At this moment, she was like the legendary siren, bewitching their hearts. Seeing that the nobles around her began to fall into deep thought, Yara pointed at the flying axe stuck in the map and continued to shout, "The elves have decided to support our looting. We will break into the stone houses of those mainland nobles, plunder their wealth, abduct their wives and daughters, and take back the iron money from them. Join us, join the glorious ancient road, and let the flags of black dragons and sea monsters fill the entire Westeros." Hearing the undisguised ambition in Yara's words, the Iron Men subconsciously looked at the flying axe stuck in the ground, and then held their breath excitedly. Lannisport. Chapter 312 Tears of the Illiterate. With Yara officially becoming the new ruler of the Iron Islands, every port of the Ironmen began to build long ships for crossing the sea and work hard to hone their combat skills. Although the Iron Fleet, which once crisscrossed the sea, has now been mostly destroyed by the elves, Yara has purchased a large amount of high-quality wood and blueprints from the elves through loans, which has increased the strength of the Iron Fleet. A large number of old rowing longboats were eliminated and dismantled, and replaced by giant sailing ships that are hundreds of meters long, equipped with powerful catapults and rams, which can be said to be armed to the teeth. Of course, the Ironmen did not know that these sailing warships were actually just modified according to the landing craft blueprints of the Druchii elves, but this still could not stop their greed for wealth. Even though the number of these sailing warships is relatively small due to production capacity issues, the commander-in-chief of the Iron Fleet, Victarion, is still confident. Don't worry, Yara. As long as the Iron Fleet can be fully equipped with these new warships with superior performance, I will bring back the head of that old Tywin with my own hands. In Pike, Yara stood on the top of the castle just like his deceased father, admiring with satisfaction the Iron Fleet anchored in the port of King's Harbor in the distance, his heart filled with joy. Hearing her uncle's answer, although Yara was somewhat dissatisfied with Victarion's address to her, she nodded and responded, "Go and inform those shipbuilders to speed up the construction of warships. Although the elves have not expressed dissatisfaction with our progress, we still need to build a fleet that can cross the ocean as soon as possible. Don't worry, I have already worked out the next battle strategy with the captains. Once the war begins, we will have control over the entire sea." Victarion couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride on Yara's face. After all, even as the commander of the Iron Fleet, he had never fought such a rich battle as today in his 8 lifetimes, since Dario cannot reveal that the elves have conquered the Iron Islands for the time being. 12,000 Pendor auxiliary troops will land in Lannisport under the escort of the Ironborn fleet and plunder this rich port. As for the Westerland fleet in Lannisport, haha, the weak sheep who have lived on the earth since childhood are destined to become poor creatures destroyed by sea monsters. The Iron Fleet will take the opportunity to attack the isolated Fairy Island and take over this island, which is not rich, but rich in various minerals. After all, the wealth of Lannisport and Casterly Rock will belong to the elves, and although the Iron Islands are not qualified to participate in the dinner table, it is also very delicious to drink some fish soup with scraps, isn't it? Then do it as soon as possible. Although the elves are busy building various buildings that we don't understand, there must be not much time for us to waste. Seeing that her uncle was so confident, Yara did not intend to continue to interrupt. After all, in her opinion, although her uncle's IQ in politics is a bit stretched, his military talent is something that even he feels a little ashamed of. After all, the other party was able to directly attack Lannisport, where the Royal Navy and the Westerland Fleet gathered, and burned half of the Royal Navy during the Greyjoy Rebellion decades ago. Excellent, Commander. Looking at the giant black ark anchored in the center of the Iron Islands, Yara's eyes were slightly absent-minded as she murmured to herself, "A new era is waving to us. Are the Iron Islands really ready?" Although she has the support of the elves, Yara herself doesn't know where she can lead the future of the Iron Islands. Now, she can only pray that the Iron Islands and the Ironmen are important enough in the eyes of those elves. Winterfell in the north. You are King Robert. Looking at your fat appearance, it seems that you can still lift the hammer in your hand. Outside the wall of Winterfell, Rohan walked into the range of the archers unscrupulously, looking at the fat human king in front of him with some ridicule. As a Durachi who often needs to go to the slave market, Rohan has seen those fat human nobles, but it is rare to see such a fat and muscular one. "How dare you!" Hearing Rohan's ridicule, the soldiers on the wall raised their bows and arrows angrily and aimed at Rohan. They believed that, as long as the king gave an order, they could immediately shoot this pointy-eared man into a hedgehog. Even Eddard did not expect Rohan to be so rude. After all, although these elves were just a little arrogant at the wall, they did not cause too much disturbance. But they obviously did not expect that the other party would be so arrogant and domineering in formal occasions. However, they did not know that Rohan's current behavior was actually relatively elegant and easygoing among the elves. Even the elfin voice from Ulthuan came here and saw Robert with such luxuriant body hair. They were able to resist saying monkey out loud, which was already a competent diplomat to humans. However, unexpectedly, facing Rohan's exclamation, Robert not only did not show any anger, but patted his belly and laughed. "Right, even though I'm as fat as a meatball now, I was once the dream lover of thousands of girls." As a generous king who was not particular about details, Robert himself actually disliked the diplomatic ceremony with complicated etiquette. He preferred that everyone could speak frankly. If Rohan really showed the image of an envoy who paid attention to etiquette, then Robert might treat these Druchii elves and those wild hunt elves in the same category. As for the elf saying that he was fat, isn't that the truth? Hearing Robert's self-mockery, Rohan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at the friendly human king in front of him, and then said with emotion, "I have to say that your character is really rare for a king. If every elf I know is as direct as you, there is no need to worry about facing such a great enemy as chaos." Recalling the Druchii lords he had met, they were all arrogant and domineering to the extreme and would not submit to anything except the Witch King and absolute force. If the elves can really unify all their forces, then chaos is nothing. If any of Asur, Druchii and Asray can give up the struggle for power and devote all their energy to fighting chaos, then a paradise of peace and prosperity can be created. Even now, as long as 2 of the 3 elf branches are willing to reach a comprehensive cooperation, it is not a problem to dispel the chaos forces in the mortal world. If all 3 of them come together. Chaos for gods, didn't you say you were in the warp? Now I just got off the high-speed train, and I'm in the warp. I'm here to catch you now. Wait. Hearing Rohan sigh, Robert couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then he curiously put down the warhammer at his waist. Under the horrified gaze of the guards around him, he walked to the weirwood stump next to Rohan and asked, "Yeah, I also think my character is pretty good, but can I ask you what the chaos you are talking about is? Is there anything else in the world that can make you elves feel difficult to deal with?" "Ah, that's a long story. Bring some wine." Seeing that the king was actually willing to learn about the boring history of the elves, Rohan, who had hoped to rule Westeros peacefully, naturally didn't want to tear his face with the other party now. Seeing that Eddard and Ciri next to him seemed to be interested in coming to listen, Rohan simply ordered someone to bring a table and good wine, and began to tell the glorious history of chaos and the elves. Of course, in order to resonate and understand, Rohan selectively ignored all the elements that were not favorable to the elves, and exaggerated the evil of the 4 chaos gods and the unreliability of the elven gods. From the beginning, when the elves were massacred by demons, to the salvation of the first Phoenix King, and the feud between Malekith and Belshanna. Facing such a bloody history of the elves full of glory and vendetta, the 3 of them enjoyed the fine elven wine provided by Rohan, while immersing themselves in this magnificent epic. Sad and beautiful stories are often the most touching, especially when hearing that the dragon tamer and dozens of senior wizards sacrificed themselves to create the great whirlpool, and Inarion entered the temple of Cain alone. Robert's eyes were slightly red. Of course, it may also be that he wanted to taste the elves' strong liquor, and cried because of the spiciness. Rohan took out the 4th wine glass silently, and then placed it near the roots of the weirwood stump, and then began to tell his story from accidentally opening the portal. Of course, there is no lack of beautification in this, from the hard training, when he was a child, to becoming a lord with his achievements of serving for 100 years, and finally leading his family's private soldiers to travel to various other worlds. It must be said that Rohan's history of making a fortune can also be called a legend. Coupled with the contrast of so many great elves before, Rohan's image in the eyes of everyone immediately changed. In their eyes, Rohan has become a great man who keeps traveling to other worlds to fight against chaos and tries to save the world with his own strength. Even Rohan's previous impoliteness was regarded by them as slightly indecent behavior caused by a long-term confrontation with a chaos evil god. Of course, this is under the situation that Rohan never mentioned the countless crimes committed by the Druchii elves. So that's it. With those evil gods from the subspace as a threat, the elves are still in a state of division. No wonder you need to travel to other worlds to find a way out. After listening to Rohan's description, Ciri, who had experienced the disaster of the Wild Hunt, immediately realized the purpose of Rohan's trip. It turned out that his race was on the verge of crisis like the Wild Hunt. However, the difference between the two sides is that Eredin and his men are completely for the benefit of the Ainel elves, while Rohan will even take the initiative to send troops for Kiev, which is thousands of miles away. Really, a kind man, an elf. Thinking of this, even Eddard, who has always been extremely wary of Robert, couldn't help but relax a little, and then took the initiative to ask, "I don't know why you came to our world. As long as the North can do it, I'm willing to provide some support." Clang. Hearing Eddard's question, Rohan accidentally dropped the wine glass in his hand on the stump of the weirwood, and the wine slowly flowed into the soil along the roots of the tree. He really didn't expect that there would be such a generous and unscrupulous upright person in this world, and he felt a tear in his eyes for a moment. Looking back at the society of Durachi, although there are kind-hearted elves, most of them are ostracized like mental patients, and even oppressed by evil people. As for Nagaland, it is a lawless place filled with endless darkness and fear. No one dares to act recklessly, unless they are rich and powerful old nobles of the Black Dragon banner like the Higgs family. In that environment, even if you speculate about others with the worst malice, you will find that you have underestimated the cruelty of Durachi after all. Young elves who have just entered Nagaland will be targeted by the joy cult, as long as they are handsome or beautiful, and those who are relatively mediocre will be targeted by the staff of the arena. In such an environment, Rohan has hardly encountered any low-level elves who dare to show their kindness. Most of them just use cruel appearance to cover up their weak hearts. And Ed's kindness that almost shines on the world. He hasn't seen it for nearly 100 years. Actually, I came here with good intentions. Maybe we had some big disputes not long ago, but that was only because we just finished the battle with the White Walkers and have not yet fully recovered. Please understand. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person. Since Ed was willing to take the initiative to help him, he would not refuse. Instead, he took out the treaty he had prepared and handed it to the other party, saying, "In order for our two worlds to have more friendly exchanges, I have drafted several treaties with the continent of Westeros in advance. Please take a look." Looking at the treaty in front of him, and the serious expression on Rohan's face, Robert immediately swallowed nervously. It was not because he was worried that there would be any hidden traps in the agreement given to him by Rohan, but because of another serious problem. He can't read. Although Rohan's treaty thoughtfully used the official language of Westeros, Robert liked to wield swords and guns when he was young, and he had always had meisters to help him deal with various letters, so he rarely needed to write by himself. The last time he wrote was probably in the Eyrie a few decades ago, right? Chapter 313 Invasion. Ed. Looking at Robert, who was begging him with his eyes wide open, Ed could only sigh secretly, then took the treaty from Rohan and read it with Ciri beside him. There was not much written in the treaty. In addition to some words of praise commonly used in diplomacy, it can be simply summarized into 3 items: non-aggression treaty, friendly alliance treaty, and free trade agreement. Since he was not good at handling financial affairs, Ed focused his attention on the first 2 treaties and began to convey the contents to Robert beside him word by word. Non-aggression treaty, as the name suggests, means that the army of the Druchii elves will never attack the Westeros continent without authorization, and will not be attacked by the Westeros people. It seems to be just a simple treaty. Even Ed and Ciri did not notice anything unusual, so Robert agreed to this suggestion very readily. As for the Pendor auxiliary army that occupied the Iron Islands and supported a puppet ruler preparing to attack the Westerly, what happened? What auxiliary army? They are obviously native Iron Islands people. How could they be from the other world of Pendor? Seeing Robert was signing his ugly name on the first treaty with a pen, Ed took out the second treaty and asked Rohan curiously, "Then we will agree to the non-aggression treaty proposed by you on behalf of the Iron Throne, but can you please introduce the general content of the friendly alliance treaty?" He just glanced through the contents and was very confused about the elven garrison mentioned in it and the various resources that the Iron Throne needs to hand over every year. According to the treaty, the Iron Throne needs to pay for all the consumption and needs of this elven garrison in order to obtain part of the command of this elven garrison. But in addition to this, the Iron Throne has to pay a large amount of food and minerals to the elves every year, and the amount is so large that even Ed, who is used to living a hard life, is shocked. Hearing this, Rohan very friendly pointed at the words on the treaty, and the crescent moon in the corner of his eye made him look like a cunning silver fox with ulterior motives. After all, we will sign the free trade agreement in the future, so we must ensure that the rule of the Iron Throne must be stable enough, otherwise it will go against our interests. In this case, in order to ensure that the free trade between us can become stable, the elves naturally have the obligation to assist the Iron Throne to suppress those voices of opposition. Of course, it is paid In other words, every year the Iron Throne only needs to provide these basic supplies to the elves in exchange for your military support. Is that right? That's about it. After listening to Rohan's explanation, Robert's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed, and then he lowered his head to think carefully, shook his head with regret and sighed. Although this condition sounds very tempting, I'm afraid I can only refuse this luxury you offer. Rohan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise after hearing this, and then poured Robert a glass of wine, picked up a bottle of wine again and asked, why refuse? This treaty has no disadvantages for you or your family, right? That's true, but it has extremely serious disadvantages for the people of Westeros. Robert put the cup of elven wine to his nose with some emotion and sniffed it, then silently drank the sweet wine, blushing and said, you know, in fact, Westeros is a magical place. The summer and winter here are equally long, which means that the people can have a good harvest for several years or even more than 10 years in a row, bringing a lot of food to the whole continent. However, once the winter lasts for more than 10 years, most of the people, except the nobles, have to choose to migrate to the south, or rely on the food and prey issued by the Lord, to avoid the long winter. But some nobles would rather let the food in their granaries pile up like mountains, and the stinking old grain will feed the rats fat, than to give out food to help the people. At this point, Robert's face inevitably revealed a trace of sadness, because he had experienced that period of time, and witnessed the separation and death that happened to ordinary people. On the contrary, although Eddard's face was also full of grief, his feelings were not as sad as Robert's. After all, there was Winterfell, which could be heated underground in the north. What a rare good king. Please let me toast you another glass. Looking at Robert, who looked like he was serving the country and the people, Rohan seemed very moved on the surface, and poured another glass of wine for him, but his heart was full of disdain. He recognized the other party's bravery and love for the people, but a truly good king would not let his treasury be short of 600 gold coins. Obviously, such a king with a generous temperament does not meet the mediocre king that Rohan wants, and a good king who serves the country and the people is not in the interests of the elves. Find an opportunity to replace him. After secretly sentencing Robert to death in his heart, Rohan directly put the Friendly Alliance Treaty into his arms, and then pointed to the last treaty on the table and asked, so what are you going to do about the free trade agreement? Even if you don't want to accept the elves' request for garrisoning troops, you shouldn't refuse this opportunity to make money, right? Seeing that Rohan and Robert's eyes were all focused on him, Ed couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment, and didn't dare to say anything more for a while. Although he could understand most of the words in this treaty, after connecting them into sentences, Ed didn't recognize the content. Perhaps we should go to King's Landing to discuss this matter with professionals such as the King's Hand and the Minister of Finance. I think they should be able to give better advice, right? Seeing the embarrassment on Ed's face, Robert, who knew Ed very well, could only give up. Well, then I wonder if Lord Rohan is willing to follow me to King's Landing. I will set up the most luxurious dinner in the hall of the Red Castle, and we can discuss future cooperation together. But then, Robert immediately invited Rohan, who was drinking juice next to him, with a gleam in his eyes that did not look like a drunkard at all. Although he rejected the Friendly Alliance Treaty proposed by Rohan, as a king, Robert obviously did not want to completely make enemies with this powerful elven force. A wild hunt elf has already turned the entire north upside down. If another Druchii elf comes, I'm afraid the rule of the Baratheon family will end completely. Looking at Robert's sincere face, Rohan also understood that the other party was trying to please him, so he decisively agreed. Okay, let's go, but I require that we must go to King's Landing by land, so that we can enjoy the scenery of Westeros along the way. Haha, that's great. Let me, the king, personally serve as your tour guide. Eddard, get ready for the party. Hearing that Rohan actually agreed to his invitation, Robert's face immediately showed a look of joy, and then he ignored the hostile eyes of the elves around him, embraced Rohan's wings and entered Winterfell. The soldiers in Winterfell saw that King Robert seemed to have a good relationship with Rohan, and they also put down their weapons and began to cheer. The whole city seemed to be peaceful and happy. However, they didn't know that the reason why Rohan, as the Lord of Dread, chose to join the human banquet was not only to see the banquet of the Northerners, but more importantly to buy time for Daario. Although he didn't know that Yara was about to launch an attack on the Westerly, he also knew that it was not the time to expose the existence of Daario and the Black Ark. Looking at the Northerners who were welcoming him, Rohan also showed a friendly smile on his face, but he murmured in his heart, "Don't let me down, Daario. Life has been too boring recently. I want to see rivers of blood." 2 months later, Iron Islands. Do you want a full-scale war? Yes. The roar filled with anger and greed spread throughout the entire Pike Island, and even the neighboring islands could vaguely hear the roar from the mouths of more than 20,000 soldiers. On the largest sailing warship in the port, the Iron Fleet commander Victorian was standing on the mast with expectation, looking at the sea of warriors below with satisfaction. In these short 2 months, the elves' military mechanics assisted and taught the iron ship builders hand in hand, and they just stuffed all the drawings and materials into the brains of these clumsy humans. With this generous support, the Iron Fleet finally experienced an unprecedented surge in strength. 80 giant sailing warships, small elven landing ships, were finally successfully installed in the Iron Fleet, and with the Ironborn crews recruited from various islands, this would be an unprecedentedly powerful fleet, and it was such a fleet that was now under his command. Even though this fleet was not entirely composed of Ironborn. Looking at the Pender soldiers below who were wearing Ironborn light plate armor, and the silver cross pendants and maces on their waists, that were different from ordinary Ironborn, Victorian was filled with emotion. In order to avoid exposing his identity, he had persuaded the Legion leaders of these Pender soldiers one by one, hoping that they could use the more Ironborn style throwing axes and grappling hooks instead of the gorgeous pirate crossbows and rapiers. After all, he also had a little selfishness. He hoped that this powerful fleet that was destined to be famous in the world would only have the drowned god sea monster logo, so that the whole world would hear about the existence of the Greyjoy family. Therefore, it is better to use as few pagan symbols as possible. However, the Pender soldiers who are lucky enough to be equipped with the same weapons as the Black Ark pirates are proud of it. After all, this is the weapon they exchanged for their military merits, and it is a symbol of their identity and glory. As for the Mason Silver Cross pendant, it is the eternal faith in the eyes of the Pender people, and it also represents the gaze of the Lady of the Mist. Maybe one day, their heroic fighting on the battlefield will be seen by the Lady of the Mist through these pendants and decorations, and then they may be blessed. Even in the eyes of some extreme believers, the 4 Chaos Gods, who are known as the enemies of the Lady of the Mist, are not to be feared, and they are simply not the opponents of the Lady. In their subspace projection, the Lady of the Mist is a powerful goddess holding a mace in one hand and holding the Mist Codex in the other. Isn't it easy to hammer a chaos evil god to death? And Victorian is now persuading them to put down the holy objects of the Lady of the Mist. What a blasphemy. Faced with the insistence of the Pender soldiers, Victorian could only find Daario helplessly and tell him about this matter. After all, the other party certainly would not want the elves to be exposed to the public so soon. However, after learning about this, Daario gave the craftsman on the Black Ark an order that stunned him after a brief hesitation, which was, "It's really dazzling. I'm afraid that, after installing this thing, my flagship will become the enemy's top priority target." Looking at the giant pure silver cross standing at the stern, which was emitting dazzling light at the moment, Victorian couldn't help but flash a few black lines on his face. This is completely different from what he expected. Now, it is estimated that when the Black Ark is exposed in the future, the whole world will know that the Iron Islands are just vassals of the elves, right? Thinking of this, Victorian slapped himself hard and then shouted to the confused warriors below, "Get on board, boys, it's time to set sail. Let's flatten the entire Lannisport." Oh. Countless sailors wearing dark blue cloth robes and brown leather armor began to scramble to board the warships. Thanks to the excellent design of the landing craft, the soldiers who could easily jump from the stern to the bow of another ship quickly completed the preparations. On the coast, Queen Yera of the Iron Islands was holding a black long tube horn, looking at the warships scattered throughout the port, and blew the horn excitedly. Woo woo woo. A low roar like a deep sea monster came from the howling, and the sea breeze in the air seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force, and began to use the wind direction to assist these warships to leave the port. The disaster of the ancient road has officially begun. Westerly, Fairy Island is the closest island to the Iron Islands and rich in high quality iron ore. Fairy Island has been in a state of sustainable exhaustion almost since the moment residents appeared. The frequent looting by the Ironmen caused them heavy losses, so they had to kidnap and capture beggars from the mainland. Fortunately, since the Greyjoy Rebellion decades ago, the Iron Islands have not looted Fairy Island on a large scale, so the island has been able to enjoy a good time of peaceful development. However, peace will not always come. Ding ding ding. Enemy attack. It's the Greyjoy family's fleet. Chapter 314. The Battle of Lannisport. You said that the Greyjoy family's iron fleet appeared overseas. Are you sure? In the only castle on Fairy Island, the Earl of Fairy Island, Sebastian Farman, was holding the wine glass in his hand blankly, looking at the boy who came to report the news, and he couldn't believe his ears. Although Fairy Island is not a rich and powerful island, because it has to face the looting from the Ironman pirates all year round, all the men have received military training, and can be called famous for their toughness. In addition, Lannisport is less than 2 hours away from Fairy Island by boat, so in most cases, the pirates who come to Fairy Island are small pirates who rob and run away, and they are not to be feared at all. But if the Greyjoy family's iron fleet comes to Fairy Island, the situation will be completely different. Thinking of this, Sebastian put down the wine glass in his hand with a heavy face and shouted to the few knights and scholars in the castle, "Immediately find out the identity and strength of the invading fleets, and send ravens to Lannisport, asking them to send a fleet to help us repel the invading enemy." Yes. The knights also realized the seriousness of the problem, so they returned to their fiefdoms as quickly as possible, preparing to seize the time to summon the peasants to the city for refuge and distribute weapons to them. That's right, although Fairy Island is just an ordinary island with a size similar to Bear Island, in order to fill the facade, several villages on the island were still granted to meritorious knights. Watching the knight's receding figures, Sebastian sat down on the chair in the hall with a heavy face, then smashed his wine glass to the ground and cursed. Damn it, are those barbarians dreaming of another Greyjoy rebellion? They dared to openly violate the peace treaty. Aren't they afraid of being retaliated by the Iron Throne? Because the Greyjoy Rebellion decades ago was defeated by the coalition led by Robert, the Iron Islands had to humiliatingly sign a non-aggression treaty with the Westerlands, and the fleet was not allowed to appear in the waters of the Westerlands. Now that the treaty has been broken, it is very likely a signal that war is coming. Recalling the tragic past of Fairy Island being captured by the Ironborn several times in history and members of the Farman family being raped and plundered, Sebastian could not help but tremble slightly, and finally sighed deeply. Now we can only hope that the Lannisters in Lannisport will take into account the friendship of the past, and send a fleet to support as soon as possible. 2 hours later, Lannisport however, Sebastian, who was sleeping and eating uneasy at this time, probably didn't know that the Iron Fleet didn't regard his Fairy Island as the main threat to the eastward expedition, but just a snack that could be eaten as soon as they turned around. Although the ravens from Fairy Island might make Lannisport a little wary, Victorian, the commander of the Iron Fleet, didn't care about it. Their goal from beginning to end was Lannisport, one of the most important trading ports in Westeros, and the Lannister fleet anchored in the port. Ding, ding, ding. On the invincible Iron Victory, the crew on the watchtower suddenly began to shake the bells in their hands, and shouted to the crew below, "It's Lannisport." The Lannister family's fleet seems to have not left the port, and the city gates are still open. Great, these bastards in the west are now defenseless. Commander Victorian, give the order for a full-scale attack. Let us use blood and sharp blades to help these weak lambs recall your heroic appearance when you attacked Lannisport. Upon hearing that Lannisport was now undefended, the surrounding crew immediately began to wave their weapons excitedly, looking at the majestic figure standing on the bow excitedly. As crew members of the invincible Iron Victory, a large number of them were actually survivors of the Greyjoy Rebellion, and they also witnessed the legendary Lannisport raid with their own eyes. And now, the overall strength of the Iron Fleet has been several times that of the past, so it is fully capable of launching another epic surprise attack. Looking at the excited Iron Warriors around him, Victarion also felt that his emotions were aroused, so he couldn't help but raise his battle axe and shouted, "The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Now we are standing on this familiar sea again, just to prove that the comrades who died here did not sacrifice in vain. In order to once again raise the ideal of the Seaston seat, and to achieve the drowned god, Lannisport, we are back again." Hearing Victarion's sensational shout, the surrounding Iron Warriors raised their weapons and roared excitedly, and even the Pender soldiers on other warships cheered. Although they couldn't hear Victarion's speech clearly due to the distance, seeing that everyone was shouting, they naturally needed to show some support, right? The shouts of the Iron Warriors covered the sky and the sun, and the entire sea seemed to be filled with the low roar of a sea monster, which immediately frightened many fishing boats in Lannisport. Woo! The movement of hundreds of warships appearing on the sea naturally attracted the attention of the Lannisport watchtower. With a shrill alarm horn coming from the watchtower, the port guards immediately began to act. Quick, quick. Archers immediately board the city wall for cover, and at the same time, hurry up to push the catapult out of the warehouse. We don't have much time to waste. Don't let the fleet shrink in the port and wait for death. Let the crew board the ship immediately and prepare for naval battle under the cover of the coastal defense force. Facing hundreds of ironborn warships on the sea, Lannisport did not experience any panic and order collapse. Instead, it began an orderly evacuation operation. Civilians and merchants were entering the city for refuge under the cover of the Lannister soldiers in red robes. The crews also returned to their respective warships and set sail to prepare for battle with the Iron Fleet in the distance. On the city walls, thousands of Lannister regulars in heavy red armor were holding sharp spears and gorgeous shields, with no fear on their weather-beaten faces. As the well-trained Lannisport garrison, the Lannisters equipped them with the best weapons and equipment in the continent. Even the garrisons of King's Landing and Old Town could not compare. The Lannister fleet was also famous for its large number in the sea. After the humiliation caused by Victarion's sneak attack decades ago, this fleet finally restored the terrifying number of nearly 200 warships. Not long after, the Lord of Lannisport, the younger brother of the Duke of the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister, appeared on the city wall in armor, frowning at the Iron Fleet in the distance and said, "All of them are large warships over 100 meters in size, and the style is also an unprecedented combination of sailing hulls and catapults. Where can the poor and remote Iron Islands get the money to build such a fleet?" In order to suppress the development of the Iron Islands, the merchant ships of the Westerlands have basically never exported any high quality wood that can be used to build warships to the Iron Islands, so the Ironman can usually only cut down trees from the north and the reach. According to his brother Tywin's expectations, the fleet of the Iron Islands will soon have to use old and outdated longships due to the lack of sufficient wood and excellent blacksmiths, which will eventually lead to a decline in combat effectiveness. The reason why Tywin has allocated funds and personnel to the Lannister fleet in recent years is that he hopes that one day he can fly the Red Lion battle flag over the Iron Islands and wash away the shame of the fleet being wiped out in a sneak attack. However, now, after witnessing the new warships of the Iron Fleet, Kevin immediately realized that his brother's efforts over the years seemed to have been in vain. Such a large and sophisticated fleet does not look like it lacks wooden blacksmiths. Looking at the fleet on the sea in the distance, Kevin's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. It seems that after so many years, the Greyjoy family seems to have forgotten the roar of the lion. Since these fleets of the Iron Islands dared to invade the territorial waters of the West, they should be prepared to be wiped out by the Lannister fleet. The Lannister fleet is not a vegetarian lion. Order all the fleets to go out. The family has spent so much money on them. It's time to prove their role. With Kevin's order, nearly 200 warships began to raise their sails and speed up the sliding oars, rushing towards the Iron Fleet in the distance that was completely powered by sails. Although in terms of experience, the Lannisters' Marines may not be as brave and good at fighting as the Greyjoys' Iron Race, this does not mean that their strength is weaker than that of ordinary naval forces. Boom boom boom. The catapults began to roar continuously, and huge rocks flew out of the Lannister fleet and shot towards the Iron Fleet in the distance that had not yet entered the range. No matter what their actual combat experience is, at least in terms of momentum, the large number of Lannister fleets can easily crush the entire Iron Fleet. From the sky, the Lannister fleet is like a lion with its bloody mouth opened wide, baring its fangs and claws, trying to swallow the Greyjoy fleet into its mouth. Are you planning to use the number of catapults to suppress our firepower? You are actually planning to bring the land warfare tactics into the naval battle. It's really naive as expected. However, facing this situation, Victarion did not panic at all. Instead, he looked at the Lannister fleet that was rapidly approaching the Iron Fleet with interest, and said sarcastically, "Raw, you still dare to come over? You didn't hide in the port, but came to me on your own initiative. Then come a little closer. Commander, what tactics shall we adopt next?" "Tactics? Who do you think I am? Pull all the ships over." "Huh. Since they want to take advantage of the number of catapults, let all the ships go into boarding battle. I want to see if they dare to smash their own warships together." Looking at the Lannister fleet that was gradually approaching within the range in the distance, Victarion's face was full of bloodthirsty smile. Then he raised his battle axe and shouted to the crew behind him, "Fire the catapults, open the sails to their maximum. We will lead the charge. All the warships, follow me." After receiving Victarion's order, all the ships of the Iron Fleet rushed towards the Lannister fleet at the fastest speed, and all the Ironborn's eyes were filled with dark red murderous intent. Looking at the invincible Ironborn, which was leading the charge, every captain of the Ironborn felt as if there was a sea monster in their hearts that was constantly churning and stirring their heartstrings. However, with the increase in speed and the waves caused by the boulders falling into the water, even the sailing warships that were 100 meters long could not help but start to be bumpy, which made those Pender soldiers who were not good at naval warfare suffer. Ugh. Damn, why are you so panicked? Is this broken ship going to fall apart? I was thinking about being able to make some achievements on the battlefield, but I didn't expect to be caught in such a bumpy ride. I should have known better. Ugh. In the cabin, the panicked Pender soldiers heard the constant splashing of water and felt the constant shaking of the wooden hull and couldn't help trembling in fear. After all, since the Pender continent has basically completed the unification, the only Nolder elf resistance force is also hiding in the Black Forest and refusing to come out, so there is no need to train a large number of navy. In this case, most of these Pender soldiers are native inland people. Although they learned to swim due to Rohan's mandatory requirements, it is of little use in such a fierce naval battle. Faced with this situation, many Pender soldiers reached for the silver cross pendant on their waists, which was emitting a faint glow, and began to pray devoutly to the Lady of the Mist with their eyes closed. They were willing to sacrifice their lives and souls for the Lady of the Mist, but it would be too absurd if they were buried in the belly of a fish just because of their poor swimming ability. A soldier who couldn't swim couldn't help but carefully come to the side of another Pender warrior wearing dark silver full body plate armor and asked in a low voice, "Respected brother Roland, can the Lady of the Mist really protect us from sinking to the bottom of the sea?" Hearing the uneasiness in the soldier's words, the battle monk called Roland couldn't help but look up at the soldier and then comforted him in a gentle voice. "The fact that you can sit safely in the cabin now, isn't it a symbol that the Lady of the Mist has been blessing you?" "But monk, I just heard someone say that it seems that several warships have been sunk and they were buried in the sea without even seeing the enemy. Isn't this a bit too sad?" "Sad? They sacrificed themselves for the great expedition of the Lady of the Mist. Isn't it a very handsome thing for men to sacrifice themselves for what they believe in?" Looking at the Pender soldiers around him who were gradually settling down, Roland silently took out a copy of the Holy Book of the Mist from his waist and then continued to introduce in a soft voice, "Since you are also scared, let me explain to you some details about the Holy Scripture." Chapter 315 All Tactics Jump Gang. Facing the danger of a powerful enemy without fear, being loyal and brave under the blessing of the Mist, not lying even when facing death, protecting the helpless without losing. This is the world that Lady Mist and Lord Rohan hope we can create. In the cabin, Brother Roland was reading the Mist Holy Scripture in his gentle voice, and the faint white light emanating from his body showed his identity as a living saint. As a devout martyr, Roland was once a paladin of the goddess of justice Estalia of the Barclay Empire, and hoped to bring the goddess of justice back to the continent of Pendor. However, as Rohan's army successfully unified Pendor and implemented sustainable fishing on the mainland, Roland, who witnessed the arrival of peace, resolutely chose to retire and no longer ask about religious matters. After all, he also saw that, if he really wanted to realize the advent of the goddess of justice on the continent of Pendor, then the Lady of the Mist believed in by the elves would definitely not ignore it, and there would definitely be a war at that time. Therefore, for the peace of Pendor, this once noble Dawn Knight chose to put down his lance and a dawn robe in his hand, and lived in seclusion in an ordinary village in the mountains. He thought that he would stay in this village forever, or be beheaded by the assassins sent by the Dawn Knights, ending his sinful life. However, he never expected that the assassins of the Dawn Knights had not arrived in the continent of Pendor, but the Inquisition noticed him as a pagan. Several white-robed Inquisition warriors personally put Roland, who was confused, into the prison. After confirming that he was just a knight who gave up his faith, they were ready to release him from prison. However, Roland happened to listen to a speech by a mist monk in prison, and finally made up his mind to join the faith of the Lady of the Mist. After being released from prison, he joined the Pendor Auxiliary Army and became a devout believer. And with his military exploits in the battle to eliminate the older elves and the remnants of the snake cult, Roland finally washed away his suspicion and became an excellent member of the Inquisition. Returning to reality, Roland looked at the Pendor soldiers around him who closed their eyes and began to pray. He gently closed the mist scripture in his hand and closed his eyes as well. He believed that the kind and beautiful Lady of the Mist would never watch her believers die in the belly of the fish without doing anything. It seemed that the power of the Lady of the Mist really blessed everyone present. The soldiers who were still nauseous due to seasickness immediately realized that their bodies seemed to adapt to the bumpy deck, as if they were as flexible and skilled as natural sailors. The sound of splashing water seemed to be disturbed by some mysterious force. The waves gradually stopped and were replaced by the cheers of the Ironborn. "We have already entered the center of the Lannister fleet. Everyone, get ready for boarding. Close combat will be to our advantage. Don't close your eyes and sleep. You must not fall into the water in the next boarding battle, otherwise we will not be ashamed to rescue you." An excited Ironborn warrior, not knowing whether he was too excited, actually looked at the Pendor soldier sitting in the cabin arrogantly, his eyes full of teasing and provocation. In his opinion, these well-equipped Pendor soldiers and knights were no match for the excellent Ironborn warriors. The only reason they could make the Iron Islands and the captain surrender was because of the dragon. He could do it if he changed his job. Interesting, a pagan dared to come here to provoke. Hearing the constant provocation from the cabin door, Roland slowly hung the holy book in his hand on his waist, then stood up and looked at the arrogant Ironborn, with a silver light flashing in his eyes under the steel helmet. As a living saint loyal to Lady Mist and Lord Rohan, although he would be gentle to every ordinary person and pagan he met, this did not mean that he had no temper. In other words, when facing any heretic who tried to challenge the majesty of the Mistwalker, he would not show mercy. Dong dong dong, the heavy footsteps spread throughout the cabin, and the Ironborn warrior, who was originally a little arrogant, immediately shut his mouth obediently and stared blankly at the silver-armored monster that was more than 2 meters tall. Looking at the Ironborn with a face full of cold sweat, Roland silently stretched out his 2 broad palms and placed them on his shoulders. Before the Ironborn warrior could react, he clenched his palms. Gabawat. Looking at the wailing Ironborn who fell to the ground and had his shoulder crushed by him, Roland directly carried the heavy tower shield and silver-plated mace and jumped over his body. At the same time, he ordered the surrounding Pendor soldiers, "Everyone, be ready to board. Since the existence of the Black Art cannot be exposed in this battle, we will mainly fight freely." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order from the monk, the Pendor soldiers in the cabin immediately filed out, raised their shields and battle axes, and appeared on the deck of the landing craft in neat formations. Although it was a free battle, because Rohan's training requirements have always been that they can take on the role of the Great Wall in the army, like Druk's Dread Spearmen, they are still good at collective combat. After all, Lord Rohan has emphasized that unity is strength. Ororo. On the other hand, the Ironborn pirates were as rampant and arrogant as ever, with their axes and javelins ready to go at the approaching Black Ark not far away, ready to engage in a boarding battle. Victarion put down his battle axe, held the side of the ship tightly with both hands, and his eyes burst out with the passion of a seaman. He shouted in an uncontrollable excited voice, "Prepare for ramming." Boom. The solid ram of the invincible Iron Victory pierced directly into the deck of the oncoming Lannister warship like a sharp dagger, immediately making the Lannister crew lose their balance. The Ironborn, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately threw the iron hooks in their hands towards the Lannister warship, and then shouted with all their strength, "Pull! Pull!" As the Ironborn hung the iron hooks on the capstan and kept pulling, the Lannister warship immediately began to be out of the control of the Westerland sailors and involuntarily approached the invincible Iron Victory. These ropes soaked in palm oil were like the tentacles of a deep-sea monster dragging its prey, dragging the poor Westerland warship into its bloody mouth little by little. Archers, shoot your arrows quickly, and the crew members, hurry up and cut those ropes. We must not let the Ironmen board our warships. Seeing this scene, the Westerland captain, who had never experienced such a situation, immediately turned pale, but still anxiously issued the correct order. Although the Lannister fleet was far inferior to the Iron Fleet, it was at least a powerful fleet that often had to face pirates and stowaways, so it was not too bad. However, the ropes coated with palm oil were extremely tough. Even though the Westerland crew members waved their weapons frantically to try to cut the ropes, they still had little effect. The sharp arrows shot by the Lannister longbowmen were all successfully blocked by the giant shields placed on both sides of the warship by the Ironmen. Even if an arrow could pass through the shield by chance, it could not penetrate the Ironmen's leather shields. On the other hand, the Lannister fleet lacked scissors to cut ropes and shields, to block flying axes and javelins, so the bodies of the Westerlers had to be completely exposed to the weapons of the Ironmen. No, don't. RRR. For a moment, the deck of the Lannister warship was full of blood. Countless crew members who were unfortunately pierced by javelins could only fall helplessly on the deck without any shelter, and were covered by the rain of javelins in panic. The Iron Fleet could easily deal with the various counterattacks launched by the Lannister fleet with its own equipment that had been prepared long ago, making it difficult for the Westerlers to defend themselves. Before the two fleets officially began to board, the Lannister crew suffered heavy losses, and even several old Westerlers warships had begun to sink, because the construction materials were inferior to those of the Iron Fleet. Faced with such a grand occasion, Victarion could no longer suppress his excitement. His chest, as broad as a bull, was rising and falling fiercely. He shouted to the crew members who were turning the capstan, "Don't dawdle anymore. Hurry up and pull the Lannister warship over to me. My battle axe can't wait to taste the blood of the Westermen." Oh. Hearing Victarion's shout, everyone knew that the boarding battle was about to begin, so even Roland, a living saint, subconsciously clenched the mace in his hand. After all, this was his first time fighting in another world, and it was a naval battle that he was not familiar with. Therefore, even though he was quite confident in his own strength, he was still a little scared. However, there are also some brave and skilled Pender soldiers among this group of Pender warriors who have gradually learned to board the Black Ark pirates under the influence of the Black Ark pirates. Woohoo. Coming with a cry that is no less than that of the Ironborn. A dozen Pender soldiers who shot their grappling guns on the mast suddenly fell from the sky and landed directly on the canvas of the Lannister warship. They are subordinates who have received harsh training from the Black Ark pirates. Their usual job is to provide fire cover for the Black Ark pirates who are charging ahead, but this does not mean that they are weak. In other words, none of the Pender warriors who can be selected by the proud Durachi warriors and service subordinates are weak. Although these Pender warriors were not qualified to wear expensive sea dragon skins, they were equipped with the same weapons and armor as the Black Ark pirates, and could still easily perform some actions that ordinary people could not do. Puff. The sharp claws like sickles easily tore open the snow-white sails of the Western warship. The boarding Pender soldiers all landed on the deck of the Western warship accurately and grinned at the unsuspecting crew members. "Good afternoon, have you eaten? Monster. Monster." Under the stunned eyes of the Western crew, the boarding team members drew out the 2 sharp elven rapiers given to them at their waists and waved them in the crowd to perform beautiful and moving sword dances. Since most of the Western soldiers had not yet reacted, every swing of the boarding team members could almost draw a blood flower in the air. Although their movements were not as elegant and calm as the Black Ark pirates who could cut the enemy's neck, they could still pierce the armor of the Western crew with brute force. Is there any need to continue boarding? Seeing the westerly warships being slaughtered by the boarding crew before the boarding battle officially started, Victarion couldn't help but put down his battle axe, his mind in a mess. He had been sailing the sea for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a wild and swift boarding battle. Could it be that the elves usually use this method to conduct boarding battles in naval battles? Thinking of this, Victarion himself could not help being frightened by this idea and hurriedly asked Brother Roland, who was still on guard on the deck. Brother Roland, do the elves usually fight at sea in the same way as today, using boarding to seize enemy ships? After hearing Victarion's question, Roland lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head firmly and said, no, although there are some pirate warriors in the elven army who are very good at boarding, most of the time they will not use this method of fighting. After all, it is too ugly. So that's the case. Hearing this, Victarion secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the last time he arrived at the waters of Kuroshio Island, the battle was basically over, so he did not observe the Black Ark's fighting method. Now it seems that the Black Ark is indeed using traditional boarding and bombardment tactics like the Iron People. Sure enough, the Iron People's naval warfare tactics are not behind the times. Is it just because the elves' equipment and force are too high? Victarion, who was now in a state of self-satisfaction, did not know that. Although Roland did not lie, there were indeed some mistakes in what he said just now. For example, the good habit of boarding was actually a skill that Rohan accidentally used in a battle with the Skaven fleet several years ago, and was then regarded as a treasure by the pirates who admired Rohan. Although Rohan was not the first elf to use this tactic was eventually successfully developed by Rohan and gradually became a must-learn skill for pirates. So much so that after the Fallen Heart family next door came into contact with this skill, there were even thousands of Black Ark pirates who started boarding at the same time and successfully snatched a dragon ship from the Lothar navy. Although 2 small Black Arks were sacrificed, the pleasure of snatching a precious dragon ship from the hands of the High Elves was no less than treating the other party in person. After all, if the Black Ark is lost, it can be rebuilt, but if a dragon ship is used, one less ship is needed. Chapter 316 Landing. Go, kill all those Lannister 2-legged sheep. Victory belongs to Greyjoy. Hear my roar. Never let these damned Ironmen set foot on Lannisport. As the bloody boarding battle officially began, dozens of Lannister warships of different styles collided with the warships of the Iron Fleet. Since the Ironmen have always been famous for their brutality and plunder, even though most of the Westeros are afraid of the Iron Fleet's reputation, they dare not make any escape. After all, their homes are behind them, and they have nowhere to retreat. Go to hell. A crazy Westeros sailor swung the dagger in his hand fiercely, looking at the Silver Knight in front of him who dared to wear heavy armor in the naval battle. According to his idea, the warrior who is qualified to wear such luxurious armor must be of high status. As long as he can kill the opponent with the belief of dying together, it can also hit the enemy's morale to some extent. But unfortunately, the reality is far more cruel than imagined. Snap, where did the flea come from? Looking at the headless corpse slowly falling, Roland put down the mace in his hand with some depression, and then rushed towards the arrow tower on the other side like an indestructible tank, and the light radiating from his body was chilling. Seeing this scene, several Lannister longbowmen were frightened, and hurriedly bent their bows to shoot, but seeing that the arrow shot could not even scratch the opponent's shield, they could not help but shout in fear, "Don't come over here, RRR crash." However, it was too late. With Roland's heavy silver armor body firmly hitting the arrow tower, the wooden tower as thick as a tree stump collapsed instantly. After all, although Roland's human body is not as strong as that of the Druchii elves, he is at least a paladin at the peak level of the Penda people, and his strength should not be underestimated. With the blessing of Lady Mist, although he cannot be as reckless as a chaos demon on the battlefield, he can still be regarded as a monster in this mortal battlefield. At least, there is no one in Lannisport who can resist Roland's killing pace. What's more terrifying is that as the followers of Lady Mist become more and more numerous, more and more humans and elves can accept the blessing of Lady Mist and become a living saint who can be immortal. For mortals who have not been blessed by any gods, living saints like Brother Roland who have obtained the grace of God by virtue of piety and military merit are simply like demigods. Among the Pendar soldiers who invaded Lannisport this time, there are at least 50 such demigods. Pagans, this is the punishment you deserve. Not far from the invincible Iron Victory, a Pendar brother wearing the same silver armor as Roland was waving his warhammer, smashing the heads of the surrounding Western crew members as easily as hammering watermelons. After shaking off the warhammer covered with brains, the monk noticed the iron pirates around him who were entering the cabin to scramble for the property of the Lannister fleet, and disgust could not help but revealing his face. You are truly a lowly pagan. You have already started collecting spoils on the battlefield. You really have no faith at all. What do you know? Our belief in the drowned god is to collect iron money from the weak, and also to complete the tasks assigned by our gods. Hearing the mumbling of this brother Pendar, an ironman who was returning to the warship with gold objects could not help but complain. After all, they were indeed following the ancient ways of the drowned god, and there was nothing wrong with that. Seeing someone actually refute him, Brother Pend silently looked at the sporadic battles around him and the Ironmen who were busy looting, but forgot to land in Lannisport, and finally sneered and said sarcastically, "Enough, how can we complete Lord Rohan's mission with such a group of insects? Roland, notify the fighting brothers to prepare for landing." "Only us?" Since Brother Pend can receive the magic power in their bodies for close communication, Roland immediately noticed that this colleague was passing on a message to him, and couldn't help asking with some curiosity. After all, although Lannisport did not have a wall targeting the coast, there was still a 6-meter high brick wall on the shore as a cover, which was difficult for even a living saint wearing heavy armor to climb over. Hearing Roland's question, Brother Penda couldn't help but look at the surrounding sea area, where the situation had been decided. Facing the Ironman robbers who had lost control and began to scramble for the spoils, he couldn't help but sneer again. It's useless to rely on these guys. Gather all our soldiers on those temporarily vacant warships, and then prepare for beach landing. As a proud member of the Inquisition, he was actually unwilling to fight side by side with these Ironmen, who were full of looting. So he asked Dario to withdraw from the battle. Dario agreed to this request at first. After all, the Penda humans who became living saints were his brothers, and he had to take his own people's ideas into consideration. But what can he do? Yara gave too much. Considering that the Ironman's land combat level was too poor, Yara especially gave up various benefits about the Iron Islands, just asking Dario to send someone to teach the Ironman fighting skills. The Inquisition battle monks who were supposed to be on vacation on the Black Ark had to end their vacation to accompany these Ironmen. In this case where their vacation was deprived for no reason, the monks were able to talk to the Ironmen in a calm manner, which was already worthy of their salary. Is that so? It seems that we have to go first. Hearing his companion's words, Roland and Jiang focused their eyes on the invincible Ironborn, which was still obsessed with chasing the Western fleet and leaving behind his own ship. Black lines also appeared on their heads. There was no way. The original mission they received was indeed to assist the Ironmen in combat, but these Ironmen were really useless. In this situation where even the most basic order could not be maintained, they, the original instructors, had to take up weapons and kill the enemy in person. Thinking of this, Roland turned his attention to the Penda auxiliary soldiers who were standing on the deck in neat formation and waiting for orders, and then shouted, "You are all familiar with the operation of the landing craft. The operation methods should be similar. Everyone return to their respective positions and land on the beach in the distant Lannisport." "Yes." With the loud shouts of the Penda auxiliary soldiers disguised as Ironman pirates, the warships that originally belonged to the Westerlands began to be occupied by the auxiliary soldiers and quickly moved towards Lannisport. Lannisport, the city wall. I didn't expect that we would be defeated after all. It seems that the power of this batch of new warships of the Ironman is really good. It seems that our naval warfare concept in the Westerlands is still behind that of the Iron Islands. On the city wall, Kevin looked heavy-faced as he watched the fleeing Westerlands warships in the distance, being easily chased and killed by the sailing warships of the Iron Fleet, and the veins on his wrists could not help but bulge. In his opinion, the reason why the fleet of the Westerlands was defeated by the Iron Fleet was simply because the Iron Fleet was equipped with a warship with superior performance and was slightly lacking in experience. What? You said that the combat effectiveness of the Iron Fleet is far superior to that of the Lannister fleet. Drag out and chop off anyone who said that. Just when Kevin was standing on the city wall alone and sulking, an anxious voice suddenly came from the watchtower next to him and shouted to him, "Lord Kevin, we found that more than a dozen Lannister warships are heading towards the dock, but the members on the deck are Ironmen wearing Greyjoy family plate armor. I suspect they want to sneak into the port. The Ironmen want to enter Lannisport? Are they really crazy enough to want to occupy this city?" Hearing the shouts from the watchtower, Kevin's frosty face finally showed a hint of astonishment. Obviously, he did not expect that the Ironmen would actually try to get involved in the richest port city in the Westerlands. You know, there are at least 4,000 Lannister regular soldiers stationed in the city, plus all kinds of militia armed forces. It is impossible to break through the city wall without a huge army of tens of thousands of people. What's more, the Ironborn's land warfare level has always been mediocre, and a dozen warships can only carry thousands of Ironborn warriors at most, which is impossible to pose a threat to the safety of the city. Do they really have any trump cards? Humph, just the Ironborn. Can they still turn the world upside down on land? Just let me lead a team of cavalry to charge at the dock, and I can easily defeat them. Just when Kevin was thinking, a Lannister knight next to him took the initiative to volunteer to go out to fight. After all, the Ironborn's voluntary landing behavior was a complete provocation in his eyes. Who in the world doesn't know that your Ironborn's land warfare level is as weak as a turtle grandson? I'm afraid that even the Riverlands, which have abandoned their military power, can easily beat you on the shore, let alone the Lannisters. Looking at the expectant faces of the knights around him, Kevin couldn't help but touch his golden beard, then shook his head and refused. No, the wealth on the dock is just a drop in the bucket for us Lannisters. The shipyard is located in the city. We don't need to sacrifice the lives of our soldiers for this little wealth. But if we allow the Ironborn to plunder, then the dignity of the Lannister fleet will be ruined. The knights advised anxiously. Although most of the goods on the dock were worthless, they also represented the majesty of Lannisport. If the dock was burned by the Ironborn, it would not be a slap on Lannisport's ass, but a slap on Lannister's face. Hearing this, Kevin's face showed a hint of hesitation. After all, he knew his brother's character, and he would never allow the glory of Lannister to be tarnished. After all, the lesson of Victarion's surprise attack on Lannisport decades ago was still vivid in his mind. When his brother Tywin knew this news, the roar of the lion could be heard throughout Casterly Rock. What if Tywin knew that he had the Ironborn burn the docks of Lannisport and then watched the Ironborn fleet pad their butts and leave? In this case, send a team of infantry and cavalry to fight the Ironborn on the coast. I believe that without the cover of warships and the ocean, these sea monsters out of the water should not be your opponents. Don't worry, Lord Kevin. A group of Ironborn on the shore can't cause much wind and waves. Let our Lannister Red Knights deal with them. In response to Kevin's inquiry, the Lannister Knights patted their chests and promised, and then left the city wall with a group of soldiers. In fact, they did not say anything wrong. If it was a real iron pirate who came to the Lannister dock, I'm afraid they would have been scared away the moment they saw the Red Knights leave the city wall. It's a pity that the Red Knights picked the wrong opponent this time, and the enemy was not just an ordinary Ironborn pirate, it was the training corps. It's actually cavalry. I haven't seen such a retro type of soldiers for many years. Well, and we were not attacked by catapults or large long-range weapons. It seems that these little red cats don't want to destroy their port with their own hands. On the dock of Lannisport, thousands of Pendor soldiers were quickly jumping off the dock from the landing craft, and their maces and battle axes were already thirsty. Roland and other battle monks looked at the Lannister knights running out of the city gate in the distance with some surprise, their eyes full of mockery and surprise. Since Rohan's subordinates have always used flying dragon troops as mobile units, unless the couriers responsible for transporting goods on the Black Arcue's carriages, there are no war horses anywhere else. However, this does not mean that the auxiliary army lacks the means to deal with large units and cavalry. Dozens of Pendor soldiers holding black sharp crossbows are standing on the bow of the landing ship, and at this moment they are aiming at the Lannister cavalry who have come from afar and are eager to shoot a rain of arrows. The rest of the auxiliary soldiers took out their muskets and throwing axes from their waists and looked at the approaching cavalry with ferocious faces and then raised their weapons. Get your muskets and throwing axes ready, and the spear soldiers will fight the enemy in a diamond formation. The other living saints will be ready to break through the city wall. It's time for us to give these corners a little surprise. Roland was nervously looking at the wooden gate of Lannisport in the distance. Seeing that the gate did not seem to be closed, he could not help but said in surprise, "Those pagans did not close the gate. This will be the biggest mistake of their lives." Do you think you can resist the conquest of the Pendor people with just that broken wooden door? It's too naive, right? The stone slabs I used to break in the training room are probably thicker than this gate, right? The other Pendor monks also noticed the wide open Lannisport. After estimating the distance from the port to the gate at full speed, they couldn't help but smile playfully. If the world is really this bad, then isn't it just a matter of experts coming to low-end games to destroy the fish pond? That's too simple, isn't it? Chapter 317, Chasing Kevin. Roar. After seeing our Lannister cavalry, these damned Ironmen not only did not choose to flee, but began to form a shield wall. Do they think they are on the sea? They are so naive to want to resist the cavalry's charge. It's just a fantasy. Look at the small wooden sticks in their hands. Maybe they think this can give them some sense of security. Ha ha ha. Outside the walls of Lannisport, hundreds of Lannister cavalrymen in red robes are slowly moving towards the Pendor soldiers disguised as Ironmen on the dock, with determination in their eyes. In front of these cavalrymen, several red knights loyal to the Lannister family are constantly looking at the Pendor soldiers holding muskets on the dock, with mocking smiles on their faces. Due to the limitations of their worldview, they don't know what kind of terrible existence those muskets are, so they only regard them as a weapon similar to a crossbow. How can such a poor weapon be a match for the powerful Lannister Red Knights? Charge. With the leading Red Knight holding up his lance, the 300 Lannister cavalrymen began to urge their horses, put down their lances, and rushed towards the seemingly weak Pendor shield wall on the dock. Da-da-da. The roaring sound of horse hooves was as deafening as thunder. Feeling the vibration from the earth, even the living saints with rich combat experience could not help but start to tense up. Although they seemed to look down on the natives of this world verbally, they were just mortals after all, and could not be compared with the Silver Mist warriors of Dorichi. If they were hit by a lance charge in the front, they would also fall on the spot. Seeing the Lannister knights getting closer and closer, Roland's palm holding the mace couldn't help but sweat a little, and then he shouted to the soldiers around him, "Ready, shoot." Pa pa pa. After receiving the order, the soldiers who had been waiting for a long time immediately began to pull the trigger, and countless fire snakes instantly gushed out of the muskets. The dense gunfire like beans instantly covered the sound of horse hooves. In an instant, the metal storm composed of lead bullets immediately submerged the Lannister cavalry who were charging, and easily penetrated their heavy plate armor. As for the Lannister knights who were charging in front, they didn't even have the chance to wail. In a flash, countless blood holes were left on their bodies, and finally fell in the sea of blood with their horses. Seeing the knights in front fall off their horses one after another, and feeling the smell of blood and gunpowder suddenly filling the air, the Lannister riders grabbed their frightened horses and shouted in panic, "What's going on? Why did the knights suddenly fall down? Is it some new weapon? This must be magic. The Ironborn must have mastered the power of magic." Since no one could see the trajectory of the bullets, the Lannister cavalry tried to use their common sense to speculate what was happening in front of them. However, time did not leave them too much opportunity. Before they could figure out what was going on, the Pendor musketeers decisively threw away the empty muskets in their hands and pulled out the second muskets with a grin. Although as the lowest level Pendor soldiers, they were not luxurious enough to be equipped with mithril muskets engraved with runes and blessings like the Silver Mist hunters, but ordinary flintlock pistols were still enough to satisfy their hunger. You dare to stop on your own initiative? You must be tired of living. Attack with all your forces. Looking at the Lannister cavalry standing there like lambs to be slaughtered, Roland could not wait to give the order for the whole army to attack, and then he rushed to the wall of Lannisport. To completely wipe out the enemy's cavalry was only part of the battle. His ultimate plan was to spread the flames of war into Lannisport, and then plunder and occupy this pagan city. Seeing that Roland actually skipped over the panicked Lannister cavalry, the other penned monks immediately understood the other party's plan, so they hurriedly shouted, "Follow Roland, don't let him take the credit alone." After all, in order to mobilize the enthusiasm of the army to fight against chaos, Rohan's army has always adhered to the system of exchanging military merits for weapons, so every soldier can't wait to reap the credit. Great merits such as weight before attacking the city and beheading the enemy are enough to make them as strong as the Silver Dragon Knights and even Silver Mist Warriors. Rune weapons, dragon mounts, status, and even the status of a servant qualified to follow Lord Rohan. As a dreadlord who controls the resources of 3 physical worlds, Rohan never skimps on any subsidies and rewards for the soldiers who fight for him. In order to avoid the misleading behavior of middlemen making a profit from the price difference, all the spoils and pensions issued are confirmed by the members of the tribunal and then issued to the family members without any difference. This also means that even the lowest level soldiers have the hope of becoming living saints and can completely change their own destiny by fighting on the battlefield. Lannisport, on the city wall. Snap! Kevin's palm slammed down on the heavy masonry, but at this moment he had no time to care about his fingers. Instead, he waved his arms in disbelief and shouted, "How is it possible? What kind of weapon is that? Why do the Ironborn have such a powerful weapon?" As a highly educated Lannister noble, Kevin saw at a glance that the reason why the knights suddenly fell down before they could solve the dock was because of the wooden sticks in the hands of the Ironborn. Looking at the Lannister cavalry being killed by the Pendor soldiers at the dock, Kevin's face gradually became a little gloomy, because those knights were not only warriors who swore allegiance to him, but also children of nobles. This weapon actually killed the nobles directly without reason, and there was no chance for them to surrender or duel. It had completely broken the unspoken rules agreed upon between the nobles. It was definitely a new type of weapon that had not yet been known to the world, and it would even change the rules of war. After thinking for a moment, Kevin decisively turned around and looked at the Maester who was hiding in the castle, and then shouted to the messenger beside him, "Tell the Maester to quickly send a letter of help to Casterly Rock and other nobles. Such an enemy is no longer an ordinary Ironman and must be dealt with severely." "Yes, sir." Lord Kevin, several Ironmen are approaching the city wall very quickly. Just as Kevin was busy giving orders to the messenger, the hurried shouts of the soldiers on the watchtower suddenly came, constantly provoking Kevin's anxious heart. Now his mind was full of thoughts about the Ironmen and their new weapons, so he didn't even look at the strangeness outside the city, and subconsciously rebuked loudly, "Just a few Ironmen, what are you afraid of? Can't we just get rid of them?" "Yes, sir." On the Arrow Tower, the archers looked at the terrifying figures running at high speed from the dock in the distance with some horror, and then quickly bent their bows and arrows and started shooting. They didn't know whether their arrows could cause damage to the enemy's silver heavy armor, but they instinctively chose to obey the order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, arrows rained down, and the conical arrowheads flashing with a faint cold light were all made by the best blacksmiths in the River Reach, and could be said to be indestructible. The longbowmen were obviously confident in the arrows they shot, so after just one round of volleys, they put down their longbows without hesitation, and looked forward to the arrows flying towards the silver-armored warriors. Ding ding ding, accompanied by the sound of metal collision, Roland looked at the arrows that pierced his tower shield with some disgust, and couldn't help complaining, "How naive, it makes me have to go back and repaint it. So you can just block it with armor, then you can get it reimbursed with public funds, and just ask the logistics department to help you replace the new armor plates." Compared to Roland, who would use his shield to block the damage, the brother panned next to him was more arrogant. He directly used his heavy breastplate to block the flying arrows, and then touched the white mark on his chest with disdain. Hearing his companion squandering supplies like this, Roland couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he pulled out a short javelin from his shield and threw it at the Lannister soldiers who were trying to close a city gate in the distance, complaining, "You shouldn't waste supplies like this." You know, these armors have been made by countless craftsmen before they came to us. How can they be used as disposable items? You can't say that. At least I use them for military purposes. I heard that the elves living in the inner city spent nearly 20,000 silver coins to purchase special coffee cups some time ago. Hearing Roland's rebuke, Brother Pend couldn't help but speak in a low voice, but what he said still made Roland roll his eyes. Can you compare with those elves? The reason why he can have such a good treatment is that he is the great-grandfather of the 3 flags of the Upper Black Dragon and has been following Lord Rohan for many years. In the words of the bards, those elves who are qualified to wear silver armor were not born to work. They have already finished all the work of the second half of their lives decades ago. If the monks of Pend at the bottom of the city wall could still launch an attack on the city gate in a relaxed atmosphere, then the archers on the city wall were completely furious. Monster! Monster! Close the city gate, you idiots. Go and close the city gate. Oh no, they have successfully broken through the city gate. Boom. All the soldiers of the West Territory did not expect that Roland and others would be so fast. Before the soldiers could close the city gate tightly, they saw Roland actually crashed open the city gate that had not been closed tightly like a bull. The other monks of Pend also filed in and immediately waved their weapons to massacre the West Territory soldiers who had not yet reacted. Kill them quickly and never let them break into Lannisport. Looking at these living saints who broke into Lannisport alone, the Lannister soldiers who were still waiting inside the city gate could not help but sluggish slightly, and then immediately waved their weapons to attack. Although they were horrified by the huge size of the monks, their loyalty to the Lannister family over the years made them instinctively raise their weapons to resist the invaders. But unfortunately, some things are destined to be unsolvable by willpower. Poof. The mace easily smashed a westerly soldier who tried to approach. The heavy hammer handle was easily danced in Roland's hand like a knife and fork for eating, drawing bursts of blood in the crowd. Since the Pender people generally surpass ordinary people in strength and reaction speed, the entire Pender continent is particularly obsessed with using blunt tools such as maces and military hoes to crack. No matter where they come from, every Pender soldier is a master who can skillfully use maces. Even some emperors in Pender's history used maces as weapons, which shows how much they love them. Puff, puff, puff. What's more terrifying is that since living saints have no concept of fatigue, every Pender monk can swing the mace in his hand as fast as an electric fan. Even the bravest knights in the West can't withstand such a heavy blow. What's more terrible is that the Lannister cavalry stationed outside the city seem to have been slaughtered. Thousands of Pender soldiers are now rushing towards the walls of Lannisport under the rain of arrows. On the wall, Kevin, who was retreating to the castle under the cover of his servants, kept looking back at the tragedy happening on the wall, his eyes full of thoughts. Such luxurious weapons and equipment, such an unusual fighting method, are definitely not luxuries that those iron people who are obsessed with looting can make. They must have received assistance from others. But who could it be? Could it be the wealthy Riverland? Impossible. The military strength of the Riverland is simply not capable of such a powerful and swift sneak attack. Otherwise it would have been in constant war with the West. Or is it the Riverlands or Dawn, or the Vale, which have conflicts with the Lannisters? Facing this unidentified army in front of him, Kevin's brain began to brainstorm, but he didn't notice that the gorgeous armor on his body had attracted Roland's attention. The one wearing a red robe is the Lord of Lannisport. Kill him. Looking at the middle-aged man in the distance, who was guarded by many soldiers, Roland smashed the Lannister knight who tried to sneak attack into a pulp with a hammer, and then shouted at Kevin. Hearing Roland's shout, the surrounding Pend monks also reacted immediately. After forcing back the Lannister soldiers who tried to stop them, they rushed towards Kevin. Kevin also heard Roland's shouting, and his face changed drastically. Then he threw off the gorgeous robe draped over his shoulders and turned to run towards the castle. However, Roland raised his tower shield and followed behind without giving up, while reminding his companions loudly, the one with the Mediterranean hairstyle is the Lord. Kill him. Give me the helmet. Hearing this, Kevin hurriedly snatched a helmet from the servant and put it on his head, thinking that this would confuse Roland's sight. Unexpectedly, this scene was seen by Roland behind him. So he continued to shout loudly, the one with the most gorgeous armor is the Lord. Chase him and kill him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318. Debts must be paid, but the debtor is dead. Damn it, stop him. Hearing Roland's constant shouting behind him, Kevin could only grit his teeth and curse the other party's relentless pursuit in his heart, and then ordered his servants to stop the other party. He saw with his own eyes the bloody scene of Roland easily smashing the Knights of the West with a mace, and he didn't want to end up with such a tragic ending. Don't get in the way. Facing Kevin, who was about to hide in the castle, Roland kept waving the mace covered with red and white things in his hand, and then directly skipped the Lannister soldiers who tried to stop him, and continued to rush towards Kevin. Behind him, there were dozens of headless corpses lying on the ground, and the bloody scene was like purgatory on earth. Facing Roland, who would kill gods and Buddhas, even the bravest Lannister soldiers gradually began to lose their passion, and were replaced by fear from the bottom of their hearts. Some of them were so afraid of death that they had given up using their bodies to resist the Pender soldiers and instead began to use their spears as javelins to try to harass Roland, who was chasing Kevin. Facing these silver-armored warriors from the mountain, who might not be defeated, they thought that their actions were righteous and worthy of the money given by the Lannister family. A bunch of cowards. Kevin naturally noticed this scene, but facing Roland, who was approaching quickly from behind, he had no time to stop and scold those cowardly soldiers. However, as an ordinary person over 50 years old, Kevin was also considered an excellent noble with a strong body, but how could he run faster than Roland, who was blessed and in his prime? Looking at Kevin, who was only a dozen steps away from him, Roland excitedly dropped the shield full of arrows and javelins in his hand, and then rushed towards Kevin's back. I got you. Plop, accompanied by a muffled groan. When Kevin was pressed to the ground, Roland's tall and heavy body almost made the half-white-haired old man in front of him lose half his life, so he hurriedly shouted, "Wait. I'm Kevin Lannister from the Lannister family. Although I don't know where you are from, you must have heard of this saying, Lannister, a debt must be paid. As long as you are willing to stop here and let the Iron Fleet on the sea withdraw, then we Lannisters are willing to forgive the invasion and offer 500,000 gold dragons as a condition for peace talks. There is no way. After all, the situation is stronger than people. Now the lives of his people and the safety of the people in Lannisport are all in his hands." Kevin finally decided to spend money to avoid disaster and preserve the vitality of the West. After all, his brother Tywin once said that every craftsman and farmer is a valuable asset of the Lannister family. As long as people are alive, they can create wealth continuously. In contrast, although 500,000 gold dragons are indeed a heavy fortune for the wealthy Lannisport, as long as it can temporarily satisfy the appetite of these greedy invaders, it is worth it. If it was Balon Greyjoy who commanded the fleet, he might really be moved by such a huge fortune and choose to stop while he is ahead. Unfortunately, Kevin didn't know that Dario's goal was not just this city. Facing this blunt noble who decisively chose to give in after being caught by him, Roland, who had seen a lot of things, was not moved by the other party's promise. Instead, he asked curiously, "Oh, it sounds like your Lannister family seems to be very rich. The wealth of the Westerlands is well known throughout the world, and its military strength is also one of the best regions in Westeros. Therefore, I advise you, the Iron Islands, to stop while you are ahead." Kevin did not notice the sarcasm in Roland's words. Instead, he thought that the other party was moved by the conditions he proposed, so he continued to tempt him. "Lannisport is the best place in the Westerlands to process gold. As long as you are willing to withdraw your troops, I'm willing to personally give you another batch of processed gold, which can be sold at a high price in Essos." Kevin was full of confidence in his proposal. After all, Lannisport stored a large amount of gold, or shipped from all over the Westerlands, and the amount was astonishing. If he only gave the gold artifacts to these iron people, it would not have much impact on Lannisport's future trade with other regions. But unfortunately, Kevin will probably never see the day when Lannisport's trade economy recovers. Roland slowly put down his mace, then stretched out his hand covered with steel gauntlets, and placed it on Kevin's head, then grinned and said with emotion, "It sounds very convincing, but it's a pity that you gave me multiple choice questions, and I want them all. No, young man, you must not make a decision that will make you regret for the rest of your life." Kevin keenly noticed that Roland's words were wrong, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to dissuade him, but he suddenly felt a hand on his head begin to tighten, and even crushed his skull. As Roland's hand tightened lightly, Kevin's head finally exploded like a ripe watermelon, and blood immediately splashed around. The brother of the Duke of the West, the Lord of Lannisport, died just like that. The Lannister soldiers who were afraid that Roland would hurt Kevin were stunned. Looking at Roland's bloody left hand, they shouted in horror, He actually killed Lord Kevin? It's over. I didn't expect this young man to actually dare to break the rules between nobles. We will definitely be left to be buried with Lord Kevin. Don't panic. Now we still have a chance to make up for our mistakes. As long as we can kill this murderer, maybe we can ask Lord Tywin for mercy. Faced with this situation, the Lannister soldiers present cast desperate and even crazy eyes on Roland, and at the same time, showed unprecedented fearlessness and dedication. After all, Tywin has always been famous for his cold character. The tragedy of the extermination of the family in Castamere is still vivid, warning everyone of the old lion's punishment for those who are disloyal. If these soldiers who were supposed to die in order to protect Kevin appeared alive in front of Tywin, then they and their families would only be beheaded, which would be a happy ending. Thinking of this, the surrounding Lannister soldiers raised their weapons and attacked Roland in a defenseless manner, while shouting hysterically, "Charge! Kill them!" They no longer expected to see Tywin alive. After all, if they could die in the battle against Roland, their families would at least receive a pension. For the lives of their families, it was time for them to fight desperately. The funny thing is that when Kevin ordered them to cover themselves, most of these soldiers did not dare to move forward because they were afraid of being killed by Roland's mace, which eventually led to Kevin's death. However, when Kevin was really crushed to death by Roland in front of them, they had to sacrifice their lives because they were worried about Duke Tywin's revenge on their families. This has to be said to be a joke. Seeing several sharp blades stabbing at him at the same time, Roland, who had thrown down his shield, could only hold the hammer with both hands, then picked up Kevin's headless body and smashed it at the nearest person. While the young knight was helplessly holding Kevin's body, Roland then smashed the young man's shoulder fiercely, and the hammerhead instantly left several bloody holes on the opponent's body. The young knight was sent flying, but this time the Lannister soldiers did not show any fear, but stepped over the body and continued to kill Roland. Faced with this situation, Roland, who felt the pressure, finally showed a happy smile on his face. Then he raised his mace and looked at everyone seriously, saying, "A warrior who is determined to die deserves everyone's respect. You have won my respect, so please die with honor. Stop talking big. I think you are the one who will die. Fuck your ancestors. Tell me the truth. Are you going to surrender or not?" Hearing Roland's words, the surrounding Western soldiers felt that their noses were crooked with anger. If you were not a guy who didn't follow martial ethics and suddenly killed the nobles, would they have to pay with their lives? As for glory, they are just a bunch of ordinary soldiers who want to live a life, not noble grandfathers who fight to the death for glory. Why do they fight so hard? A red-robed knight narrowly avoided Roland's hammer, then licked his sword with a grim face, and said to Roland, who was expressionless, "You'd better surrender and let me chop off your head. There are hundreds of us here, and you have no chance to fight your way out of here." In his opinion, although Roland had always behaved like a monster comparable to the mountain, he would eventually run out of energy. As long as his comrades could drag him down, and then he could find a way to chop off his head to make amends to Duke Tywin, everything would be fine. Unfortunately, he was not facing an ordinary monster, but a living saint with great strength and endless energy. Besides, who said Roland was alone? Oh no, those ironmen outside the city actually climbed up the city wall with hooks. With the screams coming from afar, Roland looked at the poor knight in front of him whose tongue was accidentally cut by the sword, and his eyes were full of playful light. He knew that the most difficult part of this easy siege was completely over at this moment. 2 hours later, Lannisport screams, explosions, and pleas for mercy spread throughout Lannisport. Almost all the residents of Lannisport were driven out of their houses and knelt on the streets at the request of the Pen soldiers. Almost all the Lannister soldiers who did not choose to lay down their weapons had their heads chopped off, and then they were piled up into large and small jinguans standing on every street. The bloody scene was disgusting. Although there was no large-scale massacre or burning of the city, the Pen soldiers made full use of the knowledge they had learned from following the Druchii elves for many years and looted everything in the city. For some wealthy people who were unwilling to hand over their property, the Pen soldiers naturally did not make things difficult for them. Since they were unwilling to cooperate, they were simply tied up and used as slaves. In the castle of Lannisport, Rohan, who was drinking the fine wine collected by the Lannister family, looked at the pen little and carrying gold ore and jewels below, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that just a city would be so rich. If we can take over the entire Westerly, what a huge fortune it will be. According to the soldiers' statistics, after plundering the wealth of the entire Lannisport, the spoils obtained were enough to fill the cabins of 50 small landing crafts, and the ready-made gold coins alone were as high as 3 million. As for those expensive handicrafts and various art paintings, they were countless. Even in the hometown of the Druchii elves, they could be regarded as priceless treasures. Of course, these riches were not all provided by the Lannister family. Some of the wealth belonged to caravans and ships from other regions, but they were also confiscated by the Pen soldiers. Just kidding. The army under Rohan has always been particular about identity and racial equality, and will never let you go when looting, because of your noble status or your racial identity. What's more, compared with the rebellious nobles, the Pender soldiers did not cause too much harm to the civilians, and compared with the Ironborn's massacre, they achieved sustainable exhaustion. Such gentle and affectionate, I cried to death. Tap tap tap, the sound of iron boots hitting the floor broke the silence in the air. Roland looked back and saw one of his monk brothers walking towards him. The engineering warlocks accompanying the army have checked the walls of Lannisport. Fortunately, not much damage was caused. It is enough for us to deal with the Lannister reinforcement that may appear next. Well, the army's losses have been reported. Except for the more than 300 soldiers who unfortunately died in the naval battle, the Lannister army did not cause us too much damage. After all, compared to the demons and the snake cult, the combat effectiveness of these westerly soldiers is probably only slightly stronger than the militia of the Clo Empire, and they are no match for us Pender in terms of combat effectiveness. When mentioning the combat effectiveness of the Pender warriors, the monk's words were full of arrogance. After all, looking at all the worlds they knew, even the Sigmar Empire could not equip all its soldiers with plate armor. It is no exaggeration to say that Rohan has almost completely surpassed most countries in the mortal world except for the magic and elves, which still need to be supplemented by Nagaroth. In terms of food, the former giant world, the Clo Empire, has long become a paradise on earth with spring all year round under the grace of the Lady of the Mist. The food produced is even enough for Rohan to maintain the entire Kiev and most of the empire. In terms of military strength, the Pender world provides tens of thousands of excellent warriors to supplement the troops every year. If chaos suddenly opens it without martial ethics, Rohan can even summon nearly 1 million huge troops in a short period of time. In terms of technology, the Dragon world, as an Earth that was once very close to modern society, has become a ruin under the burning of fire dragons, but the remaining scientific and technological personnel can still make the mechanics feel like they have found a treasure. In this case, as long as Rohan can get enough time for development, it is completely possible to replicate a large vortex similar to Ulthuan, or even a bipillar portal to seal chaos. Chapter 319. It stinks. It stinks very much. The tragedy of Lannisport continued. Under the iron-fisted rule of Brother Roland, hundreds of ships loaded with spoils began to return to the Iron Islands, leaving only more than 10,000 Pender soldiers who continued to march east. However, the flames rising over Lannisport eventually attracted the attention of other nearby castles. After all, as the largest trading port in the west, many family caravans were also there. In their opinion, Lannisport might have had some fire or pirate invasion. With the well-trained garrison in the port, it was basically impossible for any major problems to occur. However, when the Westerland cavalry sent by nearby nobles were ready to come to investigate the situation, they suddenly found the sea monster flag flying in the wind over Lannisport and realized the seriousness of the problem. Most importantly, the accompanying knights also found a familiar headless corpse in the pile of corpses that had not yet been burned outside the city. The gorgeous armor on his body, which symbolized the Lannister members, declared his identity. Duke Tywin's younger brother, Kevin Lannister, was actually killed. Westerly territory, Casterly Rock. Casterly Rock is a tall and magnificent rock castle. The entire castle is carved out of a huge rock mountain. In addition, the dock located in the cave can provide a steady stream of supplies, so it is a strong castle that is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. However, it is in the cave hall of this strong castle that the sound of precious porcelain and glass products being smashed is constantly echoing. Clang dang dang. Outside the hall, several red-robed knights in charge of guarding are looking at each other with sad faces, as if the shattering sound coming from the door in the room is the horn of death. They have never seen Duke Tywin, who is always known for his cold temperament, lose his composure so much that even these servants are afraid. At this moment, a short figure suddenly appeared from the end of the corridor. Looking at the knights who were standing at the door like turtles and dared not go in, he asked in a deep voice, "Why are you all standing here? Why don't you go in and persuade my respected father? Lord Tywin is furious about the death of Lord Kevin. We dare not offend the Duke at this time. I advise you not to go in, otherwise you will definitely be reprimanded." Seeing that the visitor was the second son of Lord Tywin, Tyrion Lannister, the knights did not show any respect to the little dwarf. Only the leading knight gave a warning. This was not because he was kind enough to persuade the little devil, but because he was worried that if the little devil offended Lord Tywin, then they would be punished by Tywin for letting the little devil into the hall. That's all. Tyrion saw through the knight's worry, so he casually pulled out a purse full of gold dragons from his arms and threw it to the other party, then glanced at the servants beside him and said, "Dear knights, the Lannister family has suffered enough humiliation today. Are you going to watch the noble second son of the Lannister family tiptoe to open the door? Good luck to you." Hearing this, the knight commander silently put the purse thrown by Tyrion into his arms, then personally opened the door to the hall for the other party, and hurriedly left his post after the other party entered the room. Bang! The loud noise of the door closing instantly echoed in the empty hall. Tyrion carefully avoided the broken tiles and glass on the ground, and then set his sights on the figure sitting on the throne of the former king of Casterly Rock. A tall, broad-shouldered bald man was sitting on the bright red throne, and the golden beard on his temples was as majestic and domineering as a lion's mane. Coupled with the shoulders that kept rising and falling due to anger, Tyrion felt that he saw a real lion sitting on the throne, and the powerful momentum he exuded made him feel uncomfortable. This man was the Guardian of the West, the Duke of Casterly Rock and the Shield of Lannisport, and also the Patriarch of the Lannister family, Tywin Lannister. What are you doing here? This is not a place you can enter casually. Get out of here. Noticing Tyrion's deformed and ugly figure appearing in the hall of Casterly Rock, Tywin's eyes immediately revealed a subtle disgust and dissatisfaction, and then he directly scolded him. Tyrion did not care about his father's dissatisfaction and disgust. Instead, he picked up a glass from the table that had not yet been killed by Tywin, filled himself with a glass of wine, and said with emotion, "Although I know that you have been maintaining the dignity of the Lannister family, I have to regretfully tell you that even the cave dock could hear your smashing, and even disturbed many sleeping soldiers." After that, Tyrion drank the wine in the glass, then took out an envelope from his arms and put it on the table, asking curiously, "Who are you going to hand over to for those ironborn bandits who occupied Lannisport? It can't be the Mountain of Clegane Castle, right? I will personally gather the knights to deal with the affairs of Lannisport. No one can remain unscathed after insulting the dignity of the Lannister family. Is this an envelope from King's Landing?" Tywin, who was already particularly annoyed because of his brother's tragic death, perfunctorily answered Tyrion's inquiry, then set his eyes on the gold-painted envelope on the table, and couldn't help frowning slightly. There is no trace of the royal seal on the surface of this envelope, but it can use the royal envelope, so this letter is undoubtedly from the hands of a royal family member. As the only royal member of the Lannister family, this letter is undoubtedly from his incompetent eldest daughter, who is also the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Cersei Lannister. Tyrion obviously knew this. After all, since Tywin didn't want to see him appear in Casterly Rock, he usually stayed in King's Landing and had a good time, so he naturally knew the information about the royal family. This must be a letter from my dear sister, the Queen. After all, I think no one else would choose to apply such high-end perfume on the envelope except her. It's simply a luxury. Of course, your sister is the noble light of the West, and she also borrowed 300 gold dragons from my vault. Naturally, she would not use inferior perfume to cover up the stench like the prostitutes you have met. Hearing Tyrion's ridicule of Cersei, even Tywin rarely agreed, and then he opened the envelope, while forcing himself to endure the greasy smell of perfume. However, after seeing the various messy contents recorded in the envelope, Tywin's eternal face couldn't help but reveal a touch of astonishment, and his loss of composure made Tyrion, who had not seen the envelope, marvel. Is there anything in the world that can surprise this old lion? Even when he learned that Lannisport was captured by the Ironborn and his brother Kevan was killed, Tywin only showed anger, as if he had already anticipated the attack of the Ironborn. Something that could surprise such a wise old lion. Did the king die? Or have the remnants of the Targaryen gathered their army and started preparing to counterattack the continent? Just when Tyrion's clever brain was brainstorming, Tywin suddenly slammed the envelope on the table, picked up the wine jug, and drank from it. His loss of composure made Tyrion shocked. What's wrong? Did his majesty really die? Hearing Tyrion's exclamation, Tywin also realized that his behavior today was too rude, so he put down the wine jug, poured himself a glass of wine and whispered, "Gulp gulp. Died? Humph. If it's really just the king's death, then I hope things can be so simple." Hearing Tywin's cold snort, Tyrion curiously reached out to take the envelope on the table and read it, and then immediately realized why Tywin was so out of control. The content recorded in the envelope is not much, but it covers everything that happened in the northern King's Landing during this period, from the invasion of wildlings to the appearance of White Walkers, to the disappearance of White Walkers and the appearance of elven dragons, as well as the legendary experience of the king's assassination and resurrection. Almost every item is enough to make Tyrion feel dry mouth. If he didn't know that Cersei was not a person who liked to joke about such things, Tyrion would even think that this letter was a joke sent by the other party to amuse Tywin. But if the content of this letter is true, then the changes in this world are too terrible. I feel I seem to be a little behind the times. Are all the books and knowledge I have come into contact with before fake? Faced with Tyrion's sigh, even Tywin didn't know how to answer for a while. After all, this letter has completely exceeded his understanding. But as an excellent ruler, Tywin can still distinguish the priorities of things. For the Lannister family, the Iron People in Lannisport are the threats that are close at hand and must be solved as soon as possible. As for the elves and dragons far away in the sky, and even the White Walkers who are unknown where they are too far away from the current westerly, and it is not worth spending too much energy on them. The experienced lion knows a truth. That is, only solving one problem at a time can make the problems less and less fundamentally. Tyrion, I need you to return to King's Landing immediately and observe for me whether the newly emerged elven power is as powerful as Cersei said. Are you serious? The main reason I came back this time is because I have run out of living expenses. Besides, those elves seem to be noble beings. Will they tolerate someone like me appearing in front of them? Hearing Tywin's order, even the always wise Tyrion couldn't help but touch his ugly face, and his words were full of insecurity. After all, according to the letter sent by Cersei, those elves are just as handsome and elegant as the angels in the legend, and their personalities are also very arrogant. No matter how you look at it, it seems that they are difficult to get along with. Although he was very unwilling, as a well-known little devil, even the always confident Tyrion couldn't help but be a little afraid of the disgust that those elves would show in their eyes when they saw him. Seeing the rare weakness and timidity on Tyrion's face, Tywin no longer had the intention to mock his dwarf son, but finally said firmly, although I'm very unwilling, Cersei has always been a foolish woman who is proud of her cleverness. Jaime is just a reckless boy who is good at solving problems with force, and is simply unable to take on the task of communication. Among my 3 children, only you have inherited my wisdom. I hope you can figure out the strength and purpose of the elves' army. I don't believe they are really here to wipe out the White Walkers. In Tywin's view, any creature is made up of desires. Even those noble elves will never start a war for no reason for the so-called noble glory. The reason why they came to King's Landing must be for greater interests. Hearing Tywin, who always looked down on him, say such insincere words, Tyrion felt his nose slightly sour, and then he said with a choked voice, "In this case, leave King's Landing to me. I wish you a smooth campaign against Lannisport, and you must avenge Uncle Kevin." As one of the few Lannister family members who appreciates the little devil, Kevin did not treat his nephew coldly like his brother because of the little devil's deformed body. Instead, he noticed the great wisdom hidden in the other's ugly brain. And not only Kevin, but even his uncles and aunts are very friendly to him, which allows Tyrion to feel the warmth of the few family members in this cruel family. If it weren't for the fact that the dwarf's physique could not adapt to the battlefield, Tyrion would even want to take the initiative to ask Tywin to fight, hoping to avenge Uncle Kevin. I will chop off the heads of those Ironmen, impale them all on spears and nail them to the rocks of Lannisport, so that all the passing merchant ships will know, Lannister, debts must be paid. When Tyrion mentioned Kevin, a terrifying cold light flashed in Tywin's eyes, and then he quietly left the rock hall, and began to summon the Lannister family's vassals. Tyrion drank all the wine in the wine jug, then turned his gaze to the rock throne in the rock hall. After looking at it for a while, he left the hall alone. Since his father has given him such a difficult task, he naturally cannot live up to the other party's expectations, and must complete this task excellently. Elves, White Walkers. Haha, I hope you are not scared by the appearance of the little devil. A few weeks later, King's Landing arrived at the capital of Westeros. King's Landing. Alas, isn't this a slum? Elves, just take a look at the red castle in the distance. If Rohan's impression of Winterfell was a simple, but very warm castle, then for the capital of Westeros, he could only think of one word to describe it: stinky. Chapter 320 Queen, you don't want to. Stinky, too stinky. Is this really the smell a capital should have? Even before reaching the outskirts of King's Landing, Rohan could feel the strong stench in the air, which made him feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. The smell of rotting corpses mixed with the stench of various excrement and sewage, coupled with the fact that this city with nearly 300,000 people did not seem to have any sewage system, which made the whole city filthy. It was because of all these factors that this city, which was originally the capital of the king, had the smell of stools. What's even more outrageous is that, because the elves are born with an extremely sensitive sense of smell, even the youngest Tirachi warrior in the team can smell the unpleasant smell in the air. Is this the capital of humans? I feel like even the sewers used by slaves wouldn't be this dirty, right? Well, I've seen a lot of human cities, but whether it's the cities built by the Clo Empire or the Kingdom of Penda, or even the cities of Britannia, they've never been so smelly, right? Maybe we are wrong. Maybe all human cities are this dirty. It seems like Lord Rohan should think about how to get along with humans. The elf warriors couldn't help but start discussing with each other in confusion. Their unconcealed voices immediately reached the ears of Robert and other nobles in King's Landing, making them blush. After all, the chaos in King's Landing has been going on for a long time, but they have always chosen not to govern because of financial problems, but have allowed slums to appear. Now it seems that their indulgence over the years has made the elves look down on all humans. Well, actually, I have only been in charge of this country for more than 10 years, and the financial situation has been a bit tight due to the wars over the years, so the environment in the city may be a bit bad. Looking at the elves who were in a dilemma, Robert could only bite the bullet and try to change the elves' first impression of King's Landing with words, but it had little effect. After all, even Ramsay Snow, who looked like a decent man, after wearing a set of silver mail armor, subconsciously covered his nose and fanned himself at this moment, as if he was also a noble elf with misophobia. Rohan secretly used his divine power to block his sense of smell and perception, and then helplessly flapped his wings and said to Robert regretfully, "I'm sorry, but this smell is too strong, so I will fly directly into your red castle later, and as for my soldiers, don't go in with me and suffer. I'm very sorry, I will prepare a banquet for you in the hall of the red castle." Seeing that Rohan had already ordered the elves army to camp on the spot, Robert, who knew he was embarrassed, couldn't say much and could only watch Rohan fly towards the red castle. It must be said that, although Rohan's behavior was somewhat impolite in terms of diplomatic etiquette, it was indeed because he, as the king, failed to govern his capital, and the elves could not be blamed. Hey, maybe I should really think about how to govern this country. Looking at the civilians outside the slums who were constantly waving and cheering at the royal convoy, Robert couldn't help but focus his eyes on their dirty and skinny bodies, and he had the idea of governing the country for the first time in a long time. This is not only to restore the image of humans in King's Landing in the eyes of the elves, but also for these people who have experienced decades of continuous harvests, but are still skinny. However, Robert, who was working hard at the moment, did not know that, just as he was preparing to properly rectify this country that he had abandoned for many years, the royal backyard was now eager to prepare for an affair. King's Landing, Red Castle, that's the legendary commander of the elves, that's simply the legendary Seven Angels. I'm curious about his wings. When he comes down, I'll ask him if he can take off his wings for me to play with. Sister, is this an angel? In the tower on top of the red castle, 3 blonde children were looking at the sacred figure soaring in the sky with amazement, their eyes full of longing for flying in the sky. They are King Robert's 3 children, and also the future heirs to the Iron Throne of this country, Joffrey, the Great Emperor, Myrcella, the scorpion-faced snake-hearted, and to the Heartless Emperor. At this time, the handsome Joffrey is not the future Great Emperor. At this time, he is just an innocent boy who hopes to pull off Rohan's wings to play with. If you want to detach my wings to play with, it depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Hearing the discussion of the 3 golden-haired little ones below, Rohan immediately spotted the young man with a look of kingly aura and slowly descended to the balcony. In his opinion, this future emperor was the best target tailor-made for his puppet king plan, and was totally worth his efforts to cultivate. Because of this, he didn't mind getting in touch with the boy first, ready to see how far the other party's character potential can go. "You must be Joffrey, right? I've heard your father mention you. He said that you are a weak and very cruel child by nature, and you need someone to train you well, to become a useful person. I wonder if it's true." Joffrey's eyes were always on Rohan's wings and the gorgeous weapons on his body. After hearing Rohan's polite inquiries, he immediately jumped up and cursed angrily. "What? How could my father belittle me like this? You must be lying. I will let my hound kill you." After that, he was actually ready to run to the door to open it, as if he really intended to let his loyal guard, the hound Sander, come in, and then let the other party kill Rohan. Seeing this, Joffrey's sister anxiously reached out to stop her brother, but then remembered his violent temper, and could only shout helplessly, "Brother, here's a guest invited by our father. Do you want to violate the sacred guest etiquette?" And the young Tommen stood at a loss against the wall, with snot bubbles on his nose, obviously not knowing how to deal with the current situation. Seeing that Tommen was useless, the eyes of this kind-hearted little princess were immediately covered with a layer of mist. Then, she looked at Rohan, who was watching the show with tears in her eyes, and begged, "Leave here quickly, otherwise you will really be killed by that hound." Seeing that this little girl was actually worried about her safety, Rohan smiled and reached out to touch her long golden hair, which was as soft as a doll, and said gently, "Silly girl, your father Robert once entrusted me to be responsible for knowing how Joffrey governs the country. I originally planned to see what kind of person the future king of this country would be. Now it seems that you are more suitable to be the queen. How about it? Are you interested in becoming my first apprentice, so that you can become the future queen of Westeros in the future?" As soon as these words came out, not to mention Myrcella, who was being touched, and Joffrey, who opened the door, even Tommen, who was next to him with a wise look in his eyes, stared at Rohan blankly. Joffrey's teacher? Myrcella as queen? Each of these items is enough to subvert their cognition. Hearing that Rohan had given the future throne to someone else, the woodcutter's young and handsome face immediately revealed a ferocious look. Who was this elf who suddenly appeared? How dare he be so arrogant in his territory? However, before he could shout again, a gentle voice suddenly came from the door and ordered Joffrey in almost disgusting words of doting. "Joffrey, apologize to this elf gentleman quickly. You can't be a bad boy who violates the etiquette of guests, otherwise your father will be angry, mother." Hearing his mother's order, Joffrey couldn't help but roared in anger, as if he wanted to show his majesty as the future king. However, his powerless arms and thin body were no different from a hungry lion cub in Rohan's eyes. However, compared to this useless prince, Rohan let go of Miss Ella's messy blonde hair and set his eyes on the blonde beauty who entered the room. This is a gorgeous beauty with typical Lannister blonde hair and green eyes, with a very slim and charming figure and extremely fair skin. Coupled with the low-necked robe that she wore, she looked particularly good. Of course, since she had given birth to 3 children, the traces of time still left a few subtle marks on the face of this Light of the West, so she was still not as good as Isabel. There is no doubt that the woman called Mother by Joffrey is King Robert's wife and the eldest daughter of the Lannister family in the West, Cersei Lannister. Just as Rohan was looking at Cersei, Cersei's eyes were also looking at Rohan, and finally set their eyes on the other's handsome face. Even though she was already a young woman over 30, when she saw with her own eyes that there was such a beautiful face in the world, Cersei still felt the long-lost spring heart. The last time she felt this way was when she first saw her dream lover, Rhaegar Targaryen. I thought Rhaegar's looks were unmatched, but I didn't expect that there are people who are braver than him. They are indeed elves. As a queen who always likes to judge people by their appearance, Cersei never hides her love for those handsome men, let alone an elf like Rohan who pokes her XP. The pair of wings emitting a faint glow must feel very smooth when touched, right? Thinking of this, Cersei drove all 3 little ones out of the room, and then bent down to apologize to Rohan. "Your Excellency the elf, please allow me to apologize for Joffrey's rude behavior. This is just a child's fooling around. Please don't be sorry." As Cersei moved, 2 milky white watermelons were exposed to Rohan's vision, half covered by the loot, allowing Rohan to appreciate this beautiful fruit field. "This watermelon is really big, this cherry is really pink, of course." Rohan only glanced at it twice and then retracted his gaze. After all, she was Robert's wife, so she wouldn't do such a cheap thing. Although it was out of appreciation for art at first, it would be impolite to look at it any further. After retracting his gaze, Rohan gracefully folded his wings behind him, and then gracefully gave Cersei an elven salute and praised, "I have also heard of you, Your Majesty the Queen. King Robert once told me that you are the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms. Seeing you today, you are worthy of being the Light of the West." The so-called Light of the West is just a false compliment from others. "If you are willing, would you like to accompany me to the courtyard of the Red Castle to discuss Joffrey's education?" Cersei gladly accepted Rohan's praise, and then walked to Rohan's side with a cat step, took his arm, and then walked towards the courtyard with him. For her body is just a weapon against men, just a way for her to conquer men. Of course, she was not completely seduced by her beauty. She was more hoping to get some information about Robert from him. What Rohan said to Miss Ella just now really scared her. Although she knew that the teachings of the 7 gods only allowed the king to pass the throne to a male heir who knew what that drunkard was thinking. After all, the various internal struggles of the Targaryen family were still vivid, and even the most recent Blackfire rebellion was just a few decades ago. She believed that in order to ensure that her son could ascend the throne smoothly, she, as a mother, had to make some sacrifices. Time flies. The Red Castle Hall. Since there are a large number of gardeners in the Red Castle garden, Cersei did not do anything out of the ordinary. She just wanted to provoke Rohan's sexual will and get news about the succession to the throne. If it were any man in the 7 kingdoms, he would have told all his plans in a daze after being tempted by Cersei and then prepared to have a confrontation with the noble queen. However, Rohan is not an ordinary person, or he is not a person at all. In order to avoid the stench in King's Landing from contaminating his body, Rohan has been using his divine power to isolate himself from the surrounding air and environment, so the charming perfume that Cersei carefully prepared was not used. What's more, the body of the Chosen One has long been immune to all poisons. Even if Cersei really gave him a whole pot of charming wine and then stood naked in front of him, he would at most get a little hard to show respect. Moreover, although Cersei's figure and appearance can be regarded as the best in the Seven Kingdoms, Rohan's horizons have expanded to true goddesses like Lilith and Rajlia. How could he be easily seduced? However, compared to women, Rohan is more interested in her 3 children, and he really plans to take them all as apprentices. Madam, you don't want your children's future achievements to be inferior to others, do you? Chapter 321 Banquet Hall. It's getting late, Your Majesty, and the noble elves. His Majesty Robert has set up a grand banquet in the Hall of the Red Keep, and he solemnly invites you to attend. In the garden of the Red Keep, a servant bravely stopped Rohan and Cersei, who were discussing Joffrey's education, and brought Robert's message with fear. Although Queen Cersei was famous for her beauty, almost every low-level servant in the Red Keep knew her erratic temper. After disturbing her, I shouldn't die in bed with multiple stab wounds tomorrow, and then be judged as suicide, right? Fortunately, although Cersei is a petty and vicious woman, she is not so bad as to punish her servant in front of Rohan. So she said to Rohan gently, since the dinner prepared for you is ready, let's go and see what kind of delicacies my husband Robert has prepared for you. It sounds good. Then let me see what kind of unique food you have in Westeros. Rohan did not refuse. On the one hand, he was really interested in the different delicacies of each plane, and on the other hand, he also wanted to get to know other important officials in the royal council. After all, whether it was Robert's 2 Duke brothers or Jon Arryn, who he had never met, but was always mentioned by Robert, they were all the people he wanted to meet this time. After all, the trade agreements and various interests of the Druk elves in Westeros require a stable environment to ensure the ruling power of the Iron Throne. If Joffrey is really the kind of bastard who is hopeless even with the support of the elves, then Rohan doesn't mind changing the ruler of the Iron Throne. In the final analysis, Rohan needs to consider the interests of the elves first. If Joffrey can become a cruel but good king, then Rohan can rest assured. After all, although Robert hopes that he can guide Joffrey on how to govern the country, Rohan thinks it is better to train him into a warrior. At least it is not a waste of his cruel talent. As for governing the country, Joffrey only needs to be responsible for some major directions, and the rest can be handed over to the royal meeting. After all, isn't the job of minister to work for the king? However, if you want to govern the country well, and protect the interests of the elves, then the continent of Westeros must be in a peaceful and stable environment. Therefore, a Littlefinger who does not want to reveal his name and claims to be Chaos's ladder must die. We are here, Lord Rohan. I'm very happy to chat with you. I hope that next time you are free, you can invite me to come out again to discuss Joffrey's education. Just as Rohan was thinking about the future, Cersei, who had been standing next to him, calmly stroked Rohan's arm with her big white watermelon, and then immediately walked towards the palace. She benefited a lot from chatting with Rohan, especially the wisdom and political strategy he showed, which made her, who was proud, feel inferior. Compared with Rohan's calmness and stability, she was indeed a little worse than him. Of course, only a little. At the door of the Iron Throne Hall, two Lannister guards decisively ignored the scene where Cersei tried to seduce Rohan, and then took the initiative to say, I guess you are Lord Rohan. His Majesty has been waiting in the throne room for a long time. You just need to pass through the Iron Throne Hall. Thank you for your guidance. I wish you a good night. Facing these soldiers who helped to show the way, Rohan did not put on a high and mighty attitude like ordinary elves, but returned the gift very kindly. After all, those irritable and cruel Red Lords, although they have powerful strength, often have slave riots and rebels in their territories. In fact, even the noble Witch King is not immune to this situation. To the Witch King, the entire Darachi and Nagaroth were merely tools for his counterattack on Ulthuan. Unless it was a rebellion that affected the fate of the country, he had no interest in dealing with it. Rohan had always disdained, and even despised such wanton waste of precious elven resources. After all, even the smallest screw would have its time to play a role, not to mention the lives of the warlike elves. When someone stood up to challenge you, you should resolutely swing iron and blood. When they kneel down and surrender, you should personally help them up. Otherwise no one will be willing to sincerely surrender. It's a pity that neither Robert nor all his heirs could understand this truth. When passing by the throne room, Rohan couldn't help but stop in front of the Iron Throne, looking at this throne that was said to be forged by dragon flames and the swords of the defeated, with a sigh of emotion on his face. This sharp throne that was once used by Aegon the Conqueror to warn future generations is now covered with a cushion made of bearskin, just to protect Robert's fat ass from the cold throne. However, now, this once tough bearskin has been cut by the spikes of the Iron Throne, and it looks fragmented. Just like Robert's kingdom. Just as Rohan was looking at the Iron Throne and feeling emotional, a man's voice like a girl suddenly came from the side, asking Rohan in a somewhat sweet voice, "You are Lord Rohan, are you satisfied with this iron chair that has carried countless kings of Westeros?" To be honest, the elves don't need to build a chair to warn future generations. After all, compared to severe warnings, we are more accustomed to educating future generations with facts. Rohan turned his head and then saw around. Fat bald man standing quietly behind him. The comfortable and gorgeous silk clothes on his body showed his noble status. Since Robert had told Rohan about the appearance characteristics of the ministers in the royal council, Rohan recognized the other party's identity at first sight, so he took the initiative to say, "I guess you are King Robert's chief of intelligence, Lord Varys, who is respected by the world as Octopus Spider. I wonder if my army is also under your surveillance?" "I dare not. I'm just a eunuch who has made some achievements in collecting intelligence. It's not worth your remembering my name." Varys was not surprised that Rohan could call out his name, but continued with a friendly smile. "It's late enough now. As the protagonist, I think it's time for you to attend the dinner carefully prepared by His Majesty the King." "Of course. So Lord Varys, can you come with me to the banquet hall and take me to visit this ancient castle?" "Haha, the history of this castle may not be as long as your life, but I'm still honored to show you around." Varys thought that Rohan would behave as arrogant as the elves described in the intelligence. After seeing that Rohan seemed to be an elf who was easy to get along with, he took the initiative to talk to him. The focus of the conversation was naturally on the size and weapons of the elven army, as well as the issue that Varys has always been most concerned about, dragons. As an intelligence manager secretly working for the Targaryen family, Varys immediately began to collect intelligence about dragons after learning that Rohan had a large number of elven troops under his command. However, since most of the witnesses were northern nobles and night watchmen in remote areas, even Varys, who had countless small birds, could not obtain relevant information. In addition, due to the non-aggression treaty, Rohan chose to leave the Silver Dragon Knights in the north to prevent the Night King from making a comeback, so he did not have the opportunity to see the dragon with his own eyes. However, even though Varys was eager to obtain information about the dragon, he could only suppress his inner confusion at this moment, and brought Rohan to the brightly lit banquet hall. "Woo, drink more. Drink more. Hahaha, look, this UI who is already drunk after just 2 cups. So lame, this UI who is just lame." At this moment, the banquet hall was already noisy, and countless dignitaries had already begun to enjoy the food and drinks provided by His Majesty the King, and they were playing with each other. And King Robert had long lost the noble appearance he had maintained because of quitting drinking some time ago. At this moment, he stood in the middle of the hall like a drunk bear, hugging a voluptuous woman and constantly touching her. And in the seat next to her, Cersei turned her gaze to Rohan with a calm face and did not even respond to the urgent eyes of Jaime next to her. It seemed that, because Rohan had been delayed on the road for too long, the king, who had always maintained his dignity in front of Rohan, finally began to indulge himself. "Rohan, why did you come with that spider eunuch? Come here, let me introduce you to everyone." Seeing Rohan finally arrived at the banquet with Varys, Robert immediately excitedly left the woman and gave Rohan a big bear hug, then put his arm around Rohan's shoulders and shouted, "Joffrey, Joffrey, you naughty boy, get over here." Joffrey, who had been hiding in the corner because of Rohan's arrival, subconsciously turned to Cersei for help after hearing Robert's call, but unexpectedly, the mother who doted on him in the past did not move at this moment. Seeing this, Joffrey could only stand up from the corner and then stumbled all the way to Rohan and Robert and said timidly, "Father, Lord Rohan." "What, lord?" "At my request, Rohan will be responsible for teaching you how to be a qualified king, so you should call him teacher." Seeing that his bastard son was so useless, Robert was so angry that his beard shook unnaturally for a few times, and then he patted the other's blonde head heavily and scolded him. Really, he is obviously Robert's child, but he didn't inherit his good qualities of bravery and fighting at all, and he didn't look like a crowned stag. In order to allow Rohan to serve as Joffrey's teacher, Robert even took the initiative to allow Rohan to deploy 20 elves in King's Landing as a Duchy office in Westeros. In a sense, this can be regarded as allowing other forces to be stationed in the country, which is considered to be a betrayal of national sovereignty. However, even so, his heir to the throne still behaved very disappointingly, which inevitably made him feel a little disappointed. It doesn't matter. In fact, you don't need to blame this child too much. After all, he is not your biological child. Of course, this thought that popped up subconsciously in Rohan's mind did not come out of his mouth after all, but he touched Joffrey's lion hair and continued. After all, although little Joffrey has some defects in his character, he can still be called a jade embryo waiting for the master to carefully carve. Maybe he can become an elven magician in the future. Really? Hearing that he could become a cool wizard in the legend, young Joffrey immediately raised his little head in surprise and didn't even care about the hand that messed up his hair. It must be said that young Joffrey did not have the crazy temperament of the future Emperor of the Ages at this time, so the cute and innocent blonde boy image was still very pleasing to Rohan. Although Rohan was not a priest and Joffrey's evil was completely born evil, this did not affect Rohan's satisfaction with this young man. Evil? Some of the Duchy Shadow tribe who live in the ice field all year round will throw their newborn children near the camp. If the child can survive and find the way home, he is qualified to live. The evil trained under such conditions is not at the same level as Joffrey, who is weak by nature but very evil. Even the most unruly shadows will succumb to Rohan's powerful strength and spiritual charm. Can't they tame a roaring little one? Hearing that Joffrey could become a magician, Robert couldn't help but recall the fire phoenix that Rohan had summoned in front of him, and the highway robbers who turned into ashes under the attack of magic. It would be great if Joffrey could become a wizard. Even Cersei, who had been eavesdropping not far away, suddenly walked quickly to Joffrey, then put her arms around her baby's neck, and said in surprise, "Excuse me, Lord Rohan, will the magic you mentioned be harmful to Joffrey, such as the blood magic in Essos?" Blood magic? I have learned about blood magic from Mr. Lewin and Winterfell. I have to say that it is a very intense application of magic, and it doesn't even deserve to be called magic. When Rohan mentioned the magic that required sacrifices and blood as the carrier of the spell, a hint of disgust immediately flashed in his eyes, and then he sneered. The magic of the Duchy elves is unique. Although Joffrey as a human may not be able to exert the full power of magic, it is still possible to summon the metal melt to turn the enemy into metal. Chapter 322 Black Tower Academy. Hahaha, great. I didn't expect Joffrey to actually become a magician. It seems that the blood of my Baratheon family is quite good. Hearing that Joffrey was actually qualified to learn the magic of the elves, and that Rohan really intended to accept Joffrey as his apprentice, Robert's red face immediately laughed. He didn't really care whether Joffrey could learn magic or not. As long as Rohan could accept Joffrey as his apprentice and could help Joffrey become king after his death, he would be satisfied. Now that Joffrey can learn magic, it is a completely unexpected surprise for him. Congratulations to Prince Joffrey for becoming a magic apprentice. This will be of great significance to the stability of the Westeros continent and the future kingdom. Let's toast to the friendship between King Robert and the elves. Cheers for Baratheon. The nobles around him naturally heard the news that Joffrey was accepted as an apprentice by Rohan. They all had their own quirks and immediately began to toast and cheer for Joffrey, making the blonde boy blush. Because his usual behavior was not very human, Joffrey was always hated by everyone in the Red Castle, and even the nobles chose to avoid him. Although sometimes some jesters and clowns would sing praises of his great achievements to please him, Joffrey still had some self-knowledge. At least he could see that compared to the praises of those hypocritical jesters in the past, the nobles around him were toasting and cheering for him sincerely. This feeling seems not bad. At this time, Joffrey was a little carried away by the cheers of the crowd, but some people in the hall were happy and some were worried. With the elves and dragons as backup, if the Baratheon family can really sign a so-called friendly treaty with that Rohan, then the Baratheons' rule over the Iron Throne can at least last for a few decades, right? In the dim corner of the banquet hall, Varys had come to the gloomy-looking little finger Petty with a wine glass in his hand, and taunted him in a playful but delicate voice. Although I don't know what kind of ambition you have, with the assistance of the elves, you can only serve as the Chancellor of the Exchequer in this life. Petty silently accepted the ridicule from his mortal enemy. He silently fixed his eyes on Robert and Joffrey, with an imperceptible brightness in his eyes, and then retorted, "The military strength of the elves is indeed strong, and with those terrifying dragons and dragon riders that crisscross the sky, I'm afraid even the entire Westeros is not their opponent. However, some things do not require the means of war to achieve. Chaos is a ladder." The reason why he was able to go from a small noble with a territory of less than a few dozen people to an important minister in front of the emperor who holds great financial power is not because of normal compliance. Although the appearance of the elven army disrupted his original plan, it also overturned the order that the Seven Kingdoms had once adhered to. He still has a trump card in his hand. As long as he can play it at the critical moment, not to mention that he can make the continent of Westeros a mess, it is not impossible to make the elves help his plan. Thinking of this, Petty's face, which was originally gloomy, once again showed a confident smile. He then raised his wine glass and pointed it at Rohan and said, "Today is a major banquet to welcome our elven guests. Let's not fight like before, lest the elves laugh at us." "Really? Then I hope we can maintain this state of peace. This will be beneficial to both Westeros and the elves." Looking at Petty's gradually receding back, Varys silently set his eyes on Joffrey, whose golden hair was being stroked by Rohan, and couldn't help but sigh silently. Heaven and earth's conscience, why is it that this little guy with an unclear background is the magic apprentice who is lucky enough to be chosen by the elves? Thinking of this, Varys couldn't help but recall the envelope he sent from the other side of the strait some time ago, and instantly worried about the future prospects of this continent. He felt a headache when he thought of the prince who was as tyrannical as Joffrey and the little princess who was as innocent as Myrcella, who would have to face the overwhelming dragons and the powerful elven army in the future. It seems that it is time to expose these two princes and princesses of the Targaryen family to the elves. The next day, the meeting in front of the emperor. Since human wine could not make Rohan drunk at all, Rohan only closed his eyes and practiced in the barracks for a while before coming to the Red Castle again. The purpose of his personal visit this time was to discuss the promotion of the Friendship and Mutual Assistance Treaty and Free Trade Agreement with the ministers of the meeting in front of the emperor. As long as this plan can be agreed smoothly, Rohan will immediately start to build a castle belonging to the elves on the continent of Westeros to support Daario, who is far away in the Iron Islands. When Joffrey is educated by him into a jackal in the next few years, and Robert is stabbed through by a wild boar, then the plan will be mostly completed. Of course, it was too far away to talk about these things now. The most important thing at the moment was to get the Iron Throne to agree to his conditions. "Nice to meet you, Lord Rohan. This is the current King's Hand of Westeros, Duke Jon Arryn, as well as the Minister of Finance Petty Baelish, and the witness of this meeting, the Minister of Justice Renly Baratheon." In the Hall of the Iron Throne, Varys, who had met Rohan once before, was introducing the ministers present to him, and then said awkwardly, "Since His Majesty the King is currently handling state affairs in the study, the next negotiations will mainly be held with the King's Hand and the Minister of Finance." "I see. Thank you for your reminder, and please tell me about." Rohan thanked Varys for his introduction politely on the surface, but in fact he knew very well in his heart that Robert was not a person who would go to study early in the morning. After all, in order to get the elegant Rohan drunk last night, Robert pulled Rohan to drink nearly 3 barrels of beer, but in the end he still couldn't make Rohan blush. After all, to him, these beers were just fermented barley juice that tasted sweet and sour. He got drunk faster than his instincts recovered. In order to prevent Robert from dying of drunkenness at the table, Rohan even personally finished 2 of the 3 barrels of beer, but even so, Robert still fell to the ground drunk. Now, he is probably still lying in bed with a hangover, right? Sensing the undisguised distrust on Rohan's face, old John's thick skin that he had developed over the years did not change at all. Instead, he coughed twice and said, "Ahem. Please don't take this matter to heart, Lord Rohan. Let's officially start the negotiation of the two treaties. Of course, Hand of the King and Chancellor of the Exchequer, I believe you have all read the contents of the treaty that Robert sent to King's Landing some time ago, right?" "Yes, Lord Chancellor of the Exchequer Petty, and I have already read the relevant contents of the free trade agreement. I have some questions for this person and hope to get your explanation." Looking at the trade treaty on the table, old John turned his gaze to Petty, who was already ready, with a helpless look in his eyes. After all, although he was the hand of the King of Westeros and a noble duke who could be called knowledgeable, he was not as good as Petty in dealing with the relevant issues of the trade agreement. Seeing this, little Fina Petter officially appeared in front of Rohan for the first time. He stood up politely and saluted Rohan, with a kind smile on his handsome face. "I think this should be our first official meeting. Honorable Elf Commander, I will negotiate with you in the next formal talks. Please take care of me, Sir Petty Baelish. I also hope that you can show mercy and let the first friendly treaty between humans and elves be successfully completed." Looking at the handsome and thin man in front of him, Rohan's face rarely showed an ambiguous smile, and then he folded his wings and sat on the chair. He was looking forward to whether this greedy human who puts personal desires first and is obsessed with profit will make such a choice between national sovereignty and his own interests. With the news brought back by the merchant ships traveling between the two continents, the entire Essos continent knew about the new things happening on the other side of the strait. The elf Lord Rohan, the chosen one of the mist, was invited to visit and interview every noble in King's Landing, and was warmly welcomed by King Robert of the Iron Throne and a group of ministers. The two sides reviewed the history of the two races and looked forward to the future together. In a cordial and friendly national atmosphere, they reached an important consensus on the establishment of friendly diplomatic relations between the two races, in order to strengthen the understanding between the two sides. After the trade agreement reached between the Chancellor of the Exchequer and Lord Rohan, King's Landing will be the only trading place for selling elven goods in the future to promote the development of the country. During the visit, the current King of the Iron Throne, Robert Baratheon, led Rohan to visit various castles in the Crown Territory and allowed the elves to build a Black Tower Academy with 1,000 elven warriors stationed near the Crown Territory to recruit and train young people with magical talents. In the face of King Robert's proposal, Lord Rohan expressed his satisfaction and hoped that Prince Joffrey and Princess Myrcella, who were the first to join the Black Tower Academy, would inherit the spirit of hard work of their ancestors, be brave to hone themselves, dare to climb, and eventually grow into 4 good and 5 good heirs who could shoulder the future of Westeros. In the end, the meeting came to an end in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. King Robert and Lord Rohan both spoke highly of this diplomatic cooperation and emphasized that peace is the theme of the future of Westeros. Any sinner who dares to destroy this peace will be brought to justice. When this news spread to every corner of Westeros through ravens and caravans, both princes and civilians were shocked and could not believe it was true. The birth of elves and the invasion of White Walkers, all of this sounded like a legend that happened thousands of years ago, but now it is actually happening in their lives. Although most nobles were unwilling to believe this fact, as more and more beautiful elven goods and weapons comparable to Valyrian steel swords began to flow out of King's Landing, the whole of Westeros fell into an unprecedented carnival. The nobles and the people did not hesitate to praise King Robert, as if the drunkard king who was once in their mouths had become a holy king comparable to Aegon the Conqueror overnight. However, after this short carnival, countless ambitious people began to surface, looking at the elven army retreating to the land of eternal winter and the Black Tower Academy under construction with covetous but timid eyes. If humans can also learn and master the legendary elven magic that destroys the world, then why can they only be favored by the little line of the Baratheon family? Under this undercurrent, countless forces began to head to King's Landing, and an unprecedented chaos seemed to be about to begin. Essos, Pentis in a luxurious and elegant palace, a fat blonde man was looking at the secret letter in his hand with a tangled face. After a long time, he sighed with some pain. The union of the elves and the Iron Throne is really shocking news. His name is Illyrio Mopatis, the wealthy governor of the free trade city-state of Pentus, and also one of the rulers of this city. The spices, gems, dragon bones and other shady businesses in the entire city are basically operated by him, and he has become one of the richest merchants in Pentus. Of course, as a businessman with a unique vision, he is also investing in some small businesses, such as overthrowing the Iron Throne. According to the plan previously made, he will find a way to fund the Targaryen siblings who fled to the continent of Essos, Viserys and Daenerys, and at the same time find a way to assist them to become the rulers of the Iron Throne. By then, Viserys, who will become the king of Westeros, will grant him the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer and the status of aristocracy, which is enough for his descendants to become kings. However, the current situation makes him a little afraid to let go. Now the Iron Throne has formed an alliance with the elves. If Varys' news does not deliberately flatter the elves, then we still need to face hundreds of dragons and tens of thousands of elite elven troops. It's difficult. Back then, Aegon could fight all over Westeros with 3 dragons. Now the elven army has hundreds of dragons, and they are more powerful than Targaryen. What's more, the elves have mastered various long-lost magics. Although we still don't know how powerful they are definitely not the kind of tricks that are played on the street. In this case, even if Targaryen can hatch dragons again, there is no possibility of counter-attacking Westeros in the next few years, right? Chapter 323 Poor Joffrey. Where is Illyrio? You bunch of low-class people, get out of the way. I want to go in and see him now. Your Highness, the governor is dealing with things now. Please wait outside for a moment. I will go and inform him. Ridiculous. I'm the king. I can do whatever I want. It is not your turn to make excuses. Do you want to see the wrath of the sleeping dragon? Just as Illyrio was sitting in the palace hall and feeling distressed about the future, a fierce quarrel suddenly came from outside the hall. The sharpest voice gave him a headache. He knew that this arrogant but irritable and incompetent voice belonged to the former prince who accepted his funding and wanted to counterattack Westeros, Viserys Targaryen. However, hearing the constant noise outside, Illyrio couldn't help shaking his head, with a hint of worry and dissatisfaction in his eyes. Now the entire Westeros continent has fallen into a carnival of alliance with the elves, and the Baratheon family's rule over the Iron Throne has reached an unprecedented cohesion. In this situation, let alone counterattack Westeros, it is even a question whether the Targaryen siblings can protect themselves under their protection. It's difficult. Seeing Viserys, who had pushed the guards aside and rushed into the hall, Illyrio could only retract the sadness and disgust on his face, and then laughed and greeted him. Viserys, my respected king, I wonder why you suddenly came to my humble home? Illyrio, now the whole of Pentus is spreading the flattery and praise of the usurper. You must order all this to be banned. Viserys, who was wearing a beautiful dress, looked so resolute and handsome, but at this moment, he was like a mad patient, angrily slapping the table in front of Illyrio, shouting continuously. Just a few hours ago, he was forcing his sister Daenerys to accompany him to the Colosseum to watch the bloody beast fighting performance and squander Illyrio's money by the way. However, while he was sitting in the carriage enjoying the maid's soft chest, he suddenly heard news about the Iron Throne and the elves establishing diplomatic relations. Especially when the merchants learned that the elves' army had descended on Westeros on dragons and had formally signed various covenants with the Iron Throne. Viserys fell into unprecedented anger. In this case, he had no time to watch the beast fighting performance and hurried back home to find Illyrio to ask about the situation. After learning the details of the matter, Illyrio was secretly relieved, so he handed the secret letter sent by Varys to the other party and said, "This is the information collected by my spies in King's Landing. Those mysterious and powerful elves have now become allies of the usurper. I'm afraid that our plan will have to be postponed. Humph, that usurper of the Baratheon family is not qualified to represent the will of the Iron Throne. I'm the real master of the Iron Throne. Those elves should come to me for negotiation." Hearing this, Viserys directly reached out and snatched the envelope from Illyrio's hand and then cursed while reading it. The arrogance revealed in his words made Illyrio next to him roll his eyes. If those elves really come to you, I'm afraid they will behead you with a knife in the next second because of your bad temper, right? After all, although Illyrio also believes that Robert has become gradually incompetent after inheriting the throne, it is undeniable that Robert does have the personal charm that can turn enemies into friends. Besides, the Baratheon family now occupies the Iron Throne. Why should the elves cooperate with a former prince who is stranded and helpless? After a long time, Viserys slowly put down the envelope in his hand. His handsome face gradually twisted into a hideous and jealous look, and then he roared hysterically, "I'm obviously the master of the Iron Throne. Whether it is the hundreds of years of history of the Targaryen dynasty or the other nobles who still support it, it is obviously us who came first." The reason why he was so angry was not only because of the various alliance agreements reached between the elves and the usurper, but also because the elves were actually preparing to teach the descendants of the usurper to learn magic. After all, in Viserys' view, the fat usurper Robert, who was as fat as a meatball, was not an excellent king at all, and his dynasty would inevitably fall to the bottom in the future. When the continent of Westeros was in chaos, he, Viserys, would lead his army back to his hometown, King's Landing, and sit on the Iron Throne with the support of many nobles who were still loyal to the Targaryen dynasty. However, now, the usurper not only stabilized his rule over the Iron Throne with the agreement reached with the elves, but also made his hybrid offspring become apprentices of the Elven Lords, which can be said to be a close relationship. Although Viserys was a little crazy, he was at least a man with some brains, so he immediately saw that Robert was planning to use the elves to consolidate the ruling position of his descendants. This is really too despicable. If it weren't for this usurper, I'm afraid that as a prince and princess, he and Daenerys would have already become apprentices of the Elven Lord, and at the same time, be able to use magic at will. Thinking of this, Viserys was full of hatred for Robert, who was praised by the people, and even thought about those elves who suddenly appeared. As the saying goes, it is better to condemn others than to reflect on yourself. If those elves could have appeared earlier, the Targaryen family might not have perished, and he and his sister would not have to live a life of dependence, like they do now. The case is solved, or this is the fault of the elves. Those damned elves, I can't stand with them. Illyrio, who was thinking about how to talk to the elves, said, "Royal territory, Black Tower Academy." A month passed quickly, and outside the towering Black Tower not far from King's Landing, countless human craftsmen were busy building a castle for the elves. Because of the large amount of tax revenue obtained from trade with the elves, Robert generously summoned all the craftsmen in the royal territory to Rohan, and sent a large amount of stone and strategic materials. Rohan naturally reciprocated, not only arranging for the elves' army to withdraw to the land of eternal winter after the construction of the Black Tower, but also customized a magic crown for the other party to refresh the mind and prolong life, which set off a huge wave throughout the country. After all, the nobles cherish their lives, and magic props like this that can slightly increase their lifespan are completely worth their money. If it weren't for the fact that magic props were not for sale by the elves, coupled with the suppression of the elves' army, I'm afraid the crazy nobles would have flocked to the Black Tower Academy long ago. However, this is exactly what Rohan wants to achieve. After all, if they don't offer some benefits to tempt those nobles, how can they support them at the cost of their wealth? Ding ding ding. In the Black Tower Academy, which has begun to take shape, a little blonde lion is standing in the training ground with his upper body naked. From the sweat on the ground and his trembling legs, it is not difficult to see that his body has reached its limit. He is Prince Joffrey, who was accepted as an apprentice by Rohan. At this time, he is holding a wooden sword in both hands and waving it at Rohan not far away. Facing Joffrey's reckless attack without any skills, Rohan couldn't help but sigh, then gently turned his body to the side and then stretched out his foot to trip the opponent's calf. Joffrey obviously didn't expect that his all-out attack would be so easily resolved, and he fell to the ground in an instant. Plop. Looking at Joffrey, who was almost unconscious, Rohan picked him up from the ground casually and then took him to the shade nearby to rest. At the same time, he taught him sternly, although your body has not fully grown yet, you should try your best to play to your strengths. That is, rely on your flexibility to attack quickly and fiercely. After hearing Rohan's teachings, Joffrey climbed up from the chair while enduring the soreness of his body. A glimmer of expectation flashed across his dusty face as he asked, as long as I can play to my strengths, can I beat you? With your current human body, even if you can master all the sword skills I taught you, the most you can do is to kill humans like the mountain. After all, you are still a step behind the elves. Ah. Then won't I be able to surpass you in this life? Joffrey sighed secretly. Although Rohan's training during this period did make him a lot stronger, it also made him witness the powerful strength of the Elf Lord. After being humiliated by Rohan for more than a dozen times while holding the elven rapier, the noble prince finally retracted his pride and began to study with Rohan seriously. Of course, this was not because he wanted to learn how to govern a country, nor was it because he planned to become an excellent warrior. After all, he had just received Rohan's education and did not have such a great ideal. He just hoped that he could learn powerful swordsmanship and then personally humiliate Rohan to the ground and take revenge. However, now it seems that this simple dream will never be realized. I always feel that you are thinking about something excessive. You should study with me honestly and work hard to become a qualified monarch. Seeing that Joffrey actually showed a trace of rebellious regret, Rohan couldn't help but reach out and rub the other's golden hair until the other's hair became a bird's nest. After this period of time, he found that Joffrey was actually a relatively simple child, but he was simply bad because of his mother's excessive pampering. After all, human nature is evil. Since no one taught Joffrey how to distinguish between good and evil, and every time he did something bad, someone would clean up the mess, which led to his increasingly reckless behavior. However, it was precisely this kind of character that allowed Joffrey to have a good relationship with some of the Durachi warriors during this period, which was an expected surprise. Looking up at the sun that was gradually setting in the sky, Rohan looked at Joffrey, who was gradually resting beside him, and smiled. Today's training ends here. Don't fall behind in the cultural and etiquette learning tonight, otherwise I will tell your mother about your grades. No, or should we continue to practice swordsmanship? Thinking back to the poor performance in cultural courses during this period, the little face of the woodcutter suddenly became a little pale, and then pulled Rohan's arm and begged, "Master, didn't you say that my talent in magic and swordsmanship is far better than that in literature? Shouldn't I focus on these two aspects instead of wasting time studying complicated cultural courses?" Just a few weeks ago, the three golden-haired siblings accepted the test papers arranged by Rohan and reported all their test results to Robert and Cersei. It must be said that compared with his brother who burned books and buried scholars, Rohan was quite satisfied with the performance of Myrcella and Tommen. After all, they had reached the passing line. Joffrey, who scored 5 points in the exam, showed his poor academic performance. He didn't care about the threat these paper results could bring to him. He returned home calmly. In his opinion, these results could not prove anything. Did the wisdom of Joffrey, the emperor of all ages, need to be proved by the so-called test papers? As long as he went back and cried, made a scene, and hanged himself in front of his mother, the so-called problem of grades would definitely be easily solved. But when he returned to the Red Castle and saw his father sitting on the Iron Throne with a bamboo stick in his hand waiting for him, Joffrey immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. And the Queen Mother, who always doted on him, didn't know why she didn't help him. She just sat calmly beside him and sewed clothes for him leisurely, watching him being taken off his pants and spanked. That night, the prince's cries resounded throughout the Red Castle. After many days, Joffrey learned from Cersei that Rohan had already complained to them first and reported Joffrey's performance in the academy during that time to them in an even more severe way, almost calling him the second Mad King. Robert, who was originally preparing to hold a party because of the abundant treasury, decisively chose to take precious time out of the party after learning of Rohan's evaluation and squatted on the Iron Throne with a willow branch in his hand while drunk to guard Joffrey. As for Cersei, although she did feel sorry for Joffrey, considering the envelope Rohan wrote to her some time ago, she finally chose to watch. "Madam, you don't want your son to become the second Mad King, do you? Considering that Rohan has provided a lot of elven ornaments to the Red Castle during this period, plus some magic potions specially provided for her for beauty care, she can only choose to give up sheltering Joffrey. I'm sorry, son, He gave too much in this case. Joffrey, who has completely lost the shame of Cersei, can only stay in the academy miserably and continue to develop towards the direction of a good young man. Chapter 324. The green grassland favors the old prime minister. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the elves have taken root in Westeros for a year. In this short but fulfilling year, countless nobles and civilians have made a lot of money by cooperating with the elves, and even paid off all the debts owed to the Iron Bank. The influence of the elves on Westeros has reached an unprecedented level, and even those nobles who are still loyal to the Targaryen family secretly have to choose to restrain temporarily. After all, compared with the Targaryen remnants who have no information, the trade with the elves is too much. In this case, the whole Westeros seems to present a thriving and beautiful scene, as if peace has really come to this continent. Of course, not all people and elves are satisfied with this harmonious and peaceful land. For example, the Westerly who are being beaten and ignored, and the Durachi warriors who have nothing to do all day. Royal Territory, Black Tower Academy Lord Rohan. The morale of the entire Durachi army has become somewhat impetuous. Many soldiers are eager to feel the flow of killing and blood on the battlefield, rather than retire. Located in a prosperous palace with a misty statue, the captain of the Silver Mist Guard, Mars, carefully came to Rohan, who was sitting on a cushion to absorb divine power, and nervously stated the soldier's demands. He knew that this request might go against Rohan's long-standing strategy, but the young man's desire to kill was really suppressed to the extreme. Although Rohan has been trying his best to change the thoughts of the elves under his command, the Durachi Empire is still a slave empire known for cruel killing. After all, the laws of the ancestors cannot be changed. The instinctive killing and cruel nature of nearly 10,000 years have long been ingrained in their blood. How can Rohan change it overnight? In order to vent their desires, the noble girls near the royal territory have long been raped by those young men. Entering and leaving the castles of those nobles is as familiar as returning to their own homes. If it weren't for the fact that most of these relationships were based on mutual affection and money, and Cersei took the initiative to help suppress those discordant voices, I'm afraid the complaint letter would have been delivered to Robert long ago. But this is not a long-term solution after all. After all, most of the Druchii elves are scumbags who have new lovers and abandoned their old ones, so we must find a way to let them vent their desires. After all, if this continues, the children will be suffocated. Counting the days, it seems that our good friend Robert is about to be killed. After all, that little finger will not watch this continent continue to be peaceful. After finishing the training of absorbing divine power, Rohan couldn't help but stretch and stand up from the mat, and then counted the time with his fingers. Just a few days ago, the members of the Inquisition lurking in King's Landing reported to him that Jon Arryn was looking for Robert's illegitimate child. There is no doubt that he found something wrong between the three golden-haired siblings. Coupled with the restless little finger fanning the flames everywhere, the entire King's Landing and even the Westeros continent are destined to be messed up. And this is exactly what Rohan needs now. A year of peace and stability has already allowed the power of the Inquisition to reach every city in Westeros, and the identity of the elves has also been recognized by all humans. After all, the main force of Rohan's elves has already passed through the land of eternal winter to the Iron Islands, and after being disguised, they joined the Ironman team that plundered the Westerlands and the Reach, and have disappeared from the sight of humans. In the eyes of humans, there are only Rohan and the 1,000 elven warriors stationed in the Black Tower Academy in the entire Westeros, and they are not to be feared at all. However, who would have thought that at this moment, the Ironmen who have occupied all the coastal cities in the Westerlands are actually all troops fought by elves? Let the boys be patient for a while. This continent will soon be in chaos. By then, there will be plenty of wars and glory for us to enjoy. By the way, remember to notify those members of the Inquisition outside to continue searching for the magic secrets of this world. I plan to make this world a world dedicated to teaching magic, so that they can pay more attention to it. Yes. After hearing Rohan's order, Mars couldn't help but be secretly surprised, and couldn't help but start to figure out Rohan's intentions. After all, the magic of the Durachi Empire has always been monopolized by the supreme sorcerer of the Tower of Hex, Gorand, and even the powerful Lords of Fear have no right to interfere. And because of the legendary prophecy, the Witch King strictly forbade male Durachi to learn magic, which led to the Lords of Fear to only gain the power of magic by hiring those sorceresses. Is Lord Rohan going to bypass Gorand and directly train his own magic forces in the future? After all, although the magic cast by humans is not as powerful and wide as that of elves, if Lord Rohan really gathers the power of the entire world to cultivate wizards, it will surely be a terrifying force. Well, it seems that it is time to inform Dario and ask him to send some members of the Inquisition to another continent to find magic. Essos not only has the fire magic of the god of light, but also the water magic of the seven armies and various witchcraft, which can be regarded as a wide variety. King's Landing, Red Castle. At the royal meeting, Littlefinger Petty was standing in front of the table holding an envelope from the north. The worried expression on his face made people have no doubt that he was a finance minister who was concerned about the country and the people. However, if someone could get close to observe, they would find that Petty's eyes were like a cunning fox, secretly looking at the king's hand sitting in the center, his eyes full of a hint of teasing. Old John obviously had not yet realized the dark and sinister heart of the young man he had promoted. At this time, he was asking others with a headache. Duke Eddard of the North has sent a trade letter requesting economic volunteers again. I wonder what the ministers think about this? Hearing old John's question, Petty, as the Minister of Finance, stood up immediately and refused with a sneer. Almost all the caravans heading to Winterfell were attacked by those wild hunt elves. Now that we have suffered heavy losses ourselves, why should we reinforce them in vain? That's not the case. After all, without the exchange of caravans, the North's finances alone are not enough to support the army to fight the wild hunt, not to mention that a large amount of farmland used for wintering has been burned. Compared with Littlefinger's indifference, Varys cares more about the lives of those northerners, so he took the initiative to persuade. Now that the treasury has rarely been filled again, why don't we simply send out a joint army again to conquer the Iron Islands that provoked the war with the West, and at the same time encircle and suppress those wild hunt elves? My dear Master of Intelligence, do you think that we can do whatever we want now that we have paid off the debt to the Iron Bank? Don't forget that we still owe the Lannisters and the Reach. Oh, I almost forgot, we don't have to pay back the money we owe to the Lannisters right away. After all, those Ironmen have already captured Casterly Rock, so it would be no different for us to pay back the money. At this point, Petty's face was full of sarcasm, and he did not hide his joy at not having to pay back the Lannisters and his smugness at taking advantage of their misfortune. After all, although the National Treasury owed the Lannisters 3 million gold royals, a lot of this money was actually embezzled into his pocket to expand his intelligence network in King's Landing. Now that the Lannisters were in a critical situation, since the National Treasury did not need to repay the money, he also did not have to worry about his greed being exposed, so he was naturally happy to see it happen. The Lannisters. I didn't expect them to end up like this. Their family has always emphasized Lannisters must pay their debts, but I didn't expect that half of the country would be occupied by the Ironmen now. It seems that their strength is really not as good as before. Hearing Littlefinger mention the war situation in the West, the other ministers also sighed, but most of them were just watching the show, and obviously had no intention of speaking out to help. Just as Petty said, the treasury owed the Lannisters too much money. In fact, they all hoped that the Lannister family could be destroyed as soon as possible so that they could get it for free. As for the expansion of the Iron Islands, who in the world doesn't know how poor the Ironmen's land warfare level is? Even the land in the west that is now occupied by the Iron Islands is mostly coastal areas. Obviously, the strength of those Ironmen is still as vulnerable as before. Apart from relying on the sea as a cover, there is no change in tactics. As long as the Royal Navy can launch an attack, everything will be fine. But, Lannister, recalling the anonymous letter he received some time ago, old John, as the hand of the king, couldn't help but look at the Iron Throne not far away, and then fell into emotion. Everyone thought that the Prime Minister was sighing because of the tragic experience of the Lannister family. Only Littlefinger knew that he was worried about the suspected affair between Cersei and Jaime. Yes, that envelope was sent by him. This old thing must be hesitating whether to expose this matter now. After all, the princes and princesses are now the apprentices of the elven lords. If you act rashly, you will definitely offend the elves. So what should you do? Looking at the grey-haired Jonarin, Petty couldn't help but flash a smug look on his face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the chess move he made. Even if Robert allies with the elves, what does it matter? As long as the elves can be dragged into this war about the heir, the whole of Westeros will fall into unprecedented chaos, and it will also be a great opportunity for him to take the opportunity to ascend to the throne. Through this year's observation, Petty has understood a profound truth. Whoever can please the elves in the chaos that follows will be the next ruler of the Iron Throne. As a qualified conspirator, he can naturally see the means by which the elves secretly use economic and military power to control Westeros, and he also knows that these elves are definitely not as pure and kind as they seem. But what does this have to do with him? Didn't you see that the northern bastard named Ramsay Snow has almost become the new darling of King's Landing since he climbed up the thighs of the elves? Not only does he have the power to control the trade of elf goods to Westeros, he even obtained the elven potion that is suspected to be able to maintain eternal youth, which has attracted countless nobles and wealthy businessmen. But Petty has studied that the reason why Ramsay, as a bastard, can obtain his current status is not only because of his own persistence and hard work, but more because of selling out his country for glory. In addition to giving all the money offered by the nobles to the elves without a penny difference, it is also because he completely abandoned his identity as a Westeros person, but put the interests of the elves first. Although it was somewhat humiliating to do so, in Petty's opinion, this was just a means to obtain the Iron Throne. He was stronger than selling out his country. As a finance minister who secretly sold out the interests of the country, Petty not only gave the green light to all elven commodity trades, but also deliberately suppressed the local market to highlight the elven goods. In order to obtain the handprint of the king's hand to approve documents, he often visited the wife's room in the Prime Minister's tower this year and took the trouble to add some color to the Prime Minister's hat. What's more, the king's hand had no idea that his wife, Lysa Tully, who was just over 30 years old, was a woman he had played with since childhood and had already shaped like him. It was precisely because of selling out his country that he was successfully selected as an excellent partner by the elves, and even told him important information that the Ironborn were supported by the elves. However, in order to cooperate more deeply with the elves, he must make some sacrifices. Prime Minister, I heard that you seem to be looking for the illegitimate son of our king recently. Do you need our help? Petty slowly put away the envelope in his hand, then squinted his eyes, picked up a book from the table, and handed it to old John, then said earnestly, if you really need to know about the family background of our king, then I suggest you check this book. I believe it will bring you many wonderful little surprises. This is Genealogy of Noble Lineages? Looking at the book handed to him by Littlefinger, old John was a little confused. Although he now has some doubts about the identities of Joffrey and his 3 siblings, based on the intelligence, he has not completely suspected that Cersei is having an affair. Although he didn't understand what the young man he had promoted wanted to do, old John naively believed that he wanted to help him, so he thanked him with the book. Thank you, maybe your help will be of great help to what I'm investigating now. Ahem, this is what I should do. Looking at old John who thanked him solemnly, Littlefinger almost couldn't hold back his expression when he thought about how he was still lingering with his wife last night. However, he knew that the Queen in the Red Castle, who was always thinking about climbing into the elf's bed, would definitely not sit idly by, but he probably couldn't think of such a sophisticated plan with his brain alone. Well, it seems that he still needs to stir up trouble. Chapter 325 Blessing the Disciple. Dong dong dong, the bells symbolizing midnight are slowly echoing from the sky above the great sept of Bela, while the king's hand in the Prime Minister's tower, Jon Arryn, is still busy for the country. Although trade with the elves has indeed significantly increased the country's fiscal revenue, it only benefits the upper nobles and elves, but not the lower class people. After all, most of the goods sold by the elves are expensive luxury goods, and only nobles and wealthy businessmen are qualified to consume them. However, the goods of the elves are not cheap after all, so there are even vicious cases where some nobles whose territories are not rich begin to exploit farmers and engage in illegal transactions. More importantly, the goods brought by the elves are not only those expensive luxury goods and magic potions, but also a large number of cheap and rich food and vegetables. As winter is approaching, almost all nobles and civilians are frantically hoarding food to fight against the cold winter that has lasted for more than 10 years, for fear of dying in famine and cold. Under the circumstance that the grain price is about to break through 10 times, the elves actually put a large amount of cheap food and daily necessities on the market, which directly led to the bankruptcy of many scalper grain merchants who were waiting for the price to sell. If only some profiteers went bankrupt, it would not be a big deal. What is more terrible is that, because the price of elven grain is so low, many nobles in the riverlands and river basin, the grain producing areas, choose not to grow grain. Since the elf caravans only purchase relatively scarce cotton and flax, a large amount of fertile land has been abandoned and replaced by various crops that can be traded with elves. Although this behavior will bring a lot of wealth to the country in a short period of time, Old John is still keenly aware of the seriousness of the problem. In the final analysis, the problem is still because the elf goods hit the local market. It seems that it is time for Petyr and the elves to discuss the issue of trade. The old Prime Minister sat at his desk and sighed continuously, not knowing that the Finance Minister Littlefinger he mentioned was the culprit who betrayed the national interests. After all, although most of the nobles in Westeros are ignorant and incompetent, there are still people who can see that the elves' plan is to control the entire Westeros with food. But even if they see that it is the elves' plan, what can they do? Thanks to the green light, approved by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the elves' cheap food is sold throughout Westeros, and the elves take the initiative to bear the transportation costs, instantly occupying the huge civilian market. The blood of the masses is bright, and they don't care about the commotion that the low food prices will cause in the local market, but only care about the prices they see. What? Those nobles said that they want to protect the food market in the local market. If they have the ability, they should not buy it themselves. Prime Minister, I see that you have been working day and night during this period. I brought some plum wine from our hometown valley. I wish you a good dream tonight. Just as the old Prime Minister was thinking about how to deal with the trade war with the elves, a young and familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door, which attracted the attention of the old Prime Minister. He recognized that the visitor was the servant who followed him from the valley to King's Landing who, although the servant was a young man who was eager to become a knight, the old Prime Minister still believed that he was a valley man who was loyal to him. So he said, "It's who? The door is not locked. Come in." "Yes, sir." The young servant named who walked into the room with a bottle of wine jug, then gently placed it on the table in front of the old Prime Minister and said, "This is sweet wine made from fresh plums picked by my mother in the plum garden. I see that the Prime Minister seems to be troubled by some problems recently, so I brought you this pot of sweet wine. Ha ha ha, thank you for your hard work. I wonder how your mother's health is now?" "Thanks to you, it's not bad." "Then I'll take my leave first." "Well, go ahead, let me taste the fine wine from my hometown." Watching this seemingly nervous young man leave the room, the kind-hearted old Prime Minister obviously did not doubt that the other party would have any ulterior motives. After all, the continent of Westeros is now at peace, and the whole country is thriving. In addition, he has not made too many enemies in the court. In theory, no one would frame him. If peace can bring wealth, who wants chaos? However, the old Prime Minister did not know that sometimes too much stability itself is the biggest threat to ambitious people. Old John opened the lid of the wine flask without any preparation. The sweet and sour wine aroma that hit him made him take a deep breath, and then he sighed. Is there anything more enjoyable than a glass of plum wine from my hometown on a busy night?" After saying that, he took out the wine glass and poured himself a full glass. After drinking it, he returned to the bed in the study and fell into a beautiful dream. A few days later, King's Landing dong dong dong, the low and loud bells from the Great Sept of Bela rang again, but this time it was obviously not to remind everyone in the city that midnight had arrived. After all, it was noon now. The people in the city all looked curiously at the door of the Great Sept of Bela. They knew that the reason why the bells were rung was probably because a big shot had passed away. Sure enough, A well-informed young boy suddenly ran out from the corner of the Great Sept, and then excitedly shouted to the people around him, "I saw it, the king's hand has passed away." Hearing the boy's shout, the people around him took a breath of the stench of King's Landing, and their slightly green faces made people suspect that they were Nurgle believers. But they couldn't help being so surprised. After all, although Jon Arryn was an old man in the valley with a grey beard, his reputation among the people was still quite respected. After all, even the children in King's Landing knew that King Robert was a drunkard who didn't care about anything, and the whole country relied on the old Prime Minister to take on the responsibility of governing the country alone. Now that the old Prime Minister has suddenly passed away, where will the Westeros continent go without its leader? As the news of the death of the old Prime Minister spread more and more in the city, some well-informed wealthy nobles were at a loss and began to think about whether they needed to evacuate King's Landing. Although the Prime Minister's hair is grey, he is still strong. How could he suddenly fall ill overnight? I suspect someone has framed the Prime Minister. After all, if it is a common disease, I'm afraid that the magic potion provided by the elves can be cured long ago. Could it be that the elves designed to frame the Prime Minister, or His Majesty the King? All kinds of rumors began to spread all over the streets and alleys. However, with the suppression of the Golden Cloaks and various news coming to King's Landing, many lies that undermined the stability of the country were self-defeating. First of all, King Robert is now hunting in the royal forest, and with his adopted son status, it is impossible for him to take the opportunity to poison the other party. Secondly, the elven Lord Rohan is now taking the princes and princesses to the north to fight with the Wild Hunt elves. How could he have time to take care of what happened in King's Landing? The case has been solved. The old Prime Minister should have died of old age. In this way, poor Jon Arryn disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew that the old man's last words were cast toughness. Of course, no one noticed that the Chancellor of the Exchequer stayed on the top of the tower of the Prime Minister that night, and the next day the Prime Minister's wife led the Vale retainers to leave King's Landing. The expected chaos is about to come, but I wonder if this ambitious man is well prepared to end this fast decently. Northern Territory, King's Roadmaster, can you let me try that? Arrow slash, next time. It looks really cool. And me. I think I can try to overload my fireball, and next time I will definitely be able to blow those damn Wild Hunt elves into pieces. And I can barely use horse swordsmanship. Master, can you teach me the enchantment magic like Myrcella? In the wooden house on the side of King's Road, Joffrey and Myrcella, wearing close-fitting silver armor, were sitting excitedly opposite Rohan, constantly describing the experience and requests they had learned during this period. It is not difficult to see from the equipment Rohan provided them that Rohan arranged one magic and one martial arts for these two little golden hairs, and he really spent a lot of thought on them. After all, not everyone is qualified to be blessed by Rohan's divine power. That's right, after a long period of absorbing and studying divine power, Rohan can finally use the divine power in his body to bless others. As his first batch of test subjects, the first blessing ceremony of Joffrey and his sister almost drained all his divine power, making him feel the emptiness in his body for the first time in many years. After all, blessing is equivalent to using the upper limit of one's own divine power to give to others as the lower limit, so Rohan's stupid behavior is tantamount to cutting meat to feed the eagle. Fortunately, Rohan is different from the chosen ones of the four chaos gods, that is, he can share believers with the Lady of the Mist. After all, as the chosen one of the Lady of the Mist, ordinary believers usually pray for Rohan when they pray, which makes Rohan's divine power growth rate very impressive. At least compared to the secondary god Dario who only blessed a dozen demon warriors, Rohan now directly blessed 2 young living saints. Hearing these 2 noisy disciples, Rohan reluctantly ended the replay of the previous battle with the Wild Hunt, then knocked on their heads and said, "I know this is your first actual combat, but you should not be complacent because of your insignificant achievements, otherwise you will suffer. But master, those Wild Hunt elves are too cunning. Once the battle situation is not good, they will directly teleport away from the battlefield. I almost got injured several times because I couldn't control the magic." Hearing Rohan's teachings, Myrcella's face, as delicate as a porcelain doll, couldn't help but feel a little bitter, and then she grabbed Rohan's arm and started to act coquettishly. Since most of the female sorcerers under Rohan are proficient in the death and undead systems, even if Myrcella has been blessed by Rohan, Rohan still does not intend to let her learn undead magic. Not to mention the upper limit of the magic of the human body. The thought that the fragrant little loli now will become a stinky girl with a corpse odor all over her body in the future. It's terrible. After shaking his head to clear the distracting thoughts in his mind, Rohan looked up at the blizzard outside the window, which had gradually subsided, and then stood up and said, "It's time to prepare to set off, but you must be prepared for the battle. After all, the north is their home ground. Be careful of the ice cones and frost flying from all directions." Yes. When the two Golden Sisters mentioned the possible battle with the Wild Hunt, they immediately became serious, and even their eyes became particularly resolute. After a year of training, although Joffrey and Myrcella still retain their cruel and gentle personalities, they have also become brave and fearless qualified warriors. It is no exaggeration to say that even the well-trained Pender soldiers can no longer defeat them in a one-on-one duel. The apprentices were ready to attack, and Rohan thoughtfully put a layer of high-level magic, Shield of Safri, on the two to ensure that they would not be killed instantly. After all, even Rohan, the chosen one, couldn't help but feel a headache with Carantha's frequent and rapid space-time magic. It's not because he couldn't beat him, but because he really wanted to take him under his command as such a useful tool elf. It's a pity that the two sides have only met once, otherwise he really wants to have a good chat with this fellow who also has the ability to travel through time and space to see if they have anything in common. Let's go, all of you be careful. Hugh woo woo. As Rohan opened the door, the whistling cold wind blew into the room in an instant. It's a pity that the two people and one elf present were already extraordinary bodies, so it was naturally impossible for them to shiver. Looking up at the white sky, Rohan licked the snowflakes that fell beside his lips with his tongue, and then said to Myrcella, who was also looking at the snow next to him, "Go and sense the magical fluctuations constantly emanating from the air, and tell me what information you can judge from it." After receiving the order, Myrcella touched the snowflakes falling from the sky with her hand, then closed her eyes and sensed the air around her, and reported to Rohan seriously with her little face, "I can feel the power of magic in these snowflakes. It should be the blizzard caused by the Wild Hunt opening the portal, but I can't determine their specific location with my current ability alone. Not bad. It seems that your magic perception range has improved after being tested in actual combat." Seeing that Myrcella's perception talent was so outstanding, Rohan happily touched the other's soft golden hair, and then looked at the forest covered with ice and snow behind him and asked, "Since you are already here, come out and meet each other. After all, we can be regarded as compatriots with something in common. We can sit down and have a good chat. Don't you think so, Carantha?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.